You're so right, chat. Sorry, I need to be right back. The dishwasher, not the dishwasher, the dryer is going off, and I don't want it going off for the next 3 hours because there's nobody else home right now. I'm here. Okay. I don't know what's going on with. I don't know if anybody else even sees an error in playback. That might literally just be me. I'm refreshing my stream settings right now and seeing if that helps. No, it's not like okay. First off, I love that doing that made my chat reappear in the menu. No, it's in the order that they were added for the most part. I think like up to Dungeon 3 is all organized by status, and then it's in the order it's added. Oh, you just saw my desktop. Don't worry about that. The issue is I'm doing a screen recording, which I probably shouldn't be doing. Because I didn't want to show my whatevers, you know? Let me get some music started so you can listen to something that isn't just me talking. Sorry, I'm kind of rushing because I forgot I was streaming 30 minutes earlier today. So, Limbus Company menu theme. Let me just get it set up. Alt-tab hazard moment. There's nothing on my screen that would incriminate me. I like the cat picture you have on your desktop. Wait, which one is that? So I guess that's loud. You can't hear it yet, but I can hear it. All right, let me just get that playing. All right. That looks about right. Tell me if it's too... You know what? Here, we'll do it this way. There. Now you should be able to hear it and me, and I'm not getting my ears blasted out. Does that sound good? F11 full screens Chrome. I don't know how to do that overlay, and I don't have it ready. I'm not doing that. Music's okay? Good. I forgot to set it to loop. Okay, here's how this is gonna work, chat. We've got S+, which is the tier that you have gifts that no matter what team you're running, you always take them, pretty much. A tier is the same thing, but only in the team status that you have. B tier, anything below A tier isn't needed for a specific status, but it's just solid overall. C tier you take if there's nothing better. It's too quiet. Fine, I'll turn it up a little. C tier is where if you take it, if there's nothing better. D tier is it's bad, but you need it for a fusion gift. And F tier is it's bad. So this is how this is going to work. Okay. I have the list opened. If the stream goes down, you're gonna have to tell me because I am looking at a window in Chrome that is not the stream settings. I did invite anybody in APR to come join me. I am in the streaming channel, but they can't hear me right now because they're not in the call. So if anybody joins midway through here, just know that they're people I trust. So, but I'm not going to be able to hear when they join, and also you should see them on screen because I have the reactive thing set up. And also, I'm only ranking gifts that are in the mirror dungeon because I think doing other things, yeah. Dupe bottles to D tier are excluded. They're not going to be excluded. I'm going to be ranking them legitimately. How many people actually have the compendium remotely completed? Me. It's literally me. I have all but 3 gifts. And there's 3, those 3 gifts are the Worn Hilt and the 2 fusion gifts you need to make using the Worn Hilt from the new event. That's another thing I need to point out. The 5 or so gifts from the new event are not on this tier maker list. And so I won't be ranking those, because I also don't know what they do.
Am I allowed to give quality takes?
Yes, you are allowed to give quality takes, Angela. Hello.
Okay, I'm only doing this early, because I saw the bleed ones are early. I don't know why. They're on the top of the list.
Oh, you are visible. Okay, I'm just making sure people can see you.
I'm visible? Hold on.
No. You are visible. They can see you.
They can see me. No, please. I'm better as a concept.
What?
Do not perceive. I'm joking. Let me get my reactive image. I have a better one for this.
Okay. Oh, there we go. That's a good one. Yeah. Oh no, it's the biased you must run. No, that's not how this works. This is like mostly a joke. Alright, to explain to chat, there are over 300... Wait, can they hear you? I just realized you might be muted. You're literally muted. Sorry.
I'm muted on stream?
Yeah, I didn't have Discord audio streaming because it saves space when I record. It's not running. But to explain, chat, there are a little over 300 ego gifts in this game, in the mirror dungeon. If we spent 1 minute on each ego gift, it would take 5 hours to get through this stream.
It would.
And so a lot of these I'm probably gonna just like point out and then skip because they're not very good. So first things first, Ashes to Ashes. I think this is fair putting in bad but needed for a fusion, so that's a good start. Combat start if all enemies or all abnormality parts have burn or unique burn, inflict 2 burn potency on all enemies. Yeah, it's just whatever. It doesn't do anything. Any opinions?
Me?
Yeah, I mean, you're here. You might as well, if you know what they do.
Yes, I have opinions. They're very loud. You should stream it on Discord because there's a delay on
Oh,
stream.
you're so right. Actually.
Mod, join me on biased takes on...
Oh no.
Kaskozhuk
I'm gonna invite so many people to this. Alright, you're just gonna see my entire Google Chrome window, but don't worry about it.
I don't judge.
I'm
a doctor.
I don't judge, I'm a doctor.
Yeah, burn is bad. Throw it in.
Nope. Not true. Okay. Burning Intellect. Everybody's favorite Mirror Dungeon 3 gift. After defeating an enemy with a burn effect, 2 allies with skills that inflict burn potency gain 1 damage up. Next turn start.
Okay.
This is bad, but it's needed for a fusion. I actually think it's better than Ashes to Ashes.
Oh.
But Helterfly stream. I gotta scroll because it's not organized the same way on the website. I am gonna read what every single one of them does because if people
that
don't
will
know.
Take... Okay, you do you.
Helterfly's Dream. When applying burn potency or unique burn to an enemy with burn or unique burn, randomly inflict a total of 3 burn potency between all enemies, and when activating Wrath Absolute Resonance, randomly inflict a total of 5 burn between all enemies at combat start. It's like fine. This is an if there's nothing better gift in my opinion.
That's a good one. That's a good one because you have to beat the butterfly, and the butterfly is very hard.
You don't have to beat the butterfly. If you're playing burn, you start with this gift.
You start with this? Oh.
Yeah, this is one of the starting ones in Burn.
People are saying A.
People are saying A. I don't think anybody like.
It says right there, always taking the status scheme. What do you mean?
No, but like you always take it because it's one of the gifts you can start with. It's not because it's one of the good ones. It's just better
Oh,
than.
exceptions.
There's always exceptions. It inflicts a lot of potency. You know what else inflicts a lot of potency? It's the next gift on the list, Fiery Down, which says when hitting an enemy with a Lust Affinity skill or a skill that inflicts burn potency or unique burn, inflict 3 burn potency, and turn start if the enemy has 20 or more burn potency, multiply their burn by 2. So this one I would put in always take in the status team.
Good when upgraded, people are saying.
Yeah, all of them are good. I can't rank them based on their upgrades.
You're already having wrong opinions.
I can't rank them based on their upgrades because I don't know what all of them do, and if I wanted to look at them, I would need another Google Chrome tab open. It would take too much.
Now is single target, people are saying.
Yeah, Fiery Down is single target. You know, it doesn't matter though, because if you're playing a burn team, every move is getting it applied to it, so it literally doesn't matter. Like I'm gonna be very harsh on a lot of these gifts, chat, because I've played Mirror Dungeon probably more than most of you have. Also, I'm not ranking based on solos because that's stupid. Can you also describe what they do when upgraded? No. And I can't rank the individual upgraded tiers because they're not in the tier list maker. This was made by Stimmer, by the way. It's the same person who made the boss tier list one. Burn must spread to clear fast. I don't believe that that's true. A lot of them get much better at plus. Yes, that's the point. Okay, if I know what the upgrade does, I'll take it into account. But, Helterfly's Dream just inflicts more. How many runs do you do per day? Less than 1 on average, but... You know. Okay, Pinpoint Logic Circuit is when hitting an enemy with an Envy skill or a skill that inflicts burn potency or unique burn, inflict additional burn potency by half the skill's total coins. To be honest with you, chat, this one's just bad.
I would eat it.
It's a CPU chip. What do you mean you're gonna eat it?
Pretty solid, B.
Well,
It's a solid chip.
Okay, I believe Angela is ranking them based on how edible they are.
I'm ranking them based on how interesting they are to me, and this is a microchip. It's pretty solid. Can you deny? I
can't deny that. No.
Can we have a pretty liquid?
Charred disc. You probably can't see which one I'm talking about, I realize, because I am in the way. What's your battle pass level? Like 1,000? You're blocking the 2 lowest tiers. We can't see them.
Oh yeah, I was typing because I was telling Mulberry about the deception on the 3rd gift that was drawn.
Hold on. I'll become smaller so you can see it. And then Angela will block the next gift. There, you can kind of see it now. This will become an issue, obviously, but don't worry about it.
Never worry.
Yeah, just worrying isn't
describe it to people. Don't worry. The next one is like garbage made of aluminium, and the next one is garbage made of charcoal, burning charcoal.
And the next one is rusted muzzle. Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
Anyways, charred disc. Let me scroll down to it. It's very far down. It's very far down. Wait.
You should drag them up into the list as you bring them up to show
fair enough,
we're
yeah.
addressing this one.
I have to scroll first then. Okay, charred disc. When an enemy with burn is defeated, inflict half of their burn potency on the defeated enemy to an enemy with the least burn potency at the next turn start. And then turn start, inflict 4 offense level down to enemies with burn. I'll be honest, this one's like okay. It's pretty solid.
Somebody did rank eagles already based on how edible they are?
I'm not surprised.
That was literally my idea, like yesterday. And now it's stolen? Bullshit.
No. Here's the thing, Tarmph. Awesome name. If it works for all teams, that is not good enough to put it in B. That by itself isn't good enough. It has to both work for all teams and be good if I want to put it high. If it works for all teams and the effect is so negligible that it's not even worth it, then I will put it in bad, regardless. But I think Charred Disc, as a tier 3 gift, it's pretty good. Like, it's not a necessity in every run. It's also needed for a fusion. There's that, too. After that, we have Ashes to Ashes. No, this is Dust to Dust.
Yes.
Dust to Dust is a very solid if there's nothing better gift. It's worse than Helterfly's Dream, though.
Fusion.
It's needed in a fusion, but this is above the only for fusion category, so. But inflicting... Hold on, I didn't actually explain what it did. I'm realizing. Dust to Dust. Where is it? God dang it. There it is. First turn, start of a wave, inflict 5 burn potency and 3 burn count to all enemies. That's just alright. It's fine. It's nothing special. Really good in sloth-only runs. But unfortunately, those aren't fun anymore.
Can you put yourself and friend on the top left corner?
No, it would look stupid.
We'd be... I mean, we could be on the bottom left corner, bottom right.
No, it looks really bad to flip my model around. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'll put myself over a little so you can see what's coming up next. How about that? But I really can't.
Fair. When you bring up, when it comes time to the next ego, just drag them up into the list, like into S tier, so people see what it is, and then we talk about it.
I could make like a tier at the top that just says current.
Yeah.
So that they know what I'm talking about.
It's gonna break the UI, but yeah.
I mean, there was no UI. Let's be real.
Fair. I mean, right now it's kind of organized. We can see what's coming up next. We can see
that will
tier
change.
Maker, even though tier maker is kind of obvious.
I'm ranking 300 images. It's not. You're not gonna be able to see what's coming up next eventually.
The white. Oh wait, no. Adding a row is after you add it.
Okay, Glimpse of Flames. A gift pretty much everyone's familiar with. Turn end, consume half of burn count on enemies with burn to deal burn potency consumed times burn count, bonus wrath damage. And then targets lose burn count consumed by Glimpse of Flames divided by 2 defense level for the next turn, up to 3. I bet you didn't even know that this gift reduced defense level by 3, because it just evaporates everything on the screen. I don't think it's a stretch to put it in always take in the status team. You will notice...
I have no opinion.
That's fair, it is just a rock. It does not go in S, because the only team that can use it is Burn. And that is what distinguishes the top tier, is that every team takes it no matter what, because it's just that good.
What's up with Angela's voice? What? What's going on?
What's up with Angela's voice? Is there something wrong with it?
Let me listen to myself. La, la, la.
Me.
Oh, I see what you mean. It's the echo. Stupid fuck echo.
Oh! Oh, that's annoying. Oh, wait. No, it's not that annoying. I can just turn off Discord audio. There we go. She shouldn't be echoing anymore.
Oh, I was echoing because of you.
Yeah, because I have the one that I'm using to get the music. Oh, that's really annoying, actually.
The fault lies with you.
What if I change my game audio source to be the audio for my browser?
You could just... There's a very simple fix to this, and is you download the damn song of Limbus and you just play it on loop on your OBS as a media player.
That makes sense.
And that creates his own little, like, volume. It's some category of sound.
Well, let
So
me
you
put it
can
this way.
remove that stuff.
Chat is saying I fixed it, so obviously I don't need to do anything.
Was the music going?
Yeah, the music's going because it's on the same audio track as you now.
Oh, gamer. Hi.
I didn't realize it was echoing, sorry. But at least we caught it quick. Soothe the Dead. Encounter starts. This gift activates when 5 or more identities have attack skills that apply burn potency. And without reading anymore, I will put it in A.
It looks like a chopstick.
What?
A popsicle, sorry.
It's like it's
What is that?
It's like a mask that's being burnt away.
Kind of. That. I don't see it.
But it inflicts a bunch of burn at the first turn of a wave. Skills that inflict burn gain final power, coin power, and inflict more burn. And when winning a clash that inflicts burn, you inflict burn. So, like...
Burn. It's
All
a
right.
guy with glasses.
There's some bleed gifts next, Angela. I know you're gonna
Let's
enjoy
go.
this. First off, we've got...
S tier.
Grimy Iron Stake, which says, when hitting an enemy using a single coin skill, inflict 1 bleed and 2 defense level down until the end of the next turn. And then if the target already has bleed, you inflict 3 bleed instead.
To be fair, I kind of hate that one. C.
It's got more utility than a lot of the other bleed gifts because other factions can use it, and it is defense level down. And so there's a little bit of utility, but unfortunately it requires skills with only 1 coin, so I'd probably put it at like...
Which is not N-Corp, ironically, so I don't know why they made this an N-Corp item.
It's not an N-Corp item, there's a different gift.
It's a fucking nail! It's a rusted nail! What do you mean it's not an N-Corp
It's not a
item?
nail, it's a stake!
Bullshit, lads! Lads, this is clearly a metal nail.
Wound Claret!
This is not.
When hitting an enemy with a skill that inflicts bleed or unique bleed, inflict 4 bleed.
A.
It's probably an A.
A. Best
Like,
tier, my little ant.
I'll put it at the
friend.
bottom of A. The thing about bleed is that it's in Mirror Dungeon. Sorry. In Mirror Dungeon, bleed is more of a vehicle to allow you to increase the damage that you deal with your attacks, rather than just being a thing that you build for. Obviously, once you have some bleed gifts, you're going to be inflicting enough. But isn't it also Wrath? Not unless you upgrade it. I'm literally reading it from the wiki, Ricky. So I'm reading what the tier 1 gift does by text. Wound Claret is strong. I'm putting it in A.
Would eat it.
Would eat it. Don't eat the bug.
Why not? Okay, now you're biased.
I am biased. Okay. Rusted Muzzle.
S tier. Always thick. Always upgrade.
Hold on. Let me get to it. Rusted Muzzle.
Losing with Rusted Muzzle because Rusted Muzzle makes non-bleed IDs do bleed.
When hitting and dealing 12 or more HP of damage to an enemy with a skill, inflict 2 bleed potency. And when using a slash skill, inflict 4 bleed potency instead.
Yes, S tier. Everything becomes a bleed ID with this thing. That's the gamer one.
But where's the count? Does it get count when you upgrade it?
I'm pretty sure.
I thought that upgrading it just made it so that no matter how much damage you dealt, you inflicted bleed.
Mustard Nuzzle. I don't remember. What's the name of this thing?
It's Rusted Muzzle. That's all it's called.
Rusted Muzzle. Mustard Nuzzle. That's the name of all time.
At plus, it does inflict count, people are saying?
Let's go! S tier. S tier, everything becomes a bleed ID, even the non-bleeds.
Well, the issue is, It's like, what, 6 more damage per skill? Total?
No? It's bleed.
Yeah, that's what bleed does. Damage.
More damage. S. One count on slash.
Oh, it's only count if it's with a slash skill. Okay. I would
It
probably...
still adds bleed in general.
No, because, like, think of what gifts... We're spending, like, 5 minutes on Rusted Muzzle. This is gonna take hours. I would honestly...
Because you don't want S tier for muzzle. That's why. You are biased.
I'm putting it in B. I'm putting it in B. If it inflicts count at ++, I'm putting it in B. But it's still not really a thing that you need ever.
Every coin procs it. It's literally everything becomes a bleed ID.
Yes, everything becomes a bleed ID, but you have to invest into it, and at level 1 it does nothing.
It's for free. Every early fucking MD5, what's the name? Every early floor of an MD5 gives you that.
I've had runs where I didn't get this the entire hard mirror dungeon. I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, you
take this in bleed
okay.
once.
The
Yeah,
reason
why
you
is it in
always
B and
take
not A?
this, the reason though that you always take this in bleed is because you use it to make Bloody Mist. There is no reason for you to always take it in bleed if it weren't for the fact that you needed it for Bloody Mist. I'm trying to judge it on its own merit, which I understand is difficult for fusion material gifts. But...
Bullshit. It has use on its own.
It does have use on its own, that's why I put it in B.
But it's A! Always take
No,
the status
I
team.
don't believe that.
How? Yeah. Who are you bleeders out there not picking Rusted Muzzle as a bleed team?
People are gonna yell at me for this one. White Gossipium. If there are staggered enemies at turn start, unstagger them, then inflict...
F-tier.
No, let me finish reading it. Then inflict 8 plus the stagger level times 4 bleed potency and 8 plus the stagger level times 4 divided by 2 offense level down on them. Activates once per enemy per encounter and does not activate against certain enemies that do not recover from stagger.
F.
It's gonna be a bit of a hot take,
Eat it.
Chat.
Eat it.
Bit of a hot take. I'm putting it in C.
Will call it, these dumbasses will call it good because they don't realize that bleed is more effective when the enemy does something. So it's like you always remove bleed. The enemy, when you start clashing with the enemy again, nothing happens. You don't get the damage. You're basically converting all the damage you would take from clashing with enemies into damage that becomes the burst on round end. If they stagger. You can't build off of that. Because a lot of egos also interact with the enemy if the enemy is bleeding.
Yes. What I was going to say is, if you upgrade it, this thing inflicts so much offense and defense level down that you really don't need to care. But you do have to upgrade it. It's not... And to be fair, unstaggering the enemy is really annoying if you get it early. If you get it late, it's pretty good. I'm still going to put it in C, because if I put it any higher, people are going to be very mad at this video. So...
People are very mad. Like, they are naming every single tier.
Like, I feel like just seeing this, people would yell at me. Little and To Be Naughty plushie. Deal 10% more damage against enemies with bleed at combat start. Take 20% less damage from enemies with bleed or unique bleed at combat start.
A!
I'm gonna put it in A, but I just want to point out the damage you deal against the enemy doesn't count unique bleed for some reason. So you don't get the bonus damage if they have nails. And not bleed.
But it doesn't matter. Nails becomes bleed.
Nails becomes bleed, but it is funny. Allies with pride skills deal 20% more damage instead, and allies with pride skills take 30% less damage instead.
As every N-Corp identity. Put it in A!
No, we put it in A. Because it is useless outside of bleed. Well, okay, it's not useless outside of bleed if you have rusted muzzle, apparently. But one thing we need to point out is that you need another gift for it to do anything, which is important. So that is going to be taken into account.
That one. God damn it.
What?
That's weird, Faytag said.
It is weird that for some reason you can't count unique bleed, but only if you don't have a pride skill.
Incorp sweep!
Smokes and wires, chat. Against enemies, allies inflict 2 times the bleed potency. Turn end, enemies with bleed or unique bleed lose 2 speed next turn.
I never know how to pick it up, so A tier.
I'm gonna be honest, it's probably an A tier gift. It's speed control and it makes you inflict more bleed. It's probably better than Wound Claret, if I'm gonna be honest with you.
No, the next one is better than Wound Claret.
Needs another gift to function, but when it does, it's OP. But that's not true. Little and To Be Naughty functions without another gift if you're running the specific team.
She'll always stand with you. I feel seen.
Look, I'm either putting smokes and wires. I'm either putting smokes and wires near the top of A, near the bottom of A, or I'm putting it at the top of B, because it doesn't do anything if you don't have bleed. Same with Wound Claret unless you upgrade it.
Incorp Assault is kind of meat, guys. I'm more into Rhodia. And Faust. Funny.
What are you talking about?
The N-Corp. People said Arcana the only N-Corp Mersault fan. Nah, he's kind of mean.
Yeah, I love that you think that he's mid, but the rest of them are peak.
Yes! I mean, his fucking counter is better than his first kill? That's just stupid.
There's a lot of IDs that have that now.
Well, but that's N-Corp. You're supposed to press win rate.
True. Rusted Cutting Knife. When inflicting bleed potency or unique bleed with skill effects against non-staggered enemies. Angela, please stop making me laugh before I finish reading the description. Inflict 1 bleed potency and 1 bleed count. And if the skill's affinity was lust, inflict 3 bleed potency and 1 bleed count instead. This is literally Thunder Branch for bleed. And I don't think people realize that. It goes in A. Definitely. It's better than Wound Claret. In my opinion.
Yes.
The sad part is that it is needed for a fusion gift, but depending on what you think, the fusion might actually be worse. Okay. Red Stained Gossipium.
S tier. Don't even know how to get it. Would eat it.
First turn, start of an encounter, inflict 1 bleed potency and 15 bleed count to all enemies. And enemies with bleed potency lose bleed potency divided by 3 offense level and defense level for the turn, capping at 10 each.
S tier. That's an S tier for me. Even if you're not building bleed, this thing is just big fucking damage. Isn't this a level 4?
This is a tier 4 gift, yeah.
Yeah, S tier. Fucking just like even if you aren't building and you get this bad boy, it's good. It serves you.
I honestly think I agree. Because the thing about this is that it is decreasing offense and defense level as well, so even teams that aren't bleed can still utilize it. I miss the burn gifts. If Glimpse of Flame isn't in S plus tier, is it just going to be Bloody Mist and nobody else? I know you people can read the English language, because you're typing it in the chat. But read what's in the parentheses of the A tier, please. And describe to me what Glimpse of Flames does for a Rupture run. Do you really need this not on bleed? No, but if you see it, you're gonna take it. Is what my point is. Because it's just always good.
You take it. Bleed sweep! I'm an expert.
Bloody Mist goes in the tier below it.
I don't know what that is. To be
Bloody
fair.
Mist is the bleed fusion gift.
What?
The first bleed fusion. The good bleed fusion gift.
I don't know.
Activates only when you have 5 or more identities that can inflict bleed, which means it cannot go in S. Allies inflict double the amount of bleed potency and count with skills. The ally in the highest deployment order has skills that inflict bleed potency, count, or unique bleed, gain coin power +2, deal 100% more damage, and if the enemy attacked by or clashed with the said ally dies, inflict the remaining bleed potency on the enemy randomly between all enemies, and any other ID gains 1 coin power to any skill that inflicts bleed, potency, count, or unique bleed. And did she leave the call? No. Okay.
I'm here.
It's just strange silence, you know?
I don't know that one. What do you want from me? I don't merge the gifts. I always fuck them up. In fact, last MD5 I did yesterday, I tried to merge bleed with the 90%, you know, like fuse gifts into bleed. I got 3 times rupture. 3 fucking times I tried to merge for bleed. I failed the 10% and got rupture bullshit instead.
Does an end goal status gift exist that goes in S by this tiger's logic? What tiger?
What are you saying, Coffee? Who's Tiger?
Coffee? I don't think anything in that
Absol?
sentence made sense.
Amso is not a tiger.
Oh, CCA is right. Technically, the first deployed gets 3 coin power because it applies the second effect to everyone. Shard W Corp E sang right now? No. Okay, we're moving on to the standard issue Tremor gifts, chat. First off, we've got Green Spirit. After hitting a non-staggered enemy by using a Gluttony Affinity skill or inflicting Tremor potency using skill effects, inflict a total of 4 Tremor potency between all enemies.
I would drink it.
I would probably... I mean, it's literally alcohol. Do you place them in order in rows? Yes. I normally do. I will say, while I put... This is basically Helterfly's Dream for Tremor, but it does more Tremor. And so it's better. I'll still probably put it in B. It's pretty solid. But you don't necessarily need to take it for any reason.
Wow, I don't even know what it does, and I got it. I'm so good at this.
Cass is a hater for spreading ego gifts. No, it's just that I don't think it's 100% necessary for you to take it. Glimpse should be highest in A. I don't think you understand the purpose of this. Glimpse, yeah, it's really good. Bloody Mist, you can... Okay, here's another thing, though, chat. Bloody Mist, you can very easily guarantee that you get. Glimpse of Flames is harder. It does nothing in non-tremor runs. I mean, that's true. But you'll notice I didn't put it in always taking the status team, so it's not like it's too high. Everybody's gonna argue with me now, like they know the rules of my tier list better than me. Nixie Divergence. First turn start of an encounter. Inflict 4 Tremor potency and 4 Tremor count to all enemies, and when hitting an enemy with an Envy skill,
Yes.
inflict 2 Tremor potency. No, it doesn't do anything outside of Tremor. This goes in A.
But it's an S because it applies to anything.
It does apply
It's the funny
well,
steam machine.
it applies to everything, but not every team does anything with Tremor. Like, Tremor could potentially literally do nothing for your team.
Isn't it a level 3?
No, it's a level 1.
Level 1? Garbage.
Yeah.
Don't wanna... Let's go, the collar!
It can also help sinking. Listen here. I don't care if you're correct.
Aren't ring boys use every debuff? What is a ring boy?
Well, they can't do anything with Tremor, though. They can inflict Tremor, but it doesn't do anything for them inherently because they can't burst it, so it doesn't do anything.
Tremor doesn't do anything if you don't burst.
That's true. Well, that's not actually true. You have to either be able to burst or convert it to a specific type of tremor in order to do anything with it. And it just, you can't with those IDs, so. Okay, to be fair, it does help the ring IDs because it makes their rerolls more consistent. But that's still not every team, is it? Okay, Oscillating Bracelet. When hitting an enemy with a skill, inflict 1 tremor potency next turn. If the skill's affinity was Wrath, inflict 2 tremor potency instead. I'm gonna be honest with you, chat, I think Oscillating Bracelet is not very good. It's definitely an if there's nothing better, you take it. I agree with Gabriel. But I genuinely don't think Oscillating Bracelet does that much. It's probably better than White Cassipium on average. Wrath-related ego gift. No, not
Why
really.
Why is Helter frying C? Even Saf is complaining.
Wait, what? Are you posting my takes in the Discord?
Yes.
I don't know what you're doing to me. Fine, I'll put Helterfly in B. You happy? Everybody seems to complain about that one.
You put it in B now.
What's next? We've got Reverberation is next. Let me find it. Turn end, inflict 2 bind to enemies who have 10 plus tremor potency. And if the target has 20 plus tremor potency, apply 2 bind and 1 paralyze instead. It's like okay.
Slurpma B.
What did you say?
Slurpma.
Oh.
I'd slurp B. That looks delicious. Like flying.
Yeah, I feel like even in Tremor, this doesn't do that much. I'll put it at the bottom of B because it does do paralyze, so like there's that. We could modify the list with peer pressure? Oh no, you're teaching chat bad habits, Angela. Technically, Saf is the one doing it, but don't worry about it. Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Skills deal 10% more damage to staggered enemies, and if the skill's affinity was Sloth, they'll deal 20% damage instead. This is an S+ tier gift, chat. Literally just free damage to any team. Why would you not take it?
I would drink it. It looks like wine.
It is, I think it's bourbon is what it's supposed to be. Or rum or something like that. Because you get it from a pirate. It's an easy S is what I'm saying. Also, the event that gives the gift, if you don't take the gift, just heals everybody and gives you a ton of money. So there's that.
Booze!
Yeah, it's booze. Melted Eyeball.
F.
You're only saying that because it's a Tremor gift. Where is it? I thought this was a...
I don't even play Tremor, to be fair.
Inflict 5 offense level down and 5 defense level down next turn against enemies affected by Tremor Burst 3 times per turn. This is an A.
I'm pretty sure I lost an MD5 because I built Tremor not knowing that you need to burst it. And you just told me that. So now I'm realizing that.
Most Tremor IDs can burst Tremor. And I say most because there's one that doesn't. Unless it's at Uptie 4. But Multi-Eyeball is definitely... Doesn't that now give you the keg? I don't know, I haven't gotten that event since that thing. Which Abno event is your favorite? That's a difficult question. Anyways. Yeah, I think...
Favorite Abno?
No, the favorite event, not favorite Abno.
Yeah.
Bell of Truth. Inflict 1 fragile to this turn to enemies affected by Tremor Burst, once per attack skill. This is again...
S tier.
No. This is an A tier because you need to be able to burst Tremor. It's probably better than
better than the cutting edge.
You're bleed biased.
Well, it's not fucking chat. Bear with me here, right?
Which Tremor ID doesn't burst? Okay. Elfie Heathcliff doesn't burst until Uptie 4. He can change the tremor to tremor decay, but he doesn't actually burst until up to 4, and even then you have to own 5 pride resource to be able to do it, because it's part of his passive.
Burst is such a funny word.
Yeah. You're right. Downpour. Turn start, inflict current turn count times 2 tremor potency and plus 2 tremor count on all enemies for all abnormality parts. And turn end, trigger tremor burst on all enemies. I would put this one in S just because it always does something. There's no reason not to take it. Also, it allows teams that aren't tremor to take advantage of tremor burst ego gifts. So I think that's fair. It's just really good.
We're building up quite a collection of edibles in the S tier.
No, S tier is very edible. Let's be real. It's a Rain World reference? I don't think it is.
It is! Rain World.
Now would be a good time to insert ads.
Oh god. I like the pendulum. Pendulum, S.
Wait.
IA.
Hang on. Is my view of my own oh, it's like an hour behind. That makes sense.
What is an hour behind?
I was looking at the preview of my own stream on YouTube, and it is an hour behind.
It tastes like lean. It's clearly lean, guys.
It's lean. It's literally lean. It's lean. I've never seen that gift in my entire life. What is that? Which one? You talking about this one?
I also never seen it.
Oh, Downpour? Yeah, no, Downpour is a tier 4 tremor gift, that's why.
How do you get it, though?
It's just a tier 4. You find it in the shop, or you get it from an event, or you fuse for it. It's one of the general ones.
S tier pendulum. Beautiful, beautiful looking gift. I would give this to my wife.
Yep. Coupled Oscillation. This gift activates when 5 or more identities have attack skills that apply tremor potency, count, or unique tremor. A tier. We don't need to... I don't think it's better than Soothe the Dead.
What is T4?
What? No, it's like... I think it's supposed to be alcohol. Isn't Gossypium a cotton flower? Yeah, no, the real-life equivalent of Gossypium is not edible.
Lies spread by the government.
I wasn't here for Helterfly's initial placement. Why is it not an A? I'm so tired of this. Anyways, Coupled Oscillation inflicts 5 tremor and 5 count to all enemies at first turn start. Apply 5 tremor potency and 5 fragile this turn and next turn to enemies affected by tremor burst. After triggering 3 tremor bursts to a target this turn, stagger the target at the next turn start, and add a new stagger threshold at 66% and 33% marks of the target's current HP once per encounter. And when triggering Amplitude Conversion or Amplitude Entanglement, inflict 1 fragile 3 times per turn. No, it doesn't.
Too many words.
It is a lot of words, but all of the fusion gifts have a lot of words. I've been here since the start. Why isn't Helterfly's Dream an F? Okay. That's a different one. Talisman Bundle? God, was Talisman Bundle Dungeon 1? Oh my god, it was. Whenever an ally deals... No, whenever an ally deals 12 or more damage to an enemy with a skill, inflict 2 Rupture Potency. And when using a Slash skill, inflict 4 Rupture Potency instead. It's literally just Rupture Rusted Muzzle. Except Rusted Muzzle requires the enemy to attack, whereas Talisman Bundle requires you to attack the enemy, so it's slightly better. Regardless of what the upgrades look like.
Every masterpiece has this cheap copy.
Except it's better. Also, Talisman Bundle, technically Rusted Muzzle is the copy. Got introduced 2 mirror dungeons later.
But it's a muzzle.
How come Helterfly isn't in C anymore? I hate this chat. I hate this chat so much. You all make me so upset. It's so annoying, man. Crown of Roses.
S tier.
No. Turn start, inflict 4 rupture potency on a random enemy. When activating Gluttony Absolute Resonance, inflict 2 rupture potency on all enemies at combat start.
Oh, this is rupture? Garbage.
Chat, is it fair to just put this in F?
F.
I feel like Crown of Roses is a terrible gift.
Garbage. Bullshit. Garbage. It keeps making me confuse the actual flower fusion. The thorn flower fusion.
Yeah. Sorry.
It just throws you off.
How is the burn book not an F? Please read the parentheses. They are important. F. Everybody agrees with me putting Crown of Roses in F, so I'm going to assume that that was the correct choice.
Is Circuit that bad? I mean, it's crunchy, but he wanted to put it on F.
Circuit is bad because you already have enough gifts that inflict burn. You can't start with it, unlike the 2 best gifts for inflicting burn. By the time you get it, which will almost always be a couple floors later, you have no reason to have it. And outside of burn, it does practically nothing. It's just redundant. How the hell did they put Crown of Roses in a VAV ego abnormality? That's a really good question.
Hello.
Hello, Ziv.
Ziv!
The slug cat has
also
arrived.
give great takes.
Oh no.
Chat, how would you rate my takes so far? Am I contributing to the conversation? Might take a minute for them to...
Yeah.
I think the next gift should go into Rupture tier.
I hate you. Barbed Lasso. Turn end, inflict rupture potency on all enemies equal to their current speed. When activating Lost Absolute Resonance, apply 3 rupture and 3 rupture count to a random enemy at combat start. This might be a little controversial. I think this is not a good gift.
I agree.
F.
I would put it in F. It's just...
Not crunchy.
It's better than Crown of Roses.
It bites back.
But Rupture can't really activate Lust Absolute Resonance. If it could...
I don't think I've ever activated it once.
Yeah, if it could activate that, it would be nice. But as it is right now, this gift is probably better in Bleed than it is in Rupture.
You tell us what we would eat, and this is needed for the stream.
Oh no.
Yep.
The pacing of this stream is gonna get slower and slower with each person. That's very true. Broken Revolver. Enemies or abnormality parts with Rupture have their offense level and defense level reduced by 2.
S tier. Entrenger reference.
I'd say like C or D.
I would say it is needed for a fusion, isn't it? I didn't think of that. I would probably
That's
put
a
it in C.
For fusion.
It's for the second
Actually,
fusion.
it is.
It's used in Ruin.
Naturally, I would know.
Yeah,
I
of
would
course,
know.
of course. Hold on, I'm gonna turn Ziv up a little in Discord because he's a little quiet on my end.
And B or C, people are saying. I would eat it. Yummers.
I have no idea what would make you think that this is something you would want to eat. It's
Lead!
like it's a gift that you probably take if there's nothing better available, but it's not useless, so I don't put it in.
Crunchy lead. Yum yum.
Crunchy lead.
Gives
Nom
a little
nom.
bit of a headache.
Yummy.
Yummy yummers. Fluorescent lamp. Turn end. If there are enemies or abnormality parts with Rupture, apply 1 damage up or 1 haste to a random ally. Repeat for the number of enemies or parts that have Rupture +1 times. Fluorescent lamp is crazy good.
Eat the glow stick,
Yeah.
A.
It's an A tier
I
gift
actually-
easily.
Yeah,
I don't know how high. I would
Done.
probably put it like where Little and To Be Naughty Plushie is.
Why do you hate the scalpel?
What do you mean? I don't think
You
it's as
just
good
keep
as these
lowering his
ones.
scalpel. Ah. Ah.
I do also
could
have
use
the
another
fusions
stat.
mostly memorized.
That's so good.
Iron is good for you. See, Chad agrees.
I have consumed a bowl of coffee. I don't think you're supposed to put it in bowls, but I guess you could.
I've consumed bags of coffee.
Yo.
Funny Darkest Dungeon reference. You build the revolver, and then you make ruin.
Thunder Branch.
Oh.
I would fetch.
I'm trying to find it. When
Good
inflicting
stick.
rupture
Cool
potency,
stick.
when inflicting rupture potency with skill effects, inflict 1 rupture potency and 1 rupture count. I believe that it's
Hey.
very strong.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it doesn't
It's
do
not for
anything
everything,
outside
but
of rupture. So,
Yeah.
It's a good stick. It's a cool stick.
it's a really
cool
cool
sticks
stick.
roll. Ass tier, my boy.
Everybody's gonna say this is standard duty battery, which says when hitting an enemy, inflict 3 rupture potency, and if the skill was envy,
S
inflict
tier.
5 instead. Standard duty
S
battery is an
fucking
easy
tier.
S. In fact, I probably put it above.
Car battery, my beloved.
Car battery is kind of good. It's just
Would-
free damage.
Would throw it in the ocean and have a nice date.
It
on the
is
beach.
just free damage after all. Now we've got Thrill, which says turn start, inflict 3 rupture potency and 3 rupture count on all enemies, and turn end, inflict rupture potency times rupture count gluttony damage to all enemies who have 3 or more rupture count, then reduce their count by 2. Yeah, this is an
That's
easy S.
Yeah.
What?
So
Yeah,
So, Angela, what Thrill does is it allows you to win every fight in 3 turns by not attacking.
Yeah, but isn't it a fusion only?
No,
Car?
it's
No.
just rare.
You can get it? Fuck.
Yeah, it's not a
you
fusion
just
gift.
get it and you win.
Would eat it.
Thrill
It's yummy.
pretty much guarantees that you win a mirror dungeon run. It's probably the most broken gift in the entire game.
We could change it to eels. We could get shock eels instead of shock centipedes.
Excuse me? Why would you want that? Shock
People are
Centipede is
still
so
talking
cute.
About the car battery.
Oh, people are talking about the car battery. Okay.
Wait,
Enrapturing Trance.
Put car battery back on fucking top.
No, it's not better than Thrill.
What? That's just because of level, I'd say.
No.
Is Thrill a Porcupus
it's not.
thing? No, it's just a tier 4. We don't know what abnormality it goes to. You know how many enemies resist gluttony? Do you know how little that matters?
I would like
Uh.
1 gorillion damage, please.
Enrapturing
That one is the
Trance.
spear.
Enrapturing Trance is a fusion gift. It says when hitting an enemy with a skill, inflict 5 rupture potency. Technically better than the battery, but you need 5 rupture IDs for it to do anything. When rupture count on an enemy drops below 1, you consume 10 rupture potency instead of their count. And if the target has less than 3 rupture count, inflict an additional rupture count when inflicting rupture. 3 times per encounter? Why is that locked to 3?
Wait.
B tier.
No,
Sorry.
this is an A tier gift, but it's a lot lower than the other fusion gifts because it's just not as important.
Just wait till we
I'd
get to
put
the
it
star
below
fusion gift.
Clun Claret. It's not even applicable until you have a full team of it. And
That's
you have
true.
To fuse
Actually,
on
I'll
top?
put it at the bottom of A. It's
Yeah,
still a good
there you go.
gift if you're running Rupture. Like,
Yeah, but
you
it has a
still
bunch of
make it.
fucking. Oh, but actually, you can only do that when this and that.
yeah, but like, I have to take into account what it actually does with those stats. Is Thrill not just Rupture
Fair.
Glimpse of Flames? No, because it actually inflicts the status.
Coffee Grounds agree, and Coffee Grounds is a loyal supporter, so.
That's true, but I don't
Lord,
play
don't-
favorites in my stream.
I will play favorites. Coffee, show up sometime. I'm joking. I'm pretty sure Coffee watches me as well.
Coffee watches anyone who plays these games. I'm gonna be honest. He's everywhere. You only make this
everywhere?
if you want a tiny bit more Rupture. No, I always make it if I can. But
I always make it because I don't want to spend more stuff upgrading lower gifts.
Thorny Path. When hitting and dealing HP damage to an enemy with a skill that inflicts sinking potency or unique sinking, inflict 3 sinking potency and 2 sinking count at turn end once per enemy. And when activating Lust Absolute Resonance, inflict 2 sinking potency and 3 sinking count to all enemies at combat start.
Unironically, better than the stupid fork. The knifing. The fusion.
Yeah.
I forgot its name. I'm gonna call it a
No.
fork.
I'm gonna be real with
what you're
you.
talking about.
It's like solid.
What?
I wouldn't put it above like, cause it's barbed lasso, but for sinking. But you can, but it inflicts
I mean,
more
the
by
turn
default.
and sinking also has count.
Yeah, it also does count unconditionally. Can we put
Yes,
Angela
can we
on
put
your hat
Angela
for
on your
optimal
hat
screen
for
blocking?
Optimal screen blocking.
Unfortunately, no, because all of those icons are one source, so I can't separate
Me and
them.
Angela actually want
You could
one and the same
separate
person.
them. It just takes prep time now.
Yeah, I
It
would need to
take
have
prep
prepped
time.
it beforehand, and I don't have that. We've been streaming for an hour.
We got this! We got what, like 30 of them?
Yeah, that's half of what I
It's
needed to
not
get
been an
through.
hour. It has been an hour, how?
It's been an
Time
hour.
flies when you're having fun. And good.
I'm probably gonna be like gone for 15 minutes at some point, but then I'm gonna be
That's
there
fine.
for the rest of the day.
That's fine, that's fine. You're not required to be here. Headless Portrait. Combat start, inflict 2 sinking potency on all enemies with less than 0 SP. And for every Envy Affinity skill used, randomly inflict 1 sinking potency between all enemies next turn. I'm gonna be real with you.
Holy moly.
This is bad, but you need it for a fusion.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't see
It's-
any edibles for a while.
No, there's not very many. I mean, you could eat this, probably.
You could drink. You could drink the good sinking ego.
I
gift.
could drink the blue thing. It looks good.
The blue thing. No, that's paint. You shouldn't drink that.
I would drink the paint.
Oh, what the
Any
heck?
liquid is meant to be drank.
Red Order. Great name for a
Good
gift
shit.
that's just a red piece of paper, by the way.
Yeah, F tier. Fucking, I got baited thinking this was bleed.
Whenever an ally inflicts sinking potency, count, or unique sinking on enemies with skill effects, the ally gains 1 offense level next turn, up to 3. And allies with Wrath Affinity skills get 2 per turn with a max of 4. No, I'm gonna be real. This might be a hot take. This is
See?
trash. Like,
I agree.
Oh, F. I was right.
but
F.
you can start with it. So I'll put it at the
I don't
bottom
think-
of C.
yeah. That's very reasonable.
It's just
Completely
not important at all. Like, it does.
Under that is red. No, it has blood in it. It has clearly blood stains.
No, it's
You would
gifted by
believe
the
this is a
Centipede
blood here.
Apostle.
It's called. What's the name? It's called Red Order, and it has blood in it, and it's not bleed. Why?
Yeah, for a
At
very
that
long
point, what are you
time,
doing?
there was that Wrath effect on this gift, and you couldn't activate it with anybody. Diechi Honglu was the first ID that could activate this effect. Is that really a take? No, not really. It's kind of bad. Melted Spring. Turn start. Enemies with sinking lose 3 offense level and defense level. This is just Red Order, but a bit better. It still
Yeah.
probably does not go above C.
All of the like offense level and
I
defense
move
level
Red
stuff
Order
is
to F. I
a lot
think
of the
Chad
Fine.
has spoken. This thing is
Yeah,
garbage.
Red Order is not very good.
It's
Our
just
ish
bad.
exists? Yeah, but like, why would you bring her in your sinking run? Unless you don't have Molar, I guess.
You're welcome, chat. I'm the voice of the people.
I'm the voices of the void.
I would chew on that.
I would say it's better than Broken Revolver. Skeletal Crumbs.
Chewy.
Deal
That's
12.5%
undead.
more damage and take 12.5% less damage from enemies that had sinking at combat start. And if you have gloom damage, those thresholds are 20% instead of 12.5.
It's like plushy.
It's
Not
like
garbage.
it's slightly worse than Plushie, but for sinking.
Okay, because yeah.
So it's really good.
It's good.
Butler
I-
Faust
I'm
came out
missing Homer.
after Diechi
Bones
Honglu.
are like
I
so edible.
I
Angela.
hate to break that to you.
What?
I was
What is
responding to
it?
chat.
Zim?
Hmm?
What did you say?
Bones are so edible, Angela. This should be an S tier.
Fair?
What? Gabriel, I explained why Thrill is an S. It's because it's Glimpse of Flames, but you don't need a Rupture team to activate it. Because it inflicts it by itself. Midwinter Nightmare is S tier. I think it's slightly worse than
What am I
Standard Duty
looking
Battery
at?
because it doesn't always deal damage, but it's definitely S tier.
What am I looking at? What is that thing?
That's Midwinter Nightmare.
What the fuck is that?
It's a fairy sitting on a stick.
Angela's not passing that one event in the LCB event. The one where you select the correct ego gift.
Yeah, I get blocked out of events because they're cringe.
That's true, that's true.
No dogs. No hungry.
For those who don't know, Midwinter Nightmare is Standard Duty Battery, but for sinking. It inflicts 3 sinking potency when you deal HP damage to an enemy, and if the skill was Gluttony, you inflict 5 instead. It's just Standard Duty Battery. Broken
Battery, my beloved.
Broken Compass. First,
Dear Ishmael Canto Bascanto.
it is not related to Ishmael's Canto at all. First turn, start of a wave. Randomly inflict 5 plus the number of enemies times 3, sinking count between all enemies. And for abnormalities, only count the core as an enemy.
S tier.
This is what? 1 damage per hit? For any team that's not sinking? It's like...
S.
1 gloom damage.
It's 1 gloom
tier.
damage X amount of times for the fight. It definitely doesn't belong in S. You're not... I would put it in A. I think you always take this if you're running sinking. Definitely. Probably above Nixie Divergent. No, it's above.
My compass was
Ishmael
broken
is
in
crying
MDs.
right now.
It's...
got lost in the peaks.
By the way, I hope you all like not being able to see the screen. B? I think it's fair to put it lower, but I think if you're playing sinking and this shows up, you do always take it.
Oh no. We can no longer see the gifts.
Artistic
no longer
Sense.
So this one is the one I titled the good sinking ego gift. I want to drink paint.
Yeah. Okay, so what Artistic Sense does is you deal 35% more damage against enemies suffering negative effects from SP loss. And when Sinking's effect applies to enemies without sanity, the affinity of the damage changes to whatever is the most effective. I have to explain why I'm going to put this one in S tier, but it does go into S tier. Basically, what this gift does, if you upgrade it twice, is it gives you 50% damage on all IDs for free. And it doesn't matter if it's...
The drink is for you! It is!
It doesn't matter what team you're running. If you upgrade it twice, it is free 50% damage bonus. No matter what.
So many good drinkables in the S tier. Look at that. We have a whole feast soon enough.
There's 2 bottles of alcohol and a bottle of paint.
And there's like
now we're looking at them upgraded. I've always been looking at them
drink a
upgraded.
car battery. There's battery acid in there.
Yeah, you don't want to eat that.
Why not? Acid battery, my beloved. You never eaten battery acid pies?
I'm counting the upgrade if I know what the upgrade does, because I know what it does. Like, a lot of the newer gifts, when you upgrade them, they just don't gain anything.
Why?
I don't know.
Car battery is like that ice cream pot, except it's all battery acid. You know what I mean? That's what I imagine.
You said you won't look at upgrades.
Vision.
No, I said I would take into account upgrades if I knew what they did. Go look. Black Sheet Music is yet another fusion gift, so it can't go higher than A. On hit against an enemy with a skill, inflict 5 sinking potency. Turn start, enemies or parts with sinking regain sinking count. Each enemy lost on hit last turn divided by 2 sinking count. And if the base attack skill hits it against a target with less than 0 SP, And for enemies without SP, if they have 1.2 plus Gloom resist, inflict sinking potency divided by 10 additional Gloom affinity damage on hit. Minimum of 1. This effect can activate up to 10 times per turn. Is Angela
What the
high?
Fuck.
No, she's just
No.
like this.
No,
What
she's
do you
not.
mean I'm just like this?
This goes with Enrapturing Trance. It's still really good in a sinking team, but you usually don't need it. You know?
Silent Orchestra Aberration, F tier. Hate that fucking
What?
bastard.
What?
I
We
hate
don't
that
even know which
bastard and everything
abnormality
he
it's
made.
from.
We don't know if it's a Silent Orchestra aberration, because we don't know
It has to be.
what abnormal.
Bullshit
Well,
it
this
isn't.
the fusion gifts are never going to have events in the mirror dungeons because, you know, with the
They're
exception of
pussies!
no, with the exception of devotion, which they removed the event that it was tied to. So, sorry, they removed it from the event that it was tied to. The event is still there. It's worse than the rock. Which rock?
There's a rock in here?
This is a spear.
There are many rocks in here.
This is Spearhead.
No, I don't
This
think
spear?
Glimpse is better than the Bleed Fusion. Pendant of Nostalgia. Combat start, a random ally gains 3 poise potency, and it prioritizes allies who gain poise potency from their skills, and prioritizes allies with gloom skills, and if they have gloom skills, they gain 3 poise and 2 count.
I like it.
Pendant of Nostalgia is genuinely pretty good. Like,
I feel like all Poise gifts are pretty good.
I'd put it
Like,
Poise is a funny one because no matter what team you're running, Poise can always help your damage.
yeah.
So,
Plus 20%.
I don't think it's good enough to put in S, but I would put it in A easily. Like there. Probably. Because it's
I need
just
a
nice,
salute.
you know?
Here we go.
Ornamental Horseshoe is the bad one. Turn start applies 2 random applies 2 poise potency to 2 random allies who don't have poise. When all allies have poise, apply 1 poise count to all allies. This is like the one exception to the rule with poise gifts. This is the one that's bad, but you need it for a fusion. Because
The amulet?
no, the horseshoe.
Oh, the horseshoe.
And it's just because it doesn't apply enough for it to matter. Like, most of the time you won't get the crit. If you're not using a poise team, you don't get the count. So, it's not worth talking about as
I mean,
much.
I kind of like the count it gives, you know?
It can
If you
only
have, like,
give you count if
nebulizer.
everybody in your team has poise.
When
I mean, like, if you
upgraded,
have
it gives you 3
nebulizer and if you have
count.
horseshoe,
Yeah, if you have nebulizer, it's a very important thing to say out loud. What's more
mean,
important
true.
for having nebulizer if you have another gift that works with it? Gaining a poise count or gaining a power?
I mean, I like the funny horseshoe.
It's 3 count on plus plus, people are saying.
Fine, I'll put it in C.
Woohoo!
Woohoo.
Yippee!
Yippee! Fine.
I'm starting to realize why Bleed is so good. It's just all this other crap is trash. I don't know what to
Yeah,
do.
no, you're pretty right. Cigarette holder. Allies with poise gain 1 power up. Allies with 5 or more poise count gain 2 power up.
Holy moly.
Hey,
Yeah, that's
wood
an A.
smoke.
I would actually put it above Soothe the Dead because if you have nebulizer, this applies to every team.
It's crazy that they just made a gift that gives you like one of the strongest effects of power up. And
Yeah.
then it does that easily acceptable.
By the way, you can start the run with this.
Hey, yo.
Stone Tomb. Allies gain 50% more poise potency from skill effects. And when an ally defeats an enemy with a Sloth Affinity skill, they gain 2 poise potency and 2 poise count at the next turn start once per turn.
Rock Scrunchy, A tier.
Rocks Crunchy. Probably
A
like
tier.
C. I mean, you can start with it, put it in B. It's one of the ones that you don't really need because there's a ton of other gifts that give you poise.
And like you can also start with pipe instead.
Yeah. Like, it's good, but you need to have poise, and you don't always take it in poise. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Okay, Nebulizer. I don't think anybody has a problem with me putting this in S.
don't know what
Nebulizer
it
is so good
does.
they made an ego.
Nebulizer
Do.
says, first turn, start of an encounter, all allies gain 4 poise potency and 4 poise count. When activating Pride Absolute Resonance, all allies gain 2 poise potency and 2 poise count, and does not stack with Thoracalgia Ryoshu's ego passive.
It's crazy they added that.
I love random crits. I love random crits.
Yeah,
S.
it's just random crits, the gift. For any of you
I love
TF2
random crits.
nerds. It literally turns every team into a poise team, yeah. So, that by itself makes it crazy. Got back in
Look at
time
that.
just to glaze Nebulizer? I mean, why wouldn't I glaze Nebulizer? It's nuts. You know? What's
I
next?
can't believe
4
they're power creeping the ego gifts. Eat it! Consume!
4-leaf clover. When an ally with poise at the combat start... Wait, what? It has that restriction? When an ally with poise at combat start critical hits an enemy, they gain 5 poise potency and 2 poise count next turn once per turn. And if the skill's affinity was gluttony, they gain 7 and 3 instead.
Nebulizer.
I mean, Nebulizer definitely makes this better. I put it like here-ish, probably. It's really good
I'd
in
put
poise.
it low A. It's like has the same limitation.
No,
bullshit.
it's more important in poise because it's needed for the fusion as well.
Ugh.
This place is nuts. It's so true.
This place is nuts.
I would take most theme items over Nebulizer. Okay. Good for you.
It's a theme item.
Can someone tell me what's that thing on the bottom left? That's me! And Ziv and
Me.
Angela.
What's that thing on the left?
Endorphin Kit. When gaining poise potency from skill effects, gain 1 poise and 1 poise count. If the
Yeah,
skill's
I
effect
like
was
the drugs.
envy, double it.
A.
This one's worse because it
No,
doesn't
this is
affect
C.
anything outside of poise teams, unlike the other poise gifts.
C.
I would put it at like the top of B, if I'm being honest. This used to be way stronger, but nowadays you don't really need it for any reason.
I'd say C if there's nothing better.
It's also rare,
Yeah.
but you do need it for a fusion, to be fair. Yeah, I'll put it in A.
Ugh.
I'll put it in low A, I think. It's not as important, is what I'm saying. No, I'm putting it
I
in
would
B.
not
Fuck
put it
you,
in
chat.
A.
These are both these are all fusion materials at the top of B. Get over it.
Wait, Endorphin Kit is a fusion material?
Yeah, it's used for the new one.
Oh.
I don't remember. It's Cask of Spirits or something like that. Does the tree branch work on non-rupture teams? No. You need to be able to inflict rupture for it to do anything. Clear mirror, calm water.
Can you eat endorphins? Yes. You can also eat this
Okay.
water thing.
Clear mirror,
I'd
calm
eat a bit of
water
water.
increases the critical hit damage multiplier from 1.2 to 1.7. And if a critical hit consumes poise count, the ally gains 10 offense level up next turn.
S
Also very
plus.
cool upgrade.
I would put it in at well. You do need Nebulizer for it to work, but you usually do always take it, regardless.
It's so strong that
Always
yeah,
take it. Doesn't
You
matter.
have to get another gift, but it's
No, it does matter because if you can't crit, it doesn't do anything.
and it's also really good to upgrade.
No, you can
always
upgrade it.
take it. It's very high level, regardless. Even if
No,
you're
I'm
not
putting
gonna
it in
use
S.
S. Any water lovers out there? Water enjoyers? Hell yeah, I would eat a water.
And it's still true that we can eat most of the stuff that's an S tier.
You
Yes.
can't eat a globe. It's not recommended.
We will try. Bullshit. You don't know if it's a
I'd
globe. It
slurp
could be a
that.
bubble.
It's like a bowl. It's like a bowl. You like take a big spoon and then.
It could
Okay.
be a bubble.
Lucky pouch. First things first. This is a fusion gift that requires you to have 5 poise units. So I can't put it above A. Combat start. If a random ally with poise critical hits on an enemy with a skill, all allies gain 7 poise potency and 7 poise count next turn, once per turn. That first effect is crazy. Skill 3s of identities with skills that apply or gain poise potency or count, not including ego, gain final power plus 3, coin power plus 12 divided by the number of coins, and damage dealt plus 50 divided by the number of coins percent. You guys don't eat globes? No. And then combat start, a random ally gains 3 poise potency. Great. And if they have the gloom skill, they also gain 2 count. I don't know. I think that last part is literally just there because you need horseshoe to make it.
Yeah.
I would eat that one. Look at that munchable thing.
It's pretty munchable.
paper.
Ouch.
No, I'm talking about the paper, not the
Oh,
coin bag.
okay. You can eat paper. That's fine. Curriculum
Yeah,
vitae.
I eat paper.
Turn end. Allies with 7 or more charge count and unique charge gain 1 haste next turn. If the ally has gloom skills, they gain 2 haste and 1 power up instead.
Oh, woohoo.
Oh, you're right. That is the pendant effect. That's true. I would put this in A, probably.
Yeah.
It's just really solid.
It's just haste. That's useless.
It gives you power
it's
up if you have
power up.
gloom skills. And most charge IDs have gloom skills.
I like
Oh,
everything
we're
that
moving
gives
over
power
to
up.
charge now?
You
Oh.
can make it work in non-charge teams
B,
because there's a
C.
ton of gifts that give you charge.
I'd say that's a C because it's if there's nothing better, you take that one.
What? No. Why is
do you
red
mean?
stained higher than wound cleared? Because every team can take advantage of it. That's why. Wrist gauntlet. Gotta scroll down, actually. Wrist guards. Turn start. Allies with 5 or more charge count and unique charge gain 1 damage up. And if they have pride skill, they gain 2 damage up. This is like the exact same reasoning, honestly. It's just better than Curriculum Vitae, because it's damage instead of speed. And again, you can make
Why
it work
A
in
tier?
non-charge teams. Most charge
This
gifts
is-
that just
this
want
is
you to have
biased.
charge are B, because it's easy to get charge. No, they're A, because it's easy to get charge. Also, both of these are fusion materials, as well. Employee card. When
F.
activating Wrath Absolute Resonance, or using a skill that gains or applies charge count or unique charge, all allies gain 3 charge count at the next turn start.
It's
Um,
a charge ID? I thought it was one of those discount shop things.
No. Those are way down here. Like,
You put them down there? Why?
that's the order they were in when I opened the image.
No,
Okay.
Kaskozhuk, why didn't you rearrange the order?
What happened to those IDs that are like specific to us MD that is no longer available, or to events that aren't available?
They
Are
weren't
they still
events. You just got them after a certain amount of floors because they added team member slots. Why Wrath Absolute Resonance in charge? That's a really good question. Unfortunately, it also just applies if you use a skill that gives you charge, so it's still pretty good. I would probably put it at the
Above the fucking
No.
spearhead.
No, I would put it at the top of B.
Let's
say-
set
you
up
do-
the rule that
Here's the thing, though.
spearhead
No.
will always
I'll
be
put
the
it up
lowest
here.
A.
I'll put it up here because you do always take it because you can start with it.
Oh, I mean, I sometimes take the yellow one.
Chat, what's your judgment?
That matters. It matters. Playing devil's advocate for a quick second, the Wrath Resonance in mind for non-charge teams? Yeah, I know. It's like, it's fine. It's not bad at all. You do always take it if you're playing the charge team because you could start with it.
Then who?
Then who? Any team that does Wrath Absolute Resonance.
And Gorp!
No, Okay, portable battery socket. Turn start. 2 random allies gain 2 charge count. When activating Sloth Absolute Resonance, a random ally gains 3 charge count at combat start. This
I'm
one
gonna go
is an
for
if there's
Limbus.
nothing better choice. This one is not as good. It's really not doing it much, but it does do something that can matter. You know?
There's a transceiver or a transmitter, something like that.
No, it's a battery socket.
What the fuck is a socket?
You know the thing you plug into the wall?
No.
It's like a portable phone charger, almost, is what I would describe it as. You plug something into it and it charges that thing up, but it has a limited charge by itself.
Ah, Benjamin.
Benjamin? Yeah, sure.
Chat.
Night vision
You're
goggles.
with me, right?
Night vision goggles. This gift activates when an ally has 15 or more charge count at turn start. Combat start, the ally with 15 or more charge count loses 3 charge count and gains 5 offense level.
Metal Gear.
This is a gift I genuinely do not care about at all.
F.
I-
Ugly.
It's probably F, if I'm being realistic.
It's just bad.
It's just not very good, yeah. You don't need it for most teams. Even in charge, you probably don't prioritize getting it. It doesn't matter. It's also very bad early in a run, yeah. Because it spends charge.
I cannot know a damn thing and still have the base takes. I'm the best.
Okay, Lightning Rod is apparently
What's a rod?
Dungeon 2 gift. Encounter start, all allies gain 3 charge count. If 2 or more participating allies have envy skills, all allies gain 5 charge count instead.
Does charge do anything if you haven't?
Charge can do things if you have other gifts that activate an effect if you have charge. But it only triggers once.
No, I'm
So,
asking,
like-
if a unit doesn't mess with charge, has charge, what does that do for them? Nothing?
Nothing unless you have the gifts that activate off it.
See.
Jeez. No, Lightning Rod is a pretty solid gift, I would say. It's useful because it does things, especially in its team, but it also doesn't do a lot. So, no, I'll put it in B. It still only... I think it does trigger multiple times if you fully upgrade it, but it only triggers once. So... Material Interference Force Field. First turn, start of a wave. All allies gain 3 charge barrier. This one is bad, but you need it for a fusion, I would say. Because it's just a worse lightning rod. And that's significant. I might be... I might actually... You know what? I'll put it in C, because it does give you shield. So it does something for non-charge teams, I guess. Shield HP does help with turn 1 skill 3s that consume your HP, I guess. Yeah, that's true. Charge type gloves. Max charge count plus 10. At encounter start, all allies gain 5 charge count, and at turn start, all allies gain 2 charge count. Charge type gloves feels like a very low S tier thing. It's like Nebulizer, but worse. And for charge
But
gifts.
it doesn't do anything for everyone.
That's the thing. Charge doesn't do anything for everyone else, but Poise does. Meanwhile, Nebulizer does the same thing as this, but it just doesn't do anything passively, is what I'm saying. It's the same thing as Nebulizer, but for non-charge teams, and it's more rare. You know what? I'll put it at the top of A. Because I think it's worse than Glimpse of Flames, actually. Because it does enable you to be able to use charge gifts in non-charge teams. But outside of that purpose, it doesn't do anything. lot better than it used to be. No, it used to be fine. That's the thing. T1 Perpetual Motion Machine. We've got...
Funny.
This is another fusion gift. First turn, start of wave. All allies gain 7 charge barrier. Turn start. Each identity gains sum of total charge count and unique charge consumed by skill use in this encounter divided by 4. Offense level up. Maxes out when a sum of 40 charge count and unique charge are consumed. That's 10 offense level up, if you don't want to do the math. Turn start. All allies gain charge count plus unique charge divided by 5 plus 1. Damage up to 9. Each identity gains 1 charge every time they consume 20 charge count, 2 times per identity per encounter, and unique charge does not interact with it. And after attack, if a skill that consumed charge count on self, inflict charge -1 defense level down 5 times per enemy per turn, and can inflict up to 3 defense level down at a time. It's actually a little insane how much this got buffed.
I guess, I don't know.
It's a fusion gift, so it can't go in S, is basically what it is. Wouldn't help you with charge gifts that benefit from charge? No, it would. That was my argument. T1 Perpetual Motion Machine is insane, though. Like, genuinely. Yeah.
Where'd you put it? Oh, A.
I put it right underneath Bloody Mist. Its first
Well,
iteration
still
was
rings.
pretty bad, but... Okay, now we're on to some of the gifts that don't have a defined playset. Starting with Dreaming
Yours.
Electric Sheep. After defeating an enemy by using an Envy skill or Slash skill, raise the unit's Slash skill power by 2 for the next 2 turns. And when activating Envy Absolute Resonance, all allies gain 2 offense level up and 2 defense level up at combat start. I think this is a pretty solid if there's nothing better gift. Like, the fact that if it triggers off of Envy Resonance is nice.
I'm not looking at a fucking Kirby enemy.
No, this is the sheep. A or
Oh,
B,
it's a
come
little
on.
Plushie.
It's fusion fuel. That's not something I'm taking into account for most gifts.
No, that's not a plushie. That's like an amiibo.
Flame is
That's
better
awesome.
for speed. LT, stop. I'm not moving Glimpse of Flames. I know it's good. Put it in D because it reminds me of Damien? No, because it's not needed for a fusion. I can't put it in D. I'm not going to put anything in A tier because it's fusion fuel. That's stupid. We're going by the effect of the gift if it has an effect. Gathering Skulls. After defeating an enemy by using a Pride Affinity or Pierce damage skill, raise the unit's Pierce power by 2 for the next 2 turns. I don't know why this is just Dreaming Electric Sheep, but with Pierce, and it doesn't have an additional effect for some reason. But it's an if there's nothing better gift, definitely. Because there's a lot of IDs that just have Pierce gifts.
I say that's an F.
No, I wouldn't put in an F. It does do something tangible when it activates.
Isn't it in the fucking... isn't it in an encounter where you can get a different gift?
Yeah, but its alternative is Bone Steak, which we will get to.
Okay, well...
Pretty colloquially known as one of the worst gifts in the entire game. Bone Steak. Sticky Muck. When hitting an enemy with a Pierce skill or a Gluttony skill, inflict 2 defense level down. This is an S tier gift.
Slurp-ma.
This is Slurp Muck.
Delicious.
It's also delicious, yeah.
Look
It's
at that.
insane.
We win.
Worse than
Thank
3
you,
charge
boss.
barrier? I actually do not agree with that. Yeah, no, Sticky Muck is crazy good.
S tier, folks.
It has no
sorry.
cap,
Slurp
is the
core.
big thing.
Slurp maxing. We
Late
got them drinks.
Bloomer's Tattoo. When hitting an enemy with a single coin skill or a pride skill, gain 2 offense level up and 2 defense level up next turn, up to 5.
B.
No. This is a.
The trap stem
Here's-
goes in B.
Here's the problem.
For
I don't have a
bitch.
tier for when something is not tied to an archetype, but you always want to get it. but it's not good enough to go into S.
B. I said B. What do you mean S?
But, like, Late Bloomer's Tattoo is really good. That's the thing.
What do you mean?
Here, I'm gonna fix this, actually. I'm gonna fix this right now. This is S, and I'm gonna add a row below that's A. Very strong.
My energy is oscillating. If I die, it's because the thunders got to me, the rain roll got
Yeah, I
to me.
heard that. There. We now have a tier that's A, but it's for gifts that don't have a status, but you're going to want to take them almost every time, but it's not good enough to go into S. And this is where we will put Late Bloomer's Tattoo by itself for now. Because
Is it
late...
an always take?
Huh?
Is it not an always take?
No, I don't think it's an always take. It's not good enough to be an always take. It's 5 offense level up and defense level up. Can we make F tier Late Blue? You know what? Sure.
Let's go.
There.
Let's go. It's not light blue, but okay.
They blend too much? That's true, but I don't know what I would change it to.
G.
Guh. What's this? Today's expression? After defeating an enemy by using a sloth or blunt skill, raise the unit's blunt power by 2 by end of next turn. This is better than gathering skulls because blunt is more common than pierce. But other than that, they're the same gift. No, it's not very
so
good.
little.
It's an if there's nothing better type gift. Definitely. Then it should be above the next tier. You really think people are going to be happy if I put Late Bloomer's Tattoo above Bloody Mist?
Mm-mm.
Exactly. Lowest
Fucking
star.
hate that one.
Lowest star. When hitting an
Fucking
enemy
that
with a
one.
blunt
F.
skill or a pride skill, inflict 2 SP damage. Allies with less than 0 SP deal 10% more damage. This one is a pretty bad one.
F. I lost a man D5 because I had this thing against Vain Pride.
Oh god,
And
yeah,
then
that
I
would
got
suck.
that fucking samurai, and it was just Jover. I couldn't sell it. I couldn't get rid of it, and I would lose. This, when you take this ego, you basically say nope to Vain Pride. You sucks to suck.
Yeah, I don't think lowest star is worth taking most of the time. It's just not good. It's also a starting gift. Fun fact. What's next? Perversion. Perversion says, after defeating one or more enemies using an attack skill, gain an ego resource of that attack skill's affinity at the next turn start. And if the skill was Wrath, you also gain 1 ego resource of all affinities the ally has.
People are saying Kim jumpscare. Why?
Yeah, Kim is the guy you're talking about. Perversion is like probably a if there's nothing better type pick, if I'm gonna be honest. I'd put it like there. Of all of the ego resource generating gifts, it's one of the weaker ones, though it does activate pretty frequently. You know what, I'll put it in pretty solid. It does activate pretty frequently.
S tier, baby!
No. It's not S tier.
No,
But
the
it's
next
like,
one.
it's not bad.
The next one is S tier.
Phlebotomy pack. When hitting an enemy with a skill, heal 12.5% of the character's missing HP once per turn. And if the skill's affinity was Wrath, heal double that.
S fucking tier. Always
Lowest
take.
star is nothing to do with Midwinter's Nightmare. What are you talking about? It doesn't inflict
Delicious
sinking.
Blood. Delicious blood.
Phlebotomy pack is very strong. I wouldn't
Fucking
call
S
it
tier.
an S tier healing gift because it
Always
goes by.
take. There's no reason you wouldn't take. It's free.
If I wasn't hanging out with a friend, I'd bully you anyways. Bye. Thanks, Mulberry. Is there any reason to not take this? Yeah, if there's better gifts available.
Bullshit! That's an encounter gift, and that's the only thing you get. Always take.
Well, yeah, if you get the encounter, you always take it. I'm talking about in, like, shops and as rewards.
I'm
Chat.
so big.
They're both
It's just
SP
free
down?
healing.
I don't know if you... Like, first
What-
off,
what-
it only applies to a third of all skills. Secondly, it can't deal damage.
It's not
What's
just-
happening?
We're
Healing
talking
is
about
not
phlebotomy
only
pack.
always-
I
Yeah,
like
they...
phlebotomy pay.
S tier.
I
Always
don't
take.
know if it's good enough to be S tier. That's the problem.
I wouldn't put it in ST actually.
Uh,
I think there's
Fine.
stronger things that do.
The heal that it gives you is very dependent on how much health you're missing, which is always bad. Like, imagine you're missing 5 HP. It heals you for 1.
But I feel like it's more important to get healing when you're low.
Yeah. So, like, it's not useless, definitely, but it's not. I wouldn't put it in S.
I like it in A.
Okay.
And it's also very
Fine.
juicy.
Bloody
it's very
Gadget.
juicy.
Bloody Gadget. Turn start, apply 2 damage up to a random ally, prioritizes allies with less skills, and they gain an additional damage up. This is an S
It's
tier
still really
gift.
good. Yeah.
This is easily an S tier. I think it goes above artistic sense, honestly.
More blood.
And its upgrades
More!
are also really good.
Yeah, if you upgrade it, this is 5 damage up to 2 allies, pretty much. It's really strong. Unconditional. You will always take... Bloody should be S. Read the parentheses! Bloody Mist doesn't do anything if you're not running a bleed team. It doesn't deserve to be an S, because it doesn't apply to every team. Why would you go out of your way to make Bloody Mist if you're not running a bleed team? It literally does nothing.
For the Red Mist reference.
It's not conditional on you having lust. It just prioritizes allies that have lust. It's at the top of the... Yeah, this is literally an S tier. Let's be real. It's already in S. You know what? You're so right. I forgot I changed it. Lithograph. Whenever an enemy is staggered, the ally with the least HP heals 5% of their max HP, and if said ally has a Gluttony Affinity attack skill, they heal 10%. This one I would put in S.
Yeah. I 100% agree. This is one of my favorite evil of the entire game.
It has Lust
I like
conditional. Turn start. Apply 2 damage up to a random ally. Where's your Lust conditional in that?
The last conditional was the ego gifts you made along the way.
Where's the Lust conditional in that? Lithograph goes in S. It is the best healing gift. It's not even questionable. Blue Zippo Lighter. Turn start, you gain 1 Gloom Ego resource and 1 Ego resource of 2 other random affinities.
I wonder where this one goes.
I wonder where this one goes. In my mouth, probably. No, I'll put it in S. It's still really
Yummy.
solid. You don't really need Ego as much anymore in Mirror Dungeons, but it's still insanely good.
Angela died.
Angela died? Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, she's probably going to watch Vox Machina.
Oh, true.
Which is fine.
I'll need to be twice the funnies. With 0% the amount of weed.
What's after that? Prejudice. First turn start of an encounter, the ally with the least HP heals 15% of their max. And when activating Pride Absolute Resonance, the ally with the least HP heals 12.5% of their missing. This one is worse than Phlebotomy Pack. It's still a healing
It is,
gift.
but I'm so biased towards it because Merge Spider is one of my favorite abnormalities.
It doesn't do any. It hasn't done anything yet. I'll put it in
I
B.
know, but it looks
It's a B worthy ego because it
that's
is
probably
healing.
where it should be.
Voodoo Doll. Turn start. Deal 3 NV damage to all enemies, and inflict 1 power down to enemies with 33% or less HP. I'm gonna be honest with you. Voodoo Doll goes in B as well. I would put it just below Prejudice.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Power down
I
is
just-
really good.
It's really good, but it only activates like when you're already kind of win.
Yeah, but it is also just free damage every turn, too. So there's that.
Yeah.
It's not the best source of damage, but it is also typed damage, so it could potentially do more. Or less. I wouldn't put it in S tier. It's not good enough for that. Oh, Tomorrow's Fortune. Man, this
This is
gift
so
got
sad.
gutted. Upgrade the first
Yeah.
encounter reward card to the highest tier it could spawn as.
Wow.
Wow. That's so irrelevant
Wow.
most of the time.
Man, I sure wanted those 3 ego resources for like every affinity. Thank you.
Yeah. That's so great. I would put it in F nowadays. Back then, I would have put it in, like, B.
I might still put it in C. Because,
What does it
like,
actually
can give you
do?
more
I
cost.
love hearing that question immediately after I read what it did. The fact that nobody knows what this does, even after reading it, means that it really isn't worth taking. Put it in A. No. It's not good enough to be an A.
This being enabled drop phlebotomy pack.
Coffee and Cranes. Turn start, gain 1 ego resource of a random affinity that does not correspond to any attack skill used last turn. And if a lust affinity skill was used last turn, gain 1 of every affinity ego resource that does not correspond to any attack skill used last turn.
It's ego's generation.
Yeah, but it's like not good ego generation. It's
Yeah.
good in solo, which we are not taking into account. But it's not like good ego generation because most teams have most of them. I would put it below perversion at best.
But it's really delicious. Like
It's good. This is like one of the only gifts that would taste good.
you are so wrong on that, but okay.
It's coffee. Oh, actually, you know what? I am wrong. I hate coffee. What am I talking about?
Yo, base. I too hate coffee.
Eclipse of Scarlet Maws. Turn start. When dealing damage with an attack skill for the first time, deal half of its damage as fixed damage to a random enemy. If the attack skill is Lust, deal said damage to 2 enemies instead. I'm gonna be honest with you, this is an S tier. This is very high S tier. Scarlet Maws is broken.
I mean, it kind of depends. Like in non-focused encounters, actually also focused encounters, but it really depends on what your facet identity is.
Yeah, but like, you know,
Yeah.
Gray Coat. When using a skill with 2
Yeah.
or more attack weight, increase its damage by 20%. When hitting an enemy with a skill with 2 or more attack weight or a gloom skill, heal by 20% of the damage dealt. Can you guess why this is going in S?
The damaging and healing.
It's
and ego?
it's just free damage and healing for all ego.
I mean, okay. I'm just so negatively biased against everything that just gives like +% damage. But
Those are
yeah,
the best gifts,
yeah.
Ziv.
I know that those are the best gifts, but they're just so boring.
Carmilla. At the start of a non-focused encounter, all enemies take fixed damage equal to 20% of their max HP.
I mean,
Put it in S.
yeah.
It's insane. Let's be real. This makes dungeons go so much faster. It's not conditional on you having a specific team. It's just really solid. Did you run the last 5 ego gifts you talked about again? I wasn't paying attention. No. Child within a flask. Encounter start. Gain 1 ego resource for every affinity. I think people usually agree that this is one of the worst ego affinity generating things because you don't do that many fights.
Yeah.
So we'll put it in like C because it does do something at the very least.
It really is just worse than like everything else. Okay, no, there's perversion.
Everybody's yelling at me to put it in S for some reason. We're not judging based on solos. Homeward. Encounter start. All participating allies heal 12% of their HP. It's just pretty strong.
Yeah.
I don't think it's better than phlebotomy pack because it's
Yeah, I
once
think
per
the
fight.
pack is better.
But
Yeah.
it's once per fight and fight ends fast. Okay, so how many fights are you doing?
I feel like literally every other ego generation gift that like is decent is better than this one.
Yeah, pretty much. Painkiller.
Yummy.
Turn start. Staggered allies healed by 12.5% of max HP and gain 3 protection this turn. Cool.
It's like when you're losing, you lose slightly less.
Yeah, this seems like a very good candidate for if there's nothing better to take.
Very true.
Because when are you getting staggered in Mirror Dungeon where, you know, summon Esku? No. I don't think that's necessary. And also, he wouldn't want to be here, I don't think. Voracious Hammer. After winning a combat encounter, gain 3 cost for each enemy defeated. It's not easy to judge these ones.
I like all of the cost gaining ones. I really do.
Like
Yeah.
it's just hard to judge them because they don't do anything in battle, but you do need cost when playing the Mirror Dungeon, so it's like you always want to take them.
Yeah.
They don't actually do anything in battle. See, this is what everybody in chat is saying. F and S. Those are the only 2 options. Like, I would probably put it in, like, A. Honestly.
I
Like,
think A is reasonable.
more cost is more
like,
cost. You know?
I really love cost. It's the best cost in every game.
Golden Urn. Gain 20% cost after winning a combat encounter. It's not 20% of your cost, it's 20% of the encounter's cost. This one does not pay for itself.
Like, the thing is, for me, it's always like, if I get this gift in a shop, I'm gonna buy the gift, it's gonna generate cost, and then I'm gonna sell the gift.
Pretty much. Like, this one's just solid. I wouldn't put it higher than solid. It doesn't feel like it Golden Urn deserves it.
Man, then I really have a weak spot for all cost generating gifts.
Yeah. Milepost of Survival. Upon clearing a floor boss, gain 80 plus the number of identities participating in the encounter times 5 additional cost, unaffected by effects that raise cost after clearing an encounter.
This gift is crazy to me. Like, why is the cost depending on the amount of identities participating in battle?
Yeah, I don't know why that is.
And why is it positive correlation? Like, shouldn't you like reward people if they do it like with less IDs?
Yeah, it's really strange. I would put it in A though. It's definitely better than Golden Urn, that's for sure.
Yeah.
If you get it late into a run, you just don't take it.
Yeah. But this easily pays for itself.
Yeah. Sun Shower. When activating Sloth Absolute Resonance or using a skill with 2+ attack weight, all allies gain 2 skill power. Now,
So free skill power?
it's not hard to just use an ego every turn. I don't think
No.
I return.
she returns. I would honestly...
Yes! Dear!
You already watched
The
all of Vox
fox!
Machina?
Fox is S tier.
Yeah, I would put the Fox in S tier. I don't think it goes very
Yeah.
high
Let's
in S tier.
go!
I don't think it goes
Just
super
in
high in
time.
S tier, but it is just free power, effectively. So,
I did confuse it for a dog, but okay.
got that dog in her. Did you
Fox
come back
is the
just for
best.
this one, or?
No, my energy. I did tell you my energy.
Oh, your
would've
yeah,
died,
your power
and
went
it
out.
did.
Okay,
Did you fucking kidding me?
I forgot. I forgot.
I came back just in time! I need to scream about Fox S tier. Look at it, it has an umbrella, it's so cute. I am biased.
This really was
Uh,
Rain World.
Rusty commemorative coin. If the first single coin attack skill that an ally uses during the combat phase doesn't defeat any
S
foes,
tier!
use the skill again. If after defeating an enemy by using a sloth or single coin skill, the ally gains 1 skill power next turn. I would put it
did
in
not
S
know that
probably.
did that.
Well,
S tier because
yeah, because you always have
every
ego.
ego.
Every single ego in the game.
Yep. Fucking S tier.
Same
I would
reason
eat
that
it.
that grimy iron steak doesn't deserve to be an F.
Once the void returns. Anyways,
Coin
what
is
did I
A
miss?
if you're trying not to corrode your sinners. No, I don't agree with that. I think it's S regardless. In fact, I would probably put it
Summon
above.
Asgo. I
No,
will summon Asgo.
I'm not gonna do that.
Can I do that?
You can, but I don't. He doesn't need to be here. He doesn't want to be. What's next? Phantom Pain. Skills with 1 attack weight deal 15% more damage, and when activating Gloom Resonant, Absolute Resonance, apply 2 offense level to all ability IDs at combat start. It's another S. It's just free damage.
Finally, you're saying reason on Phantom Pain.
You want to put this in S for other reasons, Civ.
It's just a good ego gift. What can I say?
When you did this last night, you put this in wood.
And I would
What?
again.
What was it?
Phantom
I
Pain.
missed it. What is it?
It's 15% damage for single target skills.
Isn't that every skill?
No, because any AoE skills it doesn't apply to.
B.
What? No, it goes in S. It's free
Actually,
damage.
Angela, you're wrong on every single way to judge this.
I mean, it doesn't look appealing to me. Look, it has a hole in its chest.
That's true. Illusory Hunt. Where is this gift on the list? I know what it... There it is. Focused encounter start. Apply 2 damage up to all allies. This is only for turn 1, but it is free damage. So I'll put it in A.
Yeah.
We smash or pass?
Definitely one of the
I'm not
tricky
doing
things.
that. Again.
Smash or pass?
Again.
I did it once. Yeah, it goes
You
in A.
can't smash
It-
or pass a majority of these, to be fair.
I mean, I feel like I would say pass for almost all of them.
I'd say would. In a scenario where
would.
it would be useful in carnal activities.
Okay. Disc
Then
Fragment.
there's-
Turn start.
There's potential there.
Turn start. Gain an ego resource of a random affinity for each non-gluttony ego skill used last turn. And if a gluttony skill was used last turn, gain 3 ego resources of a random affinity for each gluttony ego skill used last turn. I'll be
So,
real with you, chat.
This is like,
This is so awful.
yeah.
No,
I
hold
never
up.
understood why it's a tier 3.
Hold up. C.
No.
Because it's based on a very cool historical disc of astrology. And that's kind of awesome.
Okay, but what does
The
that do for
reference-
gameplay? Is this still bugged? Does it not work?
Good.
I don't know if it
If
works.
Honestly, that if
Huh.
you don't even know if it works, that's
All right.
all the more reason.
I think putting it at the bottom of F is fair then.
Oh,
I hate
my
this
poor
gift
little
so much.
fragment.
I hate this gift so much.
But
I
it's such
hate
a
it so
cool
much.
reference.
It's a cool reference, but it's terrible.
It's one of those ego resource generating gifts that suck.
It's still bugged.
That's so
That's
cool,
unfortunate.
Portugal.
Also, I got coffee. That was enough downtime
Yo.
for me to make coffee.
Sick. Okay, special contract. Enemies staggered by taking skill damage also receive fixed damage by 33% of their max HP, or the part HP, and are inflicted by 2 fragile next turn, once per encounter.
This one is
Consume.
good, right?
My
Yummers.
oh
I'm not
god,
tripping.
What did you do?
I hit middle mouse button. This is an easy S. In fact, I would put it above Nebulizer personally. What about Cranes? It's in B.
33%.
Cranes
Dude,
is
we're
in B.
gonna have a whole restaurant. We have the doll to have a little tea party. We have the jacket for the doll. We
The
have
most
the
important
the
part of a
preparation
restaurant, the
list,
tea party.
the grocery list. Oh, I lost you putting tablet on ass. Damn it. Tablet is ass. Agreed.
Lithograph?
Yeah.
Yeah, you weren't here for that. Yeah, no.
Oh.
Special contract is crazy.
Why is
Grand
light
welcome.
ass?
At encounter start, you gain 5 pride resources. And whenever an enemy dies, you gain 2 pride resources and 1 resource for 2 random other affinities. This is better perversion.
It's better perversion and better. Okay, no, it's not exactly better child in a flask, but it's good.
It's better perversion. I would put it like here probably.
Good for destroying Kim. Cool dog has said.
Yeah, no. Special contract is good for destroying any boss. It's just nuts. Grand welcome S plus. No, I don't think it's needed. I don't think ego resources are needed in most runs.
I feel like only if you generate as many and as varied ego resources as lighter, do you deserve to be an S.
Yeah, lighter is an S. There's nothing that's better than Zippo for generating resources. What's next? First aid kit. Turn start. One ally who's under 50% HP heals 25% of their max HP once per encounter and doesn't activate if the ally is dead. I love that they had to specify that. This one,
This is like painkillers, but
it's better than painkillers because it heals more. But it's not very good. It's very mad.
Yummers!
Yummers. Faith. After using a plus coin skill, fully heal the ally's SP at the next turn start unless corroded. Just put that in S.
yeah,
You pretty much
Let's get
always
some
take
good
those.
ego gifts finally.
I don't know. I don't put it above like damage gifts because those it technically doesn't help your damage at all. So it's still really good though.
Yeah.
Piece of relationship. Upon acquisition, all deployed identities gain 5 levels. When upgraded, this is 10 levels. Piece of relationship, surprise, surprise, very high S plus tier. If you see it, you take it. There's no question about that. It's just a flat upgrade to your stats. It's insanely good.
Good.
I'd like to piece some of that relationship.
It's basically a run. I would put it. I honestly want to put piece of relationship at the top of the tier list. Like as
Does
the
it make
number
your
1.
run easier than Thrill does?
It doesn't make your run easier than Thrill does. That's true. Is the thing. Like I want to put it
Thrill
at the
is
top, but I
just
feel like Thrill
eyes
is just
closed,
better.
Brain off.
They buffed it. Yeah, you can sell it now. I don't know why they did that. Ancient Effigy. Turn start. Select one of the fastest allies and apply 5 haste to them next turn. On the next turn start, select one of the fastest allies without the Ancient Effigy effect and reapply the gift effect to them, and it expires if no other allies can be selected. Basically what this does is, it goes down the line giving one ally 5 haste each turn until every ally has had it applied to them, and then it does nothing.
Oh, it does nothing? Oh.
Yeah, it just stops doing anything once everybody's had
I
it
thought
once.
it was bad, but I didn't think it was that bad.
It's not very good. It's an F tier gift, in my opinion. Even the teams that really want to go fast have so many other opportunities to get haste in a mirror dungeon that are so much easier. It's just not worth getting, usually.
I found it, finally.
Non-disclosure agreement. Turn start. A random ally deals 10% more damage, effective until the effect expires. The ally deals 10% additional damage every time it hits with a skill, and deals HP damage to an enemy. Oh, that's part of the same effect. Up to 40%. If the ally takes HP damage, the gift expires, and at the next turn start, apply the same gift effect to another random ally, and it expires if no other allies can be selected. This is the same thing as Ancient Effigy, but it's for a damage increase. And the damage increase lasts until you get hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the haste doesn't stay past that one turn. It's 1 turn of 5 haste for each unit. That's what Ancient Effigy does. It's so terrible. Now, non-disclosure agreement does stay. I wouldn't put it in S tier because it's very limiting. I would put it in A because...
Don't break NDA, Coffee said.
Yeah, don't break the NDA.
Don't sell the NDA.
Oh.
It is a common misconception that you cannot break the NDA. You actually can if the NDA is signed to hide something illegal.
That's true. That is a law. Lunar Memory. All type and affinity resistances of enemies, and for abnormalities, all parts, change to fatal. This is free 4 times damage on all attacks.
Whoa.
Yeah, I don't think this is much of a question. I don't put it above... Would I put it above Thrill? Probably.
I mean, but it's kind of hard to obtain.
It's hard to obtain, but if you see it, you're taking it, right?
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
So it goes in S tier.
What?
New tier? I'm not putting it in its own tier. S plus is already always take. You're taking it if you see it. Okay? Alright, now we got into some of the annoying ones that I have to scroll very far down to see because they're technically theme gifts.
Woohoo.
Ebony Brooch is exclusive to the Outcast. First turn, start of an encounter, inflict 2 Rupture Potency and count to all enemies. It's like a smaller Nixie Divergence, but for Rupture. And inflict 2 Bind next turn to turn end to all enemies for 3 turns. This is actually very good. It's damage and free bind. I would put it in A, personally. Probably like here-ish.
I mean... yeah. Yeah.
It's definitely a pretty solid gift, all things considered. I say that like I didn't label the tier pretty solid. No, I'd put it in A. Then we've got Blood Red Mane. Effects apply to all identities with Wrath or Lust skills. On turn end, if this unit did not take any damage from enemy skills, gain 2 haste and 2 defense power up. And turn end, if this unit did take damage from enemy attack skills, gain 2 bind and clash power up.
I like this one. Is it? I think
it's all right. It's a little weird that it reduces your speed if you get hit, but overall it's pretty good. Put it like here-ish, probably near the top of B.
My takes.
But I honestly put it in A, but
I can put it at the bottom of A. It's just free haste most of the time.
Yeah.
What's
Because
next?
bind.
Dry to the Bone Breast.
That's crazy.
S tier, crunchy, tasty, delicious.
Yummers.
Why is it not in the
Yummer.
theme section? What? Am I stupid? There it is. When inflicting Rupture with the skill, inflict 3 Rupture count.
Okay, that's not so good.
No, that's crazy. What are you talking about?
Angela.
What?
It goes in S. It goes
Wait.
above Thunder Branch.
I don't know these things.
Angela, I thought you knew how to cook.
It's
I
useless
only know
outside
how
of Rupture,
blood.
but...
I don't do Rupture, I do blood. Bleed.
She does the blood.
Then we
Into
have
the blood.
Hot and Juicy Drumstick, which is the same thing but for burn. Now, admittedly, for burn, that's less important.
Nah, that's good. A tier, S tier.
It's
Not
still an
A
S tier
it's
gift. I put it above Fiery down
Yeah.
because burn count can
Chicken
sometimes be
nugget.
annoying to get.
It's the best one. It's
Also-
the burn enabler when burn was bad.
Burn never
I think
had
it's-
that problem, though.
S tier? Why are people saying S tier? Does it apply without
No, S tier...
TOS?
S is always take in the status team. S plus is always take regardless.
S plus.
No, it doesn't go in S
Wait, why
plus
did you do that? What's wrong with you?
because that's how it that makes sense, doesn't it?
People are gonna be confusing
Makes
as hell saying S.
Yeah, but they're
Which
already
one?
confused, so.
Alright.
Yeah, you can just get both of
Honestly,
these gifts from the same event. It's very funny.
If you really want to confuse people, just like remove the explanations behind the tiers.
Glimpse doesn't need it.
Blood thing. What's the name? Catch up.
No, Tango Marinade. If the unit's speed is faster than the target, gain plus speed divided by 3 clash power, up to 3. In
S.
most situations,
I like
this is
clash
just
power.
3 clash power,
Yeah.
which is really, really good.
Yummers!
Yummy
Look at
ketchup
our
for my
tea
chicken
party.
nugget.
Let's fucking go. We even got a fox.
Ketchup at the tea party?
I actually put it up here. It's just,
That-
yeah, it's Mio's prowess is what that skill is, basically. Okay, we've got Sharp Needle and Thread. Each turn, the first skill to deal damage to an enemy deals bonus fixed damage by half of the damage dealt.
Wow, it's like even better than like.
It's a
one model
weaker...
you can
No,
get
no,
with
no.
Eve.
It's a weaker Eclipse
Oh.
of Scarlet Moths.
B.
Oh yeah.
No, it goes in
Okay,
S+, plus, Angela.
Why?
Because it's Eclipse of Scarlet Moths. It's the same gift, pretty much.
Oh, I. Guh?
The only
I
difference is
misinterpreted
it doesn't
probably.
apply to 2. It's just free 50% extra damage to a first attack.
Eclipse of Scarlet Moth applies to 2.
Eclipse of Scarlet Moths applies to 2 if the attack was Lust.
Works with AoE Eagles.
It also does work with AoE, that's true. But
Okay.
Scarlet Moths is way easier to get. Like, Sharp Needle and Thread is genuinely one of the rarest gifts in the game. When Dungeon 5 came out, it was the last gift that I got for the Compendium. That's how rare it is. And yes, for the theme pack specific gifts, I am factoring in that you can only get them in that theme pack. Because, of course you do. Why wouldn't you? And then we have Contaminated Needle and Thread. The following effect applies to the first skill to deal damage to an enemy. Inflict damage dealt divided by 3 bleed potency. Which is a lot, by the way.
S tier.
The event's like a 50-50. Yeah, it's literally a 50-50, and the event is also rare.
Delightful bleed. S.
Yeah.
It is just a huge burst of damage again. I put it near the bottom of S, yeah.
But don't you need bleed? What?
Yeah.
No, it inflicts bleed regardless. You don't need bleed to be able to use it.
Oh.
Oh, beautiful.
This could
Look at
theoretically
that.
inflict, like, 90 bleed.
So many munchies. So many little
I had no
seeds.
idea how this gift worked till just now.
Yeah, no. Contaminated Needle and Thread is pretty good. It's
I'm
just,
learning so much.
you know. Okay, on to Claim Their Bones event. Gifts. Old Dopo Robe. Encounter start. Activates when there are 3 or more Blade Lineage identities, so immediately can't go above S tier. All allies deal 50% more slash damage. Blade Lineage identities skill 1 gains 1 coin power, and single coin skill 1s gain 3 coin power. And for Blade Lineage Mentor Merceau only, Yield My Flesh skill gains final power minus 12, and To Claim Their Bones deals 50% more damage. Yeah, the
already
threads
have
are from
like
Hell's
this.
Chicken. This is
S.
S. Because it doesn't apply to every team. It's probably worse than the bag, if I were to guess.
The bag.
Then we have Ragged Bamboo Hat. Encounter start. Activates when there are 3 or more Blade Lineage identities. All allies deal 50% more damage. Slash damage. Blade Lineage identities that have Poise. Guaranteed crit. And Blade Lineage identities deal 50% more damage on crit. Which is
Yeah.
kind of nuts, but unfortunately requires you to have a specific team, so can't go in the top tier.
It's also very fashionable.
Yeah, it's very fashionable. Lies. Black Ledger. First turn start of an encounter. Gain random ego resources equal to the number of enemies. If there are 4 or more Blade Lineage or Kurokumo clan identities participating in the encounter, only counts on the field at encounter start. Gain ego resources for the least owned ego affinity instead. This is like Child Within a Flask, but it's limited to the number of enemies, and the the resources you get are random. So, like, it could
Yeah, it's
theoretically
one
be
of
better
those-
than Flask. It could theoretically be worse than Flask. But because it's rare, I'm putting it lower.
It's
Why
one of
is
those
Flask
banger
there?
ego.
Because Flask is bad. That's why.
But it's free.
It's
Uh,
free?
Red Tassel. If the target has 1.5 or lower slash resistance, their slash resistance is plus 0.3.
People cannot see what you're
I
talking about.
This
I
one.
can see.
I would put it in A, probably. It's 30% more slash damage to enemies who are less resistant to slash. It's pretty solid.
Too specific for me. B.
It's specific, but it's still pretty free to activate.
I mean, it's more damage, so it's basically S plus because. That was... I hate that.
I think A is fine. Broken Blade. When an ally critically hits an enemy, deal an additional Poise potency divided by 3 pride damage. But Blade Lineage identities deal Poise potency divided by 2 pride damage. It's like fine. I think if you are using the Blade Lineage team, you probably always take it. If you're using a Poise team, it's still pretty solid. I
Would
think
not
S is...
eat it.
I wouldn't eat it. Yeah, no, that's fine. I would put it like here, I think.
Such boring
It's got that
egos.
crunch.
These Kurokumo clans sounds very stupid.
Kurokumo Client. No, that's not the name of the gift. Fractured Blade. During this encounter, when inflicting bleed potency or unique bleed for the first time against an enemy with an attack skill effect, inflict an additional 2 bleed count. Kurokumo clan identities inflict an additional 4 bleed potency and 4 bleed count.
S tier. Bleed. Always good. Would eat it.
It actually, I think, probably does go in S tier, if I'm being
It
honest.
does.
In the Kurokumo team, you definitely want this. It's
No,
still
that
kind of
is
rare.
not a low S tier. That is a
No, that is a
blue
low
cleric.
S tier. It's worse than Rusted Cutting Knife because it only activates once per identity.
Oh, it's once per identity?
Yeah, it's once per encounter per identity.
Ugh. Blech. Spit it out.
Okay.
Disgusting.
Rusted Hilt. All allies gain 1 slash power up. Blade Lineage and Kurokumo clan identities gain 2 slash power up. This is like the exact same thought process as Red Tassel, pretty much.
How original. They really ran out of ideas for that one, huh?
It's just 1 slash power up. Who would argue with that? You know? Everybody's saying S. I don't think you realize how restricting slash is. Slash is the least common damage type on good IDs. I don't think it's an always take, is basically what I'm saying. And then we've got the fusion gifts. First off, Unbending. No, first off is Sublimity, sorry. Encounter start activates when there are 3 or more Kurikumo clan identities. Turn start, all allies gain 2 slash power up and deal 35% more slash damage. Turn start, when a Kurikumo clan identity deals damage for the first time, inflict an additional 4 bleed potency and 4 bleed count. Yeah, it's going.
Bleed!
Nobody's.
S tier.
I don't think anybody's gonna complain about me putting this in S. In fact, I'd put it really high in S. If you have 3 Kurikumo identities, you're taking that every single time.
S. Bleed is best.
And then Unbending. Encounter start activates when there are 3 or more Blade Lineage identities. Turn start, all allies gain 2 slash power up and deal 35% more slash damage. And when a Blade Lineage identity hits critically, deal pride damage equal to Poise potency. This one is also really good. Probably not better than the hat, though. It's like comparatively worse. But if you're using the team, you're taking it every time. You know? Okay.
I don't.
Okay. Fair
I'm
enough.
blocked from that event. I can't fucking play it.
You can play the mirror dungeon, can't you?
I can't. It doesn't show up.
Oh, that's weird.
It doesn't.
All right.
Deadass doesn't show up.
Now we are getting into the ego gifts that I don't read.
Yeah, now we're getting into the ego gifts that most people probably aren't going to be as familiar with because they were added much later. These are from Dungeon 4 onward is when these gifts got added. So they're a lot newer. Starting with melted...
Disgusting F.
Let me get there. Melted Paraffin. When winning a clash that with a skill that inflicts burn potency count or unique burn, inflict number of remaining coins divided by 2 burn potency on the target. If this wasn't used in a fusion gift, this would be the worst ego gift in the entire game.
See? I know my stuff.
But unfortunately, it's in a fusion, so it goes in D.
Why? Ugh.
Polarization. If the ally has 30 or more... If the ally has 30 or more SP than the target, deal 7.5% more damage with skills that inflict burn potency count or unique burn, and for enemies without SP, their SP counts as 0. It's
gifts that just give you like it's probably S tier. It gives damage up. I don't know.
no, this is a C. This is an if there's nothing better because it only applies to burn teams. This is too high for it. It only applies to burn teams, and you have to have a lot more SP, which is usually pretty common. But it's a very small damage increase as well.
This
Very expensive.
thank you because I agree with damage gift being anywhere below S tier.
Go?
Pain of Stifled Rage. Applies only to number 1 and number 2 identities. When inflicting burn or unique burn with a skill effect to an enemy that has burn or unique burn, gain a haste next turn, 2 times per skill, 2 times per turn. If the affected unit already has haste, gain 1 haste and 2 offense level up instead. This is a very if there's nothing better type gift.
Wow, burn really fucking
I generally
got nothing on them.
like the haste gift, but like it's haste.
It's all right, but you don't need it. Is what I'm saying. You're gonna see a lot of stuff like this, chat. Just so you know. Ardent Flower applies to number 1 and number 2 deployed identities. When an ally attacks an enemy, if the target has burn potency on self percent or less HP, and for abnormalities, core HP, deal 50% more damage with attack skills that inflict burn, potency, count, or unique burn.
So boring.
Ardent, no, it's boring, but Ardent Flower is going in S. You are always taking this if you're running burn.
Would not eat it. Boring.
Well, it's
you
a flower.
Could totally make a dish out of that.
I feel like this would be better grinded into like some fine pepper. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, probably.
Yeah. I know.
Here's a
my
good
stuff.
one. Fragment of Hellfire.
Consume!
Activates when using ego skills that apply burn, potency, count, or unique burn. Gain final
Oh, no.
power equal to Wrath ego resources plus the sum of other ego resources divided by 3 consumed, and deal 50% more damage. Wrath ego skills inflict additional burn count based on ego grades before their attack. And
I
deal
don't care about how yummy it looks, but F tier because it clogs up the fusion pool.
more damage. It does clog up the fusion pool, but let's be realistic, this isn't that bad. It's still pretty solid.
F. I'm with Zip. He sold me on the clog up fusion bullshit.
Everybody's saying C. It is used in a fusion gift, to be fair. If we want to be really technical.
Oh, the kidney stones are C.
I wouldn't put it in C. I only wouldn't put it in C because most burn ego are Wrath. So they get a huge damage boost.
I'd put it in F because it's a fusion, so like you're not even gonna run into that fucking item. If you don't want to.
No, it's not a fusion, it's used in a fusion.
What?
It's used in
What the fuck do you...
Lunar Memory.
Isn't this a level 4?
Yeah. You confuse Lunar Memory.
You confuse... If you get the blunt, slash, and pierce
collect all
memories
the
and
stones,
2
so-
of the ego gems, you can make Lunar Memory in a plus
Yeah,
shop.
fuck that. It costed you like 3 fucking level 3 burn.
But
Not
they
burn,
all
but
suck.
yeah.
Well, it's just 3 level 3 gifts, realistically. But the gift itself is not that bad. It's just you rarely ever want to see it. You know?
Not crunchy.
Arrested him. If all enemies or abnormality parts have bleed, all allies gain 1 haste next turn.
What do you...
It's one of those haste gifts. Very cool.
Oh, this thing.
This is a very
Ugh.
bad but needed for a fusion gift.
There's a fusion on it?
It's
What
needed
the
in
fuck is
Bloody
this?
Mist!
Ah! How do you Bloody Mist?
In Bloody Mist,
What?
you get Arrested Him and Millarca. Fuse those 2 together. And then you fuse Devotion, Smokes and Wires, and Rusted Muzzle. Coffee, thank you for the
top of your head.
thank you for the $2 coffee. Tangled
Only one day the gems existed.
Tangled Bundle. When the ally with the fastest speed deals damage to an enemy with a skill that inflicts bleed potency, count, or unique bleed, deal 12.5% more damage. It's fine.
I can't see.
I'm so
This
happy
one's
with
basically
any damage
invisible, so... Tangled Bundle is like an if there's nothing better bleed gift, I would say.
Blech. Bleed.
It's worse than polarization, but it is still damage. Awe.
Wait, no. That one's good. I remember that one.
God. Which one?
It's a very
Tangled
small
Bundle.
damage bonus, is basically what I'm saying.
When you upgrade, it becomes a fucking saint damage bonus. Isn't that how that one works?
It's 25% when fully upgraded, I think, and it applies to 2 allies.
Yeah.
So actually, you know what? I'll put it in B.
Let's go. My bias.
Okay,
returns.
Awe. Effects apply only to number 1 and number 2 deployed identities. When using a skill that inflicts bleed potency, counter unique bleed, and if the main target has 7 or more bleed count, deal 10% more damage. God, this gift is so lame.
But it's good.
It's all of the newer damage up gifts. I hate them.
That's a good one.
It's an
What-
if
what-
there's
what
nothing
is-
better gift, I would say. It still
No.
does things in bleed, but man, that 7 bleed count requirement.
It's not difficult. What I mean, if you're running bleed, that's never gonna be a problem. What do you mean?
Oh god, we're still very
No.
far from the end.
I mean,
We'll get there.
Okay, Respite. Angela, shut up.
Respite. Respite, chat. Help me out.
Effects apply only to
saying
number 1
Respite.
and number 2 deployed identities. Activates upon Clash Win using a skill that inflicts bleed potency, counter unique bleed. Inflict plus number of remaining coins divided by 2 bleed count to the target, and gain offense level up equal to that value. And for skills with 2 or fewer coins, use the number of remaining coins plus 3 to calculate instead.
F.
It's...
You need to fight Signs of Roses to get it. F tier.
Well, no, you can get it in shops.
Yeah.
It's very much another if there's nothing better gift. Because
Damn, bleed is so P. I can't get an F on bleed.
it does things. There's no cap on it, but it's very specific.
Fair.
I hear offense level, it's higher than B. You know we put red order in F, right?
July's right about respite. Thank you.
I disagree. Hi, Smiths. We're actually about halfway done. If we go by it. Oh my god, there's so many. I shouldn't have done this.
Don't be
I shouldn't have
afraid
done this.
to be
Fragment
happy.
Fragment of Allurement. This is the same thing as Fragment of Hellfire, but for Bleed and Lust. Unfortunately, there are a lot fewer Bleed, Lust, Ego Gifts than there are Wrath Burn ones. So this one's not going as high.
But the rock!
But the rock! I'm putting
A
it here.
Crunchyroll cannot save the Ego Gift from being a tier 4.
Yeah, you're right. F.
So
Profile customization tier list when? I don't think anybody's made that one.
Customization? What do you mean by this?
Yeah, you have the phrase on your profile. That's what they're talking about.
I have a phrase on my profile?
Yeah, like your Limbus Company profile card thing.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Biovenom Vial. If a target with tremor potency is defeated, inflict half the tremor potency and count on the target's sloth damage to a random enemy or random abnormality part next turn. This is an ass.
S!
Like how
Slurpma!
you just knew Slurpma. It's like
Delicious.
it's like maggots in a jar.
That's pickled! Have you never eaten anything? Everything is better when pickled.
Pickled maggots. Yummy.
Yummers!
Venomous
That
Skin.
sounds delicious.
When winning a clash with a skill that applies, including on-self tremor potency or count, inflict number of remaining coins divided by 2 tremor potency on the target. For those who don't know, this is melted paraffin for tremor.
Bad.
But
Boo.
ironically enough, it does inflict count when you upgrade it. So it is better than melted paraffin at the very least. I would put it like there.
Can we get an E tier?
No. What would you
Can we
even
get
want
an
it
L tier for absolute loss?
Well, there's very few gifts that actually harm you when you take them. It is a fusion gift, though, yeah.
Exactly.
I can't put it in F because it's a fusion gift. Sour Liqueur Aroma. Effect applies to number 1 and number 2 identities. Skills that apply tremor potency or count, including on the self, gain 2 offense level. If the main target has tremor and is staggered, deal plus stagger level times 7.5% more damage with the skill. And when attacking an enemy with a skill that applies tremor potency or count, deal the stagger level times 15% more damage instead. It isn't used in a fusion. I'm scrolling down. Because I'm pretty sure that's wrong.
Hell for Lobotomy Corporation.
It's used in Omni Vibro Octo Vecti Bell, which is the new tremor fusion. Needs Venomous Skin, Clockwork Spring, and Epicenter. And for those wondering about Sour Liqueur Aroma, because I just talked about it, this is like an A tier gift. Yeah, it's used in the new Tremor fusion. You need Venomous Skin for... I don't know the name of it off the top of my head, man. This is like...
Crystals, man.
This is basically another Blood, Sweat, and Tears, but only for Tremor. So I put it in S, but low S.
I put lowest.
Excuse me?
I put lowest.
Okay.
Lowest S.
Mirror Tactile Synesthesia. When an ally staggers an enemy with an attack skill, except for with ego gifts, that applies, including on self, tremor potency or count, randomly apply a third of the tremor potency on the target between other enemies or a random abnormality part next turn. And if there are no other enemies to apply the effect above effect to, multiply the tremor potency on the target by 1.5.
I don't know what these mean. People are saying it's needed for the bell.
Well, mirror tactile synesthesia is a fusion gift, actually. Like, you need it to make a fusion gift. They're talking about venomous skin.
The previous one?
Yeah.
Oh, probably delay.
Yeah, mirror tactile synesthesia is a fusion ingredient, but the fusion specifically is kind of hard to get because the other ingredient is locked behind a specific pack. This is like an if there's nothing better gift, to be all honest with you. The gift itself, if you're not taking it to fuse it,
D.
you're so right. I'd honestly put it in D. It's
They're holding
not.
hands.
I can't put it in F because it's a fusion material, but it doesn't really do anything. Once you've staggered the target, the amount of tremor they have doesn't matter that much. You know?
They're holding hands. It's so wholesome.
Clockwork Spring.
S.
It is a fusion material. Applies to number 1 and number 2 to apply at identities. Skills that apply tremor potency or count gain a clash power. When dealing damage to an enemy that has tremor with attack skills, except for ego skills that inflict tremor potency or count, deal plus tremor potency on target plus 5% more damage. And for pride skills, deal plus sum of tremor potency and count on target plus 5% more damage instead. This is an S tier gift. This is insane. This is an insane
I don't even know what
gift.
it does.
It's just
But it looks
free
like a
damage
spring.
for tremor, basically.
Yes.
And
It looks cool and it's tier 3, so you can fuse it.
it can actually apply to non-tremor teams because it doesn't restrict you to... Oh no, you do need to be able to inflict tremor potency or count with the skill. Never mind, it's S. This isn't a question, it's just a lot of damage. Fragment of Inertia. Activates... This is, Sloth and Tremor gem.
F.
I hate you. This is excessive. Sloth and Tremor, at least with the Tremor ego, they're mostly Sloth. So I put it pretty high. B.
I don't like the rocks.
I don't like
Does
them
anybody?
either, but they're not
Nobody
bad.
does.
Oh my god, Ziv. Why'd you do that? Yeah, nobody likes the rocks because you can fuse and get them on accident. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
this is the one that was bugged.
I feel like that should be factored in, you know, like
No, it's not-
we
it's
would be
not
better
bugged
off
anymore.
without them.
It's not bugged anymore. Basically, they forgot the decimal point.
Oh no,
So-
I'm not saying that the bugs should be factored in. I'm saying that the fact that nobody likes these should be factored in. Essentially.
I don't want to factor that in because they do things. Is the Tremor
Fair
gem
enough.
any good? There are enough Tremor Sloth egos that it's helpful. If you have it.
Do you think they taste like rock candy?
Probably, yeah.
I think
I think
I
it
think
depends
they're
on
those-
which one you eat, actually. I think
you know
Fragment...
those types of very
No. Here we go.
hard-
There's so many different types of candies. The sensation is what changes. So when you eat Fragment of Hellfire, that's spicy. That's the spiciest thing you've ever eaten. But it's basically rock candy. The Tremor one, you eat it, it's like eating Pop Rocks. It pops as you have it in your mouth.
I think
The Bleed one
differently.
melts. Because I can't think of
I think
anything. Maybe it's
differently.
salty, because that's what blood tastes like.
There's a candy that is like very fucking hard, and you're supposed to either like
Yeah, it's called
slowly-
Jawbreaker.
Jawbreakers, yes, that's what I think they are. They're jawbreakers, and
Did her power just go out again?
That might just be the case. Or maybe she just started a watch party, who knows?
Okay,
Yeah, so I think they taste like rocks because I don't want to give them anything.
that's fair. Smoking Gunpowder. Applies to 1, 2, and 3rd identities. Turn end, if an attack skill inflicting rupture, potency, or count has been used at least once this turn, gain 1 haste. If this unit speed is 6 or more, attack skills inflicting rupture, potency, or count deal 12.5% more damage. This is like a better Pain of Stifled Rage, almost.
It's one of those haste gifts.
It is one of those haste gifts. It's slightly better than Pain of Stifled Rage, probably C. No, it has a damage bonus. I'll put it in B.
It also looks like when Angela cooks anything in Rainbow Lore.
So true. It's kind of ew, but it does have a free damage bonus, so. Oh, here's a good one. Bone Stake. Rupture effect deals double damage against shield HP.
Wow.
Wow. Oh, wow. I love that. It's better
I
than...
love it when enemies have shield HP.
It's probably better than... No, there's no enemies that have shield HP. It's so garbage. Bone Stake is worthless. And if it wasn't in a fusion gift, it would not be anywhere higher than any other gift on the list. It would be the literal bottom. But there's like 2 fights where it matters. And even in those fights, it doesn't really matter. Ragged Umbrella. Effect applies to number 1 and number 2 IDs. When winning a clash using a skill that inflicts rupture potency or count, inflict 2 rupture count. And if the target doesn't have rupture, inflict 3 rupture potency and 2 rupture count.
Yeah. Stuff.
It's respite, but for rupture, and easier to get. So it's probably B.
Angela isn't here for that one.
Yeah. Yeah, Angela died again.
Angela can stop dying.
Death Seeker. Effects apply only to number 1 and number 2. Attack skills other than Ego that inflict rupture potency or count gain 1 clash power, 2 offense level, and deal 15% more damage. And single coin skills gain clash power 2, offense level 2, and deal 40% more damage. Death Seeker is pretty good.
Give you clash power? Yeah.
It's pretty solid. It's not amazing, but it's pretty good.
Seems.
It's free offense level up and damage to Rupture. I think you always take it if you're running Rupture. I'm pretty sure.
Actually,
Zip?
I mean, yeah, you always do, but like, which Rupture gift don't you take when you're running Rupture? Okay, Bones, but okay.
Bone Stake.
Actually, yeah, yeah, that's just true.
There's a couple down here, like Broken Revolver is down here. The Rupture gifts are all just really good, is the problem in Rupture.
Yeah.
And it is free damage, so. A tier? I think I would put it in A. That's fair.
Yeah, that feels better.
Fragment of Desire is the Rupture Gluttony one. Now, the awkward thing about this is that these don't apply to corrosions. And Rupture, ironically enough, there aren't a great deal of Rupture Ego that are also Gluttony. There's like Lantern and Effervescent Corrosion on Honglu, and it's basically it.
I mean, I feel like this is prime time to put one of the rocks in F tier.
Yeah, this is like the worst rock, I think. And that's not even that much of a question.
I feel like if we have at least one of the rocks in F tier, I'm ahead.
It's gotta be this one, right?
Yeah.
Lasso. You know what? You're right. But also, who uses Lasso in the Mirror Dungeon, you know? It's definitely the worst rock. Let's put it that way. And I did forget about Ebony Stem, that's true. Hmm? Oh, you're right. It's bad, but it's needed for a fusion. You've got me there. I can't put it in F.
Fusion.
Yeah, I can't put it in F because it's needed for a fusion, technically. It's the worst
I hate
rock.
that, and I think that's a weak excuse, and no.
Have you tried using Lasso and MD? Oh, it's fun, but I almost never need to use Ego in the Mirror Dungeon, so... Alright, Eldtree Snare. Attack skills except Ego skills that inflict sinking potency count or unique sinking deal 5% more damage. For skills with 2 coins, gain clash power +1 and deal 10% more damage instead. This is like an if there's nothing better type gift, if I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
Actually, no, it applies to everybody. It goes in pretty solid.
I feel like I always like it when like ego gifts try to do anything that isn't just giving you damage, but sometimes they're just like not that great anyway.
What does it taste like? Fragment of Desire, I imagine, is the really sour one. Maybe maybe it's sharp. Maybe it cuts your mouth. Like that's kind of the sensation you get when you eat a lot of really sour candy. So I think that fits.
Maybe it tastes like bone spike.
I don't want to think about that. Rags. Allies with attack skills that inflict sinking, potency count, or unique sinking heal 5 additional SP once per turn upon Clash Win, and if at max XP, they deal 7.5% more damage. When the said ally uses a minus coin skill, except for ego skills, at negative 15 or higher SP, reduce their SP to negative 15 and deal plus amount of lost SP % more damage, and if already at less than minus 15 SP, deal plus 15% more damage. It's just better than Eldtree Snare, first of all, so it has to go above that.
I really like SP healing ego gifts. They are always fun.
This is a pretty good gift. Even if you're not using it to do, like, the Sun Shower Heathcliff thing, it's still pretty solid all around. It's just free damage. And SP, so...
It's also very fashionable.
No, it's kind of just like a ragged cloak, but sure. Grandeur. Effects applied on number 1 and number 2. When dealing damage with an attack skill that inflicts sinking potency, count, or unique sinking against targets with 10 or more sinking potency and count, inflict 2 sinking potency and 2 sinking count after attack 2 times per turn per identity. And in focused encounters, inflict 4 sinking potency and 2 sinking count instead, once per turn per identity.
It definitely does inflict sinking.
Grandeur is
one of the starting ones.
Grandeur is like better than Thorny Path because you can start with it.
Yeah.
So like,
I never know how to really value these.
I'll put it above Thorny
I
Path.
Yeah.
That seems fair to me. Distant Star. Now, Distant Star is a weird one, because any other day of the week I would have put it in D, because it is used in one of the fusion gifts. But they changed the effect in the last update. Yeah, they updated this one, because it was so terrible that nobody wanted to... Can't you start with Thorny Path too? Shut up, chatter! I don't need to be corrected by the likes of you. Fine, it goes below Thorny Path. Distant Star's new effect is when activating the sinking effect, including unique sinking, on the target with an on-hit effect from a base attack skill that inflicts or gains sinking potency, sinking count, or unique sinking, heal 3 SP at turn end, 2 times per turn per identity. If the said unit was at 45 SP at turn start, the effect changes to the following. When activating the sinking effect, including unique sinking, on the target with an on-hit effect with a base attack skill, inflict 2 sinking count on the target 2 times per turn. Looks like this time the energy is not coming back. That sucks.
Oh.
So Distant Star...
Those were a lot of words.
Distant Star's old effects, for anybody who doesn't know, was applies only to number 1 and number 2. First off, so they changed it to apply to everybody. On Clash Win, inflict 1 sinking potency, and for every 2 clashes won, increase the amount of sinking potency inflicted on Clash Win up to 3 total.
Whoa!
This is a tier 3 gift.
It's. I mean, the old effect is almost as good as the Crown of Roses.
Now that it heals SP, though, it's at least useful for some things. I think it's still an if there's nothing better type gift. Personally.
I didn't know it did that now, and I really like SP healing gift.
Well, actually, you know what? If you're at max SP, it does inflict a lot of count. I'll put it like here.
Yeah. I feel like it can decently supply youth count in like the early stages of the dungeon.
I don't think it's strong enough to be an always take in sinking.
It isn't. Yeah. I mean,
Uh,
I'd always take it because it's
Here's the sinking gloomstone. I think this is unequivocally the best one because pretty much every gloom ego is sinking.
yeah.
And so I'll put it in the bottom of A. But
Mandatory
it's not going
question,
higher
What
than
would
that.
it taste like?
What would it taste like? It would taste like water. Like
Okay,
literally,
I mean, yeah.
it would basically be like eating ice flavored candy. Okay. Devil's Share. Turn end. Apply 1 haste next turn to 1 ally with the highest poise potency and 1 ally with the highest poise count. Both effects can apply to the same identity, and if the ally has lust attack skills, apply 2 haste instead, except for ego skills.
I love it when they made haste.
This is like almost exactly the same as Pain of Stifled Rage, in effect. It's not terrible, it's an if there's nothing better type gift, definitely. But
Me when the ego gift has haste.
it does have the plus side of being able to apply to non-poise identities because of Nebulizer, so maybe I'll put it up a little bit for that. But it's alright. Emerald
That's
Elytra.
like the status effect that everyone can do.
Emerald Elytra, 1 fast at the first turn start of a wave. 1 fastest ally gains 3 poise potency and 2 poise count. If the ally has envy affinity attack skills, gain 4 poise potency and 3 poise count instead. It is a weaker nebulizer, pretty much. It applies to 1 guy and gives you less poise, but it is...
I mean, it's also considerable because upgrade.
Yeah, you can upgrade it, and this applies to like 3 people, I think. Is good because of the damage up. I don't know what Devil's Share does on upgrade. Is it like a damage up in addition to haste? Yeah, I'm putting Emerald Elytra in A. That's completely fair. Please
Yeah,
put Air Barrel in S+ for the Tea Party. No. Like, if this gives
what
damage
really-
up when upgraded, I'll put it like here.
A barrel for tea? Angela, how much tea you drinking?
True. Yeah, it's fusion gift material. It's better than F tier, though, so it doesn't go in D. Is what I'm saying. That's what the D tier is for. D tier is for any gift that's terrible, but you need it for a fusion gift. That's why this tier exists. It's effectively the same as F, but you have a reason to take it. It's not 3 people. Oh well. Old Wooden Doll. Effect applies to number 1 and number 2. On crit, inflict 1 defense level down next turn, 3 times per turn per identity. It's like very
Zoned
underwhelming.
out for that one. Oh, it's the defense level down one. Yeah, whatever.
This is a very if there's nothing better type ego gift, I'll be honest. I'll put it like here. Probably.
Yeah.
Finifugality. Effect applies to number 1 and number 2. Allies, at turn start, allies with 10 or more potency and count poise gain clash power +1 and 1 damage up. At 20 plus sum, gain clash power +1 and 3 damage up. At 40 plus sum, gain clash power +2 and 3 damage up. Finifugality is nuts.
Okay.
In
I
poise.
had the feeling that it's good, but getting confirmation is nice.
It is only usable in poise, though. To be fair. So I'll put it below cigarette holder.
Cigarette holder really just said 2 power.
No, Ricky, it's wave start by default. I'm looking at it right now. Fragment of Conceit. This is Pride Poise, and I'm not gonna lie to you. I actually agree with chat. I think this one's worse because of how few poise ego there actually are. Just in general.
I mean, there's like what now?
Yeah, there's like one now. That's so true. There's 5 ego that fall under the category that Fragment of Conceit can buff. Both Fell Bullets, both Blind Obsessions, and Thoracalgia. Those are the only ones that it buffs. Poise Stone tastes like, You ever had Black Currant?
Would black currant?
Yeah, it's like licorice, but a stronger, almost.
It sounds like an investment plan.
It's a type of fruit.
It's a type of fruit?
Yeah, currant is a type of fruit. And in
Learning so much today.
in England, in America, the purple candy is usually grape. But if you go to England, the purple candy is usually black currant.
That's fucked up. That's fucked up and evil.
Yeah.
Wow.
I agree with mint. You know what, sure. UPS system. Turn end. If at less than 3 charge count, gain 3 charge count next turn. At turn end, if at 3 or more charge count, gain 1 damage up next turn.
This is good, right?
This is a pretty solid ego gift, yeah. It does take time to get going if you're not a charge ID, but it's pretty good. Fun fact about this one. They can't hear the background music? What? They should be able to. It's playing.
I mean,
No,
I
it's
could hear the
definitely.
stream.
It's definitely playing.
Maybe Angela just got death from the power outage.
That might be, yeah. No, but what's funny about UPS system is when you upgrade it, you actually need more charge count to gain the damage up.
Oh yeah. That's
I don't know why.
huh.
You need 5 instead of 3. And you do get more damage up and more charge count at turn start. Angela, your volume is low. You know what? Fair enough.
Angela, have you tried turning your phone on?
I think so. She is gone. She's in chat. She's talking in chat.
No, she's actually talking in my head right now.
That's so true. Uncapped Defibrillator. Turn end. Heal HP and SP equal to the sum of charge count and unique charge consumed by attack skills. This unit has 50% less or less remaining HP. Boosts the heal amount by 1.5 times.
I like this one. I like healing. And
It's not that
SP.
important, though.
I know.
It's a very
from
if there's
value you
nothing
get,
better
it's
type
like
gift.
COD. But I really like that, yeah.
Defibrillator is great. It does do SP healing, but like,
And it does also do HP healing.
you know, it does heal you, yeah, I guess. Patrolling Flashlight. Effects applied to number 1 and number 2. Turn start, if the affected identity has a skill that gains or consumes charge count or unique charge, the identity skill 1 gains 1 clash power, and deals 10% more damage while the unit has charge barrier. And on turn end, if the affected unit doesn't have charge barrier, apply 2 charge barrier next turn.
I don't know what to think about this one.
It's
Just
clash
nice.
power on skill 1 and 10% more damage
Oh.
while you have charge barrier, basically. It's
Yeah.
alright. It's not fantastic, but it's alright. Put it like here.
I mean, the way you honestly listening to you describe it made it sound better than I ever thought it was.
I'll be real with you, until I read this, like, a couple of months ago, I didn't know it gave you clash power. I thought it was just
I did
gives
not know
people
until you
charge
just
barrier.
read it. That is exactly what I thought.
Imitative Generator. Effect applies to number 1 and number 2. Activates when the unit has 10 plus charge counter unique charge at turn start. Coin power to +1 to skill 3s that gain or consume charge count or unique charge. If the said skill has less than 5 base power, deal 25% more damage. And if it has 5 or more base power, gain an additional coin power.
I like it when my good skills become even better.
Yeah, I would like to point out that for... I think it's Multi-Crack Heathcliff, this is 2 coin power. And for Rip Space, this is 25% more damage. And 1 coin power. It's insane. Honestly, Imitative Generator is crazy.
Like, it's insane, and it's also just, like, fun. Because big number is fun.
And it's a tier 3. It's really easy to get.
And also, it's very fashionable.
Fragment of Friction is the Charge and Envy gem. I imagine when you put it into your mouth, you die of radiation poisoning. But this one's alright, because a lot of Envy Ego do stuff with Charge as well. It's not one of the better ones, I'd say. I put it, like, next to the lead one, personally.
Yeah, sure. I have it's wrong.
Okay, we're now on
it's
to...
The most round rock.
Jesus Christ, I've got so many left still. This is the last one. We're getting there. Scalpel. Effects apply to the number 4 identity. Turn end, identity with a slash skill attack skill gains number of slash attack skills they have, haste next turn. That's it.
Oh. Oh, yeah, it's one of those haste gifts, but for, like, a bad archetype.
I will say, once you upgrade this one to full, it applies to half your team. I think it applies to, like, 3, 4, and 6 for some reason. It's very mad. It's an if there's nothing better type beat, I would say.
I feel like all of those, like, Pierce, Slash, and Blunt gifts get so messy with applying to, like, weird numbers of units.
No, it can't go in D because it's not part of a fusion. But it is free haste for 1 unit. So, Taylor's Scissors. No, Deceptive Accord.
I was about Taylor Swift. I don't.
Deceptive Accord. Effect only applies to number 5. If there is a 3+ speed difference between this unit and the enemy targeted by this unit, deal 15% more damage with slash skills.
How big is that difference?
3.
+5? Oh, +3, okay.
It's a very if there's nothing better.
Yeah.
I'm hesitant to not put it in F. This one is just not very good. But taking it does heal you a lot if you don't want to risk getting an even worse gift at the Angel event. Taylor's Scissors.
I always go for the tier 4 just to sell it or fuse it away.
That's fair. Taylor's Scissors. Effect applies only to number 6. Slash skills, other than ego skills, with 2 or fewer coins gain 1 clash power and deal 10% more damage. And if it's a single coin, it gains 1 clash power and deals 20% more damage. Literally just better than Deceptive Accord in pretty much every way.
But they're not really good.
It's still not great. Put it, like, here, and I'll actually put Deceptive Accord into F, honestly. Like,
honestly, you're so base for that.
Okay, Resolution. All allies with 2 or more slash skills for this encounter gain clash power +1 on the first turn, and gain 1 haste and 1 clash power starting from the second turn. She Association faction IDs get their HP capped at 75%, and in return take 50% less damage and receive 50% less healing. When fully upgraded, this does mean that She IDs are always active for their effects.
So, like, if you're doing a She run, you just start with this and it's everything.
Yeah, but also if you're doing a slash run, I feel like you pretty much always have this because you start with it. The thing about Resolution it is 1 clash power and can apply to your whole team.
I love clash power.
This is an A tier gift. honestly. It's not a high A tier. I put it, like, above this, maybe. But it's really good when you're using it, right?
Okay. Honestly, I think if we had like a full She team, this one could be an S tier.
If it's full She, then yeah, that's S. But the problem is that doesn't exist. We haven't gotten a She ID in over 2 years.
Yeah, we sure have not.
Moment of Sentencing. Effect applies to number 3 and 4. Unopposed slash attacks deal 10% more damage. Clash win slash skills deal 40 divided by the number of remaining coins percent more damage. This is... I really hate to do it because this gift, when upgraded, applies to 4 units. But this is a very if there's nothing better.
Yeah. It's a lot of words to do a lot of nothing.
I mean, it's 10% damage with slash skills no matter what.
Yeah.
But...
Yeah.
Sorry, I say that, but technically for Rip Space, it's less than a 10% damage boost because that skill has 5 coins.
Yeah. I think it's... Yeah. Honestly, C is probably... This one.
Okay.
This one's not for me.
For all the physical damage memories, they've actually updated the effect as well.
I didn't know what they did before, but I'm
What?
gonna learn what they do now.
I'll tell you what they did before. The difference is in this first thing that I'm going to say. Effect applies to number 1 and number 2. It used to apply to
What?
number 3 only.
Oh.
Slash attack skills, including ego skills, gain 2 base power, 1 plus coin power, and -1 minus coin power. On Clash win with a slash attack skill, other than ego skills, deal 30% more damage with that skill, and on hit with that skill, deal 5% more damage for every 5% missing HP on self up to 20%.
Oh, that sounds G-like.
This is really good, actually.
Yeah.
I'll put it at the top of A, probably. I don't know if I'm comfortable putting it in S, because it does only apply to 2 units. And you can't upgrade it. I don't know, chat, do you agree? Or should it go in S?
It's also a weird thing because it's slash typing.
Mm-hmm.
And slash Pierce and Dunt are weird.
Yeah, those are always a little strange. To be honest.
No Angela.
Hmm?
No Angela in chat to tell us how wrong we are.
Is my chat broken, by the way? It just wasn't
No.
moving for a second.
Yeah.
I think slash is the worst one. Really? Okay, I'll take that into consideration.
I don't know what the other ones do.
Carpenter's Nail. Effect applies only to number 4. If the unit has 2 or more pierce attack skills, gain 1 pierce damage up at turn start.
So 10% more damage.
I'll give you a hint. This is just Deceptive Accord for pierce. But
Okay.
less damage and not conditional.
Okay. Meh.
So,
I mean, honestly, the fact that it's not conditional.
the fact that it's
that
not
probably
conditional
makes
is
it
what's
better.
keeping it out of F.
Yeah.
Once a Blessing. Effect applies to number 6. When hitting an enemy with a Pierce skill, gain 1 haste and 1 pierce damage up next turn once per turn. When defeating an enemy with the said skill, gain an additional haste once per turn.
It's haste.
It's haste. It's technically just better than Carpenter's Nail.
Yeah.
So I'll
Also,
put it like here.
I wonder if we're ever gonna get an eco gift that's like the second part of the saying. Once the blessing and then goes shuffle.
It's possible. Torn Bandolier. Pierce skills gain 1 clash power. Skills that consume ammo deal 40 divided by the number of coins percent more damage. If the unit is out of ammo, gain 2 ammo at the next turn start once per encounter per ID. Very solid. Very good skill.
It's more damage, it's more ammo.
It's like a resolution, basically, but for Pierce. When you
But also
upgrade
for
this,
ammo.
it's like a 10% pierce damage boost as well.
Do the upgrades give you more ammo?
No. They do not.
No.
Sadly. Keen Branch. Effect applies to number 3 and 4 in a clash power +1. What? Okay. Pierce skills deal
It's so
20%
shocking.
more damage. In an unopposed attack, Pierce skills deal 10% more damage.
Huh?
Why is this one good? Why is this just free clash power? Why is it not Pierce only? What?
Wait, it's
The clash
unconditional-
the clash power applies regardless of whether or not you have a Pierce skill.
That's how does the stick just do that?
I mean,
That's w-
that's
I-
pretty
what?
good, yeah.
like, damn.
Why is this one
I-
so much better than Moment of Sentencing?
It that's I cannot fathom.
Okay. Punctured Memory. Effect applies to number 1 to number 2. Pierce attack skills, including Ego, gain base power +1. Sorry, base power +2, plus coin power +1, and minus coin power -1. On Clash Win with a Pierce attack skill, except for Ego skills, deal 15% more damage with that skill. On hit with that skill, if faster than the main target, deal speed difference with the main target times 2.5% more damage, up to 35%. Yeah, that's just better than the slash one. I still don't think it deserves to be an S.
Honestly, I really tried to listen to that, but I understood it. You do something.
Great. That's basically what it did, yeah. Burial Curse. Effect applies only to number 6. When winning a clash with a blunt skill, gain 1 haste next turn, 2 times per turn. Turn end. If this
I
unit
love
failed to
haste.
deal any damage to enemies this turn, gain 3 haste next turn instead. Why is that second effect there?
In case you're having a really bad day.
This is a worse scalpel, but only for blunt. I put it in F. That's very strange.
My beloved hasty cocaines.
I'm gonna dip Sia, Kimra. Compression Bandage.
Fine.
Effect only applies to number 5. When hitting an enemy with a blunt skill, deal 3 blunt damage. And Gloom Affinity skills also heal 3 HP. This
I
one's
wish
pretty
this one
solid.
I wish this one applied to person 1 for solos.
That would be nice. This is gonna actually add up to a lot of additional damage, though.
Yeah.
So it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Temporal Bridle. Turn start. Units with a blunt skill, except for ego skills, gain 1 offense level up. Units with 2 or more blunt attack skills gain 1 offense level up and 1 blunt damage up. And units with 2 or more blunt attack skills that use minus coins gain 2 offense level up and 2 blunt damage up. Interesting. The fact that this applies to everybody really helps it.
It does. But which skill are they even referring to with the negative coins?
Both negative coin IDs, actually.
They have blunt.
Yeah, Sinclair is all blunt.
Yeah, okay, that one I knew.
Sunshower Heathcliff has 5 out of 6 blunt.
Ah.
Technically, it wouldn't apply to him because he doesn't have 2 or more. But Lantern Yi Sang has a blunt negative coin as well.
Okay. Yeah.
But I wouldn't put it in... I thought it was better than this. I think they nerfed this at some point because I thought I remember it giving blunt power up. I put it at the bottom of A. It's the worst out of those.
Also, what is that thing actually supposed to be? That object?
It's the watches that the Cyclops holds.
Oh. I was not seeing any of.
No, it's not all negative coin-based skills except Merceau. Because, Sunshower Heathcliff's skill 3 is Pierce. Blunt power-up with upgrades. You know what? Fair enough. Okay. Clasped Sculpture. Effect applies to number 3 and 4. If there are 2 or more remaining coins after a clash using a blunt skill, deal 10% more damage. If there are 3 or more, deal 20%. If there are 4 or more, deal 40%. Actually,
More
very
coins,
solid.
More damage.
It's solid.
Yeah.
Only applies to blunt, though, sadly. But it's pretty good. I put it like here. I think that's fair.
Sure.
And then Crushed Memory. Applies to number 1 and number 2. Blunt skills, including Ego, gain base power +2, plus coin power +1, and minus coin power -1. On Clash Win with a blunt skill that isn't Ego, deal 20% more damage, and on hit with that skill, deal plus 30 divided by the number of coins % more damage with a minimum of 10%.
The other one doesn't have a minimum, does it?
Nope. That one I'm gonna put an S, actually. That one's significantly more impressive. Damage-wise.
Yeah. It's also the most edible out of those.
True. Oracle. Turn end. Convert 1 most owned random ego resource into 1 least owned random ego resource.
Now this is fire.
Yeah, F for fire, honestly. It's not useless, but god do you not want to see this gift show up. You're blunt biased? What, you want me to put it at the top of A instead? It's not like there's any greater of a distance than 1 space regardless. There you go. It's exactly the same ranking.
The rooks have been reunited.
It's exactly the same ranking based on order, but it's 1 tier lower. Imposed weight. If there are no other allies remaining at turn end, consume 5% of the remaining HP next turn to gain 2 attack power up. Doesn't activate at 25% or less HP. And if the unit has 50% HP or less, gain 3 attack power up instead. Now obviously this gift is pretty good in solos, but we don't count solos, so imposed weight effectively does nothing for most runs. And so it goes there.
It kind of hurts me to put it there, but I mean, yeah, it makes sense.
Because we do not rank based on solo. Sorry, chat. Okay. Next, we've got some more theme pack gifts.
Now this one I know.
Contained Maggots. When using a Gluttony Affinity attack skill that isn't Ego against an enemy, inflict 2 maggots. If the said skill applies bleed potency, count, or unique bleed, inflict 3 maggots instead.
I love when Ryosho was the only one who could use this.
Yeah, this is a very strong one, by the way.
Yeah.
Free maggots is just good. It's free gluttony damage. Actually, I probably should put it next to the voodoo doll, because it's effectively what it kind of does. Actually, though, Ziv, it doesn't, because the skill still has to be gluttony, and Kurakruma Ryoshu's skill 1 doesn't inflict bleed.
Yeah. Was there any unit that could actually use this when it came out?
When did it come out? It came out,
It came out before the Bleed Renaissance.
It was Mirror Dungeon 4. I'm just trying to think. Yes, there was one. It was Chef Gregor. He has a gluttony skill 2 that inflicts bleed.
Sure. Yeah, that's the character in the game.
Yep. Alright. Made to order. Effect only applies to number 3. Encounter start, gain 3 tremor count. Turn start, gain 1 protection, 1 damage up, and 1 power up. For those who don't know, this has no downside. So,
Yeah.
for one unit, it's just 10% damage dealt, 10% less damage taken, 1 power up. That's pretty strong.
Wee.
If
Yeah.
it wasn't only in one pack, I would put it at the bottom of A, but I'll put it at the top B. I'd say.
And also the tremor.
The 3 tremor count is helpful for a lot of IDs, yeah.
Yeah.
Haunted Shoes. Effect only applies to number 2. Encounter start, gain 3 sinking count. Turn start, gain 1 protection, 1 damage up, and 1 power up. For those of you who are paying attention, this is exactly the same gift, but for number 2 instead of number 3. There's effectively no downside.
I'm so negatively biased towards that one because I've never actually managed to fuse it.
Yeah, it is also a fusion material. Which is funny. Frozen Cries. Applies only to one identity with the slowest speed at turn start. If the said ally wins a clash or is hit by an enemy, inflict 3 sinking against that enemy. This one's going in D. Because sadly it's
Like,
needed for a fusion.
I always pick it up and want to fuse it, but I have never been able to.
Yep, because Haunted Shoes is in a different pack. Hoarfrost Footprint is a fusion gift. First turn, start of a wave. All allies gain 3 sinking count and inflict all enemies or all abnormality parts with 4 sinking potency and 8 sinking count. Enemies with a sinking lose 2 clash power. When an allied identity wins a clash against an affected enemy, inflict 2 sinking potency. When an allied identity is hit by an affected enemy, inflict 3 sinking potency.
I love that when Rhodia said Rhyme Shank.
This one's weird. Because it is a fusion gift, but it doesn't require you to have specific team members.
It's randomly free Rhyme Shank.
It's randomly... Not only does it inflict a ton of sinking, it also inflicts 2 clash power down to all enemies with sinking. Effectively.
Yeah.
And you can inflict more sinking just by winning clashes? Like,
It's crazy.
if you get Haunted Shoes and then the pack shows up and has Frozen Cries as a reward, let's be real, you are always taking this.
Yeah.
I don't know how
would
high I
love
want to
always
put it.
take it by now.
I think I want to put it like
Uh,
below Tango Marinade, probably, because that's also effectively the same thing.
Yeah.
Like, it's surprisingly good.
I don't think. Yeah.
Uh, Nagel und Hammer Scriptures. When an ally wins a clash using a skill that inflicts bleed potency... Wait. That is the next one. With a skill that inflicts bleed potency, count, or unique bleed, inflict 1 to 2 nails. If the said ally is from N-Corp Fanatic, gain a Fanatic at turn start.
This one's good, right?
This one's pretty good in all bleed runs, yeah. Even in non-bleed runs, this can be pretty good. Because sometimes
Like,
you're
this is
running
just a lot of
N Sinclair without a bleed team,
Yeah.
you know? The only thing holding it back is that it's pretty rare. Put it, like, down here-ish, probably. I don't feel like it's an always... I feel like if you're running bleed, you definitely always take it, though. I'll put it above
And
Fractured
it's also
Blade.
very stylish.
It's a book.
Oh, I thought it was that way. You can
Uh,
wear a book.
Squalidity. When an ally attacks an enemy that has bleed with a skill that inflicts bleed, potency counter, unique bleed, deal 15% more damage. If the target has 33% or less HP, inflict 25% more damage. For those who aren't paying attention, this is just better than Little and To Be Naughty plushie. So it goes
I mean, I
above.
personally wasn't paying attention, but I do agree.
It's literally just better than Little and To Be Naughty plushie. In every way. It doesn't reduce the damage you take, but it has a bigger damage bonus, which matters more. Also, fun
God
fact,
damn you, Project Moon.
those two gifts combine into a fusion gift called
It's-
Wholeness.
I love figuring out new things every day because I already have forgot that I do that.
Yeah. Wholeness says if the ally wins a clash using a skill that inflicts bleed, potency, counter, unique bleed, inflict 2 to 3 nails. If the ally is an N-Corp fanatic, they gain 1 fanatic at turn start and deal 25% more damage against targets with bleed. And if there are 5 or more N-Corp fanatic identities, N-Corp fanatic identities gain 1 final power, 1 plus coin power, -1 minus coin power. Their attack skills inflict 1 more nails, and if an N-Corp fanatic identity is at max SP at turn start, gain 3 damage up.
Oh. So
It's really good.
good. Yeah.
But you do need 5 N-Corp units to get full effect of it.
But like even without those, it still has decent effect.
No, like, I mean, it's just... It does nothing outside of bleed. Let's be completely clear. It literally does nothing, because N-Corp is a bleed faction. But it is
Not even
still
spend this one
insanely good,
together.
if you can get it.
1 billion coin power.
No, it's still really good in any bleed team. 2 to 3 nails is a lot of bleed count. Though, to be fair, it does lose the damage bonus for non... You know what? I'm actually going to put it below Squalidity because it loses the damage bonus for non-N-Corp units. For some reason.
I hate that damage is important in this game.
Yeah, pretty much. Alright. Spice Bush Branch. For this encounter, the following effect activates every time Skill 1, Skill 2, and Skill 3 are all used at least once. At turn start, gain 1 haste and 1 power up, and can stack up to 3 times.
I love getting 1 power after like 550 turns.
Technically, you can get it in 3 turns, but because of how slow it is, it's a lot worse than it would be otherwise.
Like 3 turns to get 1 power,
Here, probably.
and then you'll have to like wait even longer for the second one.
How does this ego gift work? So once you've used skill 1, skill 2, and skill 3, all at least 1 time, you gain 1 haste and 1 power up permanently. And it stacks up to 3 times. So once you've used skill 1, skill 2, and skill 3 each 3 times is 3 haste and 3 power up for the rest of the fight.
I honestly agree that it's more like C though, because it's so
It's so slow. You've got a good point. It is so slow. Put it like there. Kaleidoscope. A gift that's very rare. Turn start. Units accompanied by other identities from the same faction as themselves gain offense level up equals to the number of other identities from the same faction, up to 4. Identities from Technology Liberation Alliance gain 1 clash power. Just because. Unfortunately, all of those IDs are pretty bad, so
Yeah.
it's like a B tier gift, because usually you're running a couple IDs with the same faction.
Yeah.
If it were more common,
And, like,
I'd probably
even if
put
you-
it higher.
I mean, even if you're like running a full team, it's just like 6 offense level. It's like okay. It's like
The-
2 power.
The only TLA ID that you care about is Spice Bush.
Yeah.
So, okay. Broken Glasses. When an ally clashes against an enemy with a faster speed, you gain 1 clash power. Which doesn't happen that frequently. When an ally wins a clash against an enemy with a faster speed, gain 2 offense level up next turn. Again, it doesn't trigger super often. This one does feel like a D tier gift, in my opinion, because usually you are always faster than the target.
Oh my god, I forgot that it actually fuses into something again.
Yeah, it fuses into
And
something.
it's also not a rupture gift.
It's
Oh my
not
God,
like
I'm
it's a bad... It's not a bad gift, but it almost never triggers because you need to be slow. And there's just too many
mean-
ways to be fast.
There are too many. That's so true. There are too many gifts that give you haste.
Unmailed Letter is a fusion gift, but doesn't require you to have specific units for it to activate. Effects apply to number 1 and number 2. When winning a clash with an attack skill that inflicts rupture potency or count, inflict 5 rupture potency and 3 rupture count against the target. When clashing against an enemy with slower speed, gain final power +1 and deal 25% more damage. And when winning a clash against an enemy with offense level up... What? Why? They need to have offense level up? Gain 3 offense level up for the next turn, and inflict 3 offense level down on the enemy that lost the clash. Up to an absolute value of 9.
What?
Great.
Wait, also, what's the fusion recipe for this one?
It's Broken Glasses and Ragged Umbrella.
It's crazy.
This is really good.
This...
It's final power +1 and 25% more damage basically for everyone.
It's really good, but it's also nonsensical.
It's very hard to get.
Did everything all of that come from?
But it is definitely S tier. Let's be real.
It definitely.
Put it right there. She's only part of it if you read carefully. Okay. Okay. Harpoon Prosthetic Leg. On turn end, apply 2 haste, 2 offense level up, and 2 damage up next turn to the ally with the highest sum of poise potency and count. And Pequod identities gain 1 max speed. Great. But
Wow.
to be fair, that's a really big buff.
Yeah.
This is a very
it
strong,
is.
I would say. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe an S always taking the team, but a low S. Because it is just insanely good. Fuses with Nebulizer, by the way.
It's... What?
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's in. Wait.
To make this
into
thing.
The book? Oh no, into the okay.
Nebulizer plus Harpoon Prosthetic Leg makes Guiding Gas Lamp. First turn, start of a wave. All allies gain 5 poise and 5 poise count. And I don't think we need to keep reading. Turn end, 1 ally with the highest sum of poise, potency, and count gains 2 haste, 3 offense level up, and 3 damage up. And Pequod identities gain 2 skill power and 2 max speed. It's... Actually, technically, it's worse Nebulizer. Because you can't make it apply for multiple turns. But
Yeah.
it is still Nebulizer. So...
It's... Yeah... Honestly, everything that's just like Nebulizer anyway is probably gonna end up in S tier.
See, you can tell that you don't fuse it away if you don't have poise, because Nebulizer is ranked higher than it.
Yeah.
What's next?
The book.
Chief Butler's Secret Arts. First turn, start of a wave. Select 1 enemy with the slowest speed or a random abnormality part, and inflict 5 bind for 5 turns. On Clash Win, if this unit's speed is faster than the target's, heal SP equal to the speed difference, and gain offense level up equal to half the speed difference. Only applies to the skill used to win the skill, and a maximum offense level gain of 3.
Oh.
This is actually pretty good.
Yeah. It's...
Against any
I
boss,
would've
it
liked it
locks
where
their
I'm
speed
ahead.
to 1. Like,
Yeah.
put it like there. It's not bad.
Unless the time guy arrived.
That's true. Handheld Mirror. The only fusion gift that's tier 3. Don't
Right.
ask me why.
I keep forgetting everything. I didn't this
This is Mirror Tactile Synesthesia plus Chief Butler's Secret Arts.
that sure is one of the fusions of all time.
Yep. First turn, start of a wave. Select 2 enemies with the slowest speed or 2 random abnormality parts, and the effect does not stack if the enemy is singular, and inflict 5 bind and 3 defense level down at turn start, starting next turn. When the enemy recovers from stagger, and if they don't have any remaining stagger thresholds, create a new stagger threshold at 66% mark of the target's current HP 3 times per encounter. If an ally staggers an enemy with an attack skill, except for ego skills, that applies tremor potency or tremor count, including on the self or an ally, Randomly inflict tremor potency equal to half of the tremor potency on target between all other enemies or other abnormality parts, and increase tremor potency on the staggered target by double.
That's really good, isn't it?
Want to hear something very funny? This is not treated as a tremor gift.
Not at all?
It's considered to have no associated effect or damage type.
Thank you, Project Moon. I never wanted to fuse a gift anyways.
It's
What is
probably
the fusion gift?
it's probably the worst fusion gift in the game. If I'm being completely honest. It's just better than Chief Butler's Secret Arts because it inflicts defense level down as well and targets an additional enemy. Yeah, that seems fair. It's still strong, but I'm just
so confused about what Project Moon was thinking when making some of these.
Yeah. Alright, let's scroll down a little bit further. Oil Gunked Spanner. Blunt skills deal 10% more damage. The final coin of blunt skills inflict 2 tremor on hit. Once per turn.
Wow. Wow.
What a great gift. It's not the worst gift in the world, I'll give it that. 10% blunt damage is 10% blunt damage after all, which means it's better than Moment of Sentencing.
Yo!
Which is effectively the same thing. So that's cool. C or F, I don't care. You know what's so true? Okay, here's a good one. Twinkling Scrap. When an ally with shield is hit by an enemy, reflect 3 fixed damage. Does not reflect damage when the ally did not take shield damage.
It's like bone shards if bone shards were cool.
F. Very low F. This thing is so useless. Why would you ever take this except to fill in the compendium slot? Basically.
I mean, don't you just want to have your Dietchirodia block for turns on end, slowly killing all enemies?
No.
No? That's your loss.
Trash Crab Brain Wine. When an ally attacks an enemy that has Rupture with a skill that inflicts Rupture potency or count, deal plus Rupture count times 1.25% more damage up to 50%. And when an ally recovers from a stagger, heal 20% of max HP 2 times per encounter. I didn't even know that second part was part of this. I'll be honest.
Wait, it's just painkiller?
It's just painkillers. It's literally just painkillers. But it has another effect on it. Which means it's better than where'd it just go? Which means it's better than Painkiller.
Also, the damage bonus it has being limited is very sad.
It's sad, but technically you're gonna take it if you're playing
Yeah,
Rupture.
definitely.
Probably. I'll put it in like B, maybe. Not a. Yeah, above Kaleidoscope seems right. No thanks, bottom of C. I don't think it's that bad. It is free damage for Rupture teams, to be fair. Pom Pom Hat. On turn end, gain 1 Poise potency next turn for every attack skill that dealt damage before turn end. In focused encounters, gain 3 Poise potency for every attack skill that dealt damage before turn end instead. It says that because you can only ever attack once, so it's always 3 Poise.
I feel like that's...
Here's the thing. This is like a worse version of Emerald Elytra. It guarantees that you have Poise next turn.
Yeah.
It's like a better ornamental horseshoe, almost. So I would put it like here, maybe. Pom Pom Head is weird.
Doesn't it like fuse into the cool dog gift?
Yeah, it's a part of a fusion gift.
Honestly, I'd put it in.
Do you want to put it in D? It's better than horseshoe.
Like horseshoe, especially when upgraded, and like if you have any other Poise generation going on. Like horseshoe can just give you like a good amount of count. to everyone.
You're so right, actually. I'll put it in D.
Thank you.
Huge gift sack. Turn start, apply 2 poise, 2 poise count, and 2 protection to the ally with the least HP. It's just pretty good. It's like a worse...
I also love protection.
No, it's like a worse Emerald Elytra.
I mean,
So, like,
Poise-wise, yeah. But, like, and also, yeah, just generally, because it affects less people, but I love protection, too.
I would put it in B. Like, huge gift sack is a pretty good one.
Protection is just, like, something you don't see a lot in Ego Gift. And I know it's not as good as actually just dealing more damage, but I like it.
I love the phrasing on this next one. Sad plushie. Deal plus the absolute value of your SP divided by 1.5% more damage. And then it has the gall to suggest that the minimum is 0% when we're dealing with absolute value.
Absolute banger.
For those who don't know what this means, in case you haven't taken, like, high school math yet, I guess. I don't know why you'd be watching if that were the case. The absolute value of -5 is 5. Like, absolute value is literally just the number, but you remove the negative if the number is negative. So that means that you can literally never have a value that's less than 0. So stating that the minimum is 0 is completely pointless. Anyways, when an ally with plus coin skills recovers from a stagger, fully heal your SP. And for an ally with all minus coins, gain 3 paralyze at turn start.
Archetype getting staggered.
No. This is an S tier gift. This is an easy S tier gift. It's better than Artistic Sense. This gift is insane. Like, it's like 22.5% damage maximum, but if you're at 45 SP, that's always activated.
Yeah.
So it's literally just awesome.
Yeah.
It's also needed for a fusion.
The best fusion.
Okay, we're moving on to time killing time now. Silver Watch Case. When dealing damage to an enemy with attack skills that aren't ego, that inflict tremor potency counter, unique tremor, deal 10% more damage. If the skill triggered tremor burst on the enemy for the first time this turn, inflict 2 tremor count next turn. Alrighty.
Wow.
Solid, I guess. It's like 10% damage for tremor, pretty much.
Wait, it's just a range. No, that's blunt. Wait, is the range just...
The wrench is blunt.
No.
Now, Faded Watch Case says when clashing with a faster enemy, clash power +1, and when dealing damage to a faster enemy, inflict 3 tremor potency and 2 tremor count next turn. Technically, this is better. Because it's not restricted to only IDs that can inflict tremor. It's not that much better, though. It's like worse than Prejudice, probably. In fact, I will literally put it in the spot above.
Damn, the poor watch being above the rich watch.
Dog Plushie is a tier 3, actually. Warning notice. Turn end, inflict 1 bind to the fastest enemy next turn. If the target has tremor, inflict 2 bind. And when an ally attacks a target with bind, deal +5 plus 2.5 times their bind more damage, up to 15%. It's like fine.
5
It doesn't do a lot, but it's fine. It's technically unrestricted damage, because it always inflicts bind. In fact, it's a minimum of 7.5% more damage against targets with bind, so put it like here. Etched Clock Hands. First turn, start of a wave. Inflict 9 minus the current speed tremor potency to 3 enemies with the slowest speed. Minimum of 3. And deal 10% more damage against targets with 12 or more tremor or unique tremor at turn start. Yay.
These gifts are all such nothing gifts.
There's such nothing. Yeah, that's exactly it. Rusted Clock Hands. First turn, start of wave. Inflict 9 minus the current speed tremor potency with a minimum of 3, and 9 minus the current speed divided by 2 tremor count to 1 enemy with the fastest speed, rounded up for abnormalities 1 part. Take 10% less damage from targets with 12 or more tremor or unique tremor at turn start.
Wait, so it's just take less damage instead of deal more?
Yep, which just makes it decidedly worse.
Yeah.
To the point
that's
where
just
I
a bit
almost...
relevant.
It also only inflicts tremor to 1 target.
Yeah.
I'm putting this one in D. Because it
Wow.
effectively does, like, it's like Nixie Divergence for 1 enemy, and it does nothing otherwise. But it's part of a fusion. So... Chalice of Trickle Down. When an ally with attack skills. That's all allies. When an ally with attack skills that aren't ego that inflict tremor potency count or unique tremor wins a clash, inflict 2 tremor potency and 2 tremor count 2 times per turn. Your Adivi identities inflict 3 tremor potency and 3 tremor count instead. If the affected identity clashes against targets with higher offense levels, clash power +2, deal 20% more damage when attacking after winning the clash. This is actually really good for tremor. I think if
Yeah.
you see this gift in tremor, you're always taking it.
I mean, if you see any gift in the TKT region...
How many gifts are left? Well, the last one is this one, so quite a few.
I mean, they all fit on one screen now.
It is one of the best ego gifts for tremor, you're right. I'll put it like there, because it's rare. Prepaid Time Receipt. Deal +5 plus 2.5 times speed difference % more damage against faster enemies with 2+ speed difference. Max 15%. Okay, so that's rarely going to do anything. On turn end, if an ally dealt damage with an attack skill, except for an ego skill this turn, against faster enemies with 2+ speed difference, inflict 2 bind and 1 power down to the enemy next turn, once per turn. This gift is kind of a nothing because it implies the enemy is faster than you.
Yeah.
Which just doesn't happen.
Like a lot of the TKT gifts try to make that a thing.
Yeah. D? It's not needed for a fusion. F.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now we get to the fun part.
Now we've got all the Pocket Watch fusions. Pocket Watch Type L. Encounter start. This gift activates with 5 or more identities that have attack skills that apply tremor potency counter unique tremor. They all say this. To allies skill 3s that inflict tremor potency counter unique tremor, coin power +2 and deal 25% more damage. When an ally that inflicts tremor potency count or unique tremor triggers amplitude conversion on an enemy with attack skills, including ego skills, multiply the tremor potency and count by 1.5, only when actually converting them into different tremor types, and inflict 5 defense level down. First turn, start of a wave, inflict 12 minus current speed, tremor potency with a minimum of 6 to 3 enemies with the slowest speed. Yeah, that's pretty great, actually.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's...
Like, by the time you had finished reading out what it said, I already forgot what the beginning was, but it did sound pretty impressive.
Yeah. Pocket Watch Type E. To all allies skill 3s that inflict tremor potency counter unique tremor, coin power +2 and deal 25% more damage. When an ally that inflicts tremor potency count or unique tremor deals damage to a slower enemy with 2+ speed difference, deal plus tremor potency on target, max 25% more damage, and inflict 2 defense level down every time the ally deals damage up to 6 times. First turn, start of a wave. Inflict 12 minus current speed tremor potency, minimum of 6, and 12 minus current speed divided by 2 tremor count to 1 enemy with the fastest speed. Round it up for abnormalities 1 random part. This one's better, actually. Okay. I want to
Yeah,
get through the pocket
just-
watches. Pocket watch type Y. To allies skill 3s that inflict tremor potency counter unique tremor. Coin power +2 and deal 25% more damage. Eurodivi IDs gain skill 3 gains another coin power +2 and deals +25 plus the sum of tremor potency and count on target % more damage instead. Max 100%. Eurodivi identities gain 3 tremor count at turn start. Technically, this is worse than the other ones.
Yeah, it does divvy idea thing, so it's yippers.
It doesn't do anything outside the coin power and 25% more damage unless you have Eurodivi.
Yeah.
It's like significantly worse, in fact. And then Pocket Watch Type P. To allies skill 3s that inflict tremor potency counter unique tremor. Coin power +2 and deal 25% more damage. When an ally that inflicts tremor potency counter unique tremor clashes against a faster enemy with 2+ speed difference, clash power +2, and deal plus tremor potency on target % more damage up to 50%. Turns start from slowest to fastest. The 3 slowest allies gain 3 offense level up. No, 5 offense level up, 3 offense level up, and 2 offense level up, respectively. This one is also worse.
Yeah. It's clashing against faster people again.
It's not as bad as the other one, but it's definitely worse. Sadly. The P? Yeah, so true. I gotta pee, chat. I'm sorry.
Piss break, piss break. We peel. Oh. So, yeah, Limbus Company. Guys, ever played Limbus Company? I heard it's a pretty good game. Yo, blow-ups? I wanna be involved in that one. Ich fell into the toilet, Kaskozhuk toilet. That's like something. I've also been slacking on my MD grind. I'm only like 300 something. I've been on that Among Us grind. Playing Among Us hide and seek. Now that's the game you should be playing.
I'm back.
Come back.
you responded like you weren't expecting me to come back.
I don't know what I'm expecting at any given moment.
That's fair. Okay. We continue. You got to see my background again.
I would implode. Yeah.
You fell in the toilet. I was only gone for like a minute.
You were Kaskozhuk.
Okay. Warp Express gifts. Economy class discount voucher. Turn end. Among identities with 5 or less speed, the one with the slowest speed gains 1 haste. This is an F. Like, genuinely.
1 haste. Holy shit.
This is a worse version of Ancient Effigy. Like, it's really
It's one
bad.
of those haste gifts again.
It's one of those haste skips again. What gift do you feel the most neutral about? I don't know. Where's... I guess the one right in the middle is like Helterfly's Dream.
Why is Helterfly Stream in B?
I hate you.
Why isn't it in Burn, really?
Shush. Canned Ice Cream. When an ally loses HP due to their own attack effect, heal half of the HP lost due to the skill effect at the next turn's start, rounded down. When an ally heals HP due to an ego skill effect, heal 12.5% more HP. Which is funny, but not ultimately that important. So, like, you're...
I love it when they made a gift that makes Fluid Sag better.
I know, right? It just makes
Not
Fluid
even
Sag
by
better.
much, just a little better.
E-type Dimensional Dagger. Skill 1s that gain charge count or unique charge gain Clash Power +1 and deal 5% more damage. If that skill 1 was single coin, gain Clash Power +1 and deal 12.5% more damage instead. If a W Corp identity dealt damage to an enemy with an Envy skill, including ego skills, inflict 2 HP healing down. Does not stack.
Wow.
Oh, that wasn't even the next gift on the list. Whatever.
Oh.
It's, like, pretty good, I'd say.
Honestly, when it comes to like gifts, I'm neutral too. That one's pretty up there.
Yeah. Let me do the actual next gift on the list. Biogenerative Battery. Allies with charge count or unique charge gain 1 offense level up with every clash. Max 6, resets after attack. Turn end. Identities with 10 plus charge count or unique charge gain 1 haste next turn. At 18 plus, you gain 3 offense level up as well.
It's like a haste gift, but different.
It helps with clashing.
Yeah.
It's not horrible. It's definitely not great. I put it in C. Probably. Like, here, I guess.
I trust you on these places.
Cardiovascular Reactive Module is next. When an ally with charge count... Speak, Ziv!
I don't even... I wanted to say, yes, my cardiovascular something module, but I instead said Kaskozhuk.
Okay. When an ally with charge count or unique charge loses a clash, gain shield equal to charge count plus unique charge once per turn. When at 50% or less HP, gain charge count plus unique charge times 2 shield instead once per turn. And if a multi-crack office identity received HP damage during this encounter, next turn they heal 33% of the HP lost last turn, rounded down. This is awful. Just terrible gift. Requires you to lose a clash to do anything.
My Kaskovascular system failing.
F. It's part of the... Oh, shit, you're right.
Oh yeah, it's part of a fusion.
It's part of a fusion. I can't put it below D.
It's so sad.
Prosthetic joint servos. Next turn, allies gain haste and charge count equal to the number of charge count or unique charge gaining by base attack skills they use this turn, up to 2. And when a multi-crack office identity gains or consumes charge count with a base attack skill, they gain 1 additional charge count, up to 2.
That's
Wow.
totally low.
2 charge count and 2 haste. Oh boy.
Is that one of those haste gifts?
It's one of those haste gifts, again. I recall it's part of the ego. Yeah, it is. Like, we'll get to them, don't worry. Crystallized Blood. Turn end. If this unit has bleed, have the bleed potency on self, and heal bleed potency reduced times bleed count on self HP. Rounded down, can heal up to 10% of max HP at once. You know how specific this is?
Yeah.
It's like,
I
this
mean,
only really matters for the Blood Fiends. All of the Blood
Yeah.
Fiends heal on dealing damage.
like, there's that other, like, the bandages ego gift that, like, heals when you have bleed.
That's also true. We'll get to that one
And,
soon.
and that one is just like this one, but like generally applicable and not just that
Yeah.
one thing.
Well, I mean, this one's generally applicable too, technically. But it's not
in a
good.
it's in a very late appearing pack.
It's not good.
But it is an infusion.
It is an infusion, yep. Portable barrier battery. Skill 1s that gain charge count or unique charge gain clash power +2. When using a skill 1 that gains charge count, gain 2 charge count and 1 charge barrier once per turn. If a W Corp identity takes HP damage due to any effect other than a direct attack, gain 5 charge barrier once per turn. Frankly, you're always taking this if you're running charge, because 2 clash power up on skill 1 is
clash.
nuts.
Like, I heard clash power and was waiting for anything other than that to appear, but it was just clash power and then nothing.
It does gain more charge count. So,
Yeah.
okay, now for the Warp Express fusions, which all require you to have 5 allies with charge effects. Automated joints. Base attack skills that consume charge count or unique charge gain coin power +1 and deal sum of charge count and unique charge consumed by that skill times 4% more damage up to 40%. They all have this effect, so I'm only going to read it once. Turn end. Allies with charge count or unique charge gain 1 haste up to 2 and 1 damage up to 3 for every instance they used a base attack skill that consumes charge count or unique charge in this encounter, so it stacks cumulatively. If a multi-crack office identity is 5 or more charge, they gain coin power +1. To base attack
I feel
skills.
like the base, yeah, I feel like the base effect is the most impressive part on this.
It pretty much is. This is a really good gift.
Like, if that effect is on all these gifts, then
So overcharged battery is next. It has the damage dealing thing. When allies with charge count or unique charge engage in a clashes with base attack skills, clash power +2, gain 3 charge count upon winning a clash, and lose 6 charge count upon clash lose. You just randomly threw a negative effect in this one. When winning a clash with an Envy affinity base attack skill, inflict 1 Envy fragility 3 times per target.
this one sounds pretty good.
It's alright. I wouldn't say it's better than the other one, but
Yeah, that one. Yeah, okay.
it's still pretty good, yeah.
Still like 2 clash power and agility. Yeah.
Perpetual generator servos. Base attack. When allies with it has the base attack damage bonus. When allies with charge count or unique charge engage in a clash with base attack skills, clash power +1, gain 2 offense level up at turn start for every instance of clash win in that clash during this encounter, up to 6. In this encounter, when an ally takes damage that would kill them, consume all charge count and unique charge on self, then immediately heal 10 plus sum of charge count and unique charge consumed % HP once per encounter, and gain 3 protection until defeated.
I am thoroughly confused.
It's a slightly worse version of the other one that we just read, basically.
Sure.
It still gives you 1 coin power, so...
Wait, also does this one... Wait, this one no longer gives haste, does it?
Yeah, it gives haste. No, it doesn't give
Oh, it
haste.
gives, okay,
I was
lost the
also
haste.
confused.
So sad.
Heart's Power Jewel. Encounter start. We know this. Base attack skills gain coin power and deal additional damage. When allies have 15 plus charge count or unique charge, when they use a skill 3 that consumes charge count or unique charge, and if there are remaining charge count or unique charge after the attack, consume all remaining charge count and unique charge to deal sum of charge count and unique charge consumed times 7.5% fixed bonus damage, up to 75%. And also max charge count +5, because why not? It's
But
it's
it no longer has anything to do with bleed.
nope.
Okay.
Why would it have anything to do with bleed?
Sure.
Honestly think it's better than these two, but it's not that much better than those two. So the first one's the best one.
Yeah. Base.
Onto Valpurgis Noct 4 gifts. Filial Love. When inflicting bleed potency or unique bleed with base attack skills against enemies, inflict 2 bleed count 3 times per turn. Deal 1% more damage for every bleed count on the target.
I mean, for bleed, it's nice.
God dang it.
It's
What? No.
bleed count, you can get that high. And I don't think there's a limit on how much bleed count.
No, this is a slightly weaker version of Little and 2B Naughty Plushie. I wish I were joking.
Okay, for only the...
Yeah.
Okay.
Misaligned Transistor. Base attack skills that consume charge count or unique charge consume 1.5 times more. Deal 2% more damage for every charge count or unique charge consumed by base attack skills. Max 20%. So if it consumes more than 10, it just doesn't get a bonus anymore. This one's like pretty solid,
That's
I'd
so
say.
rude. Yeah.
It's very specific how it works, but you need the glove for this one. You literally don't have the max charge for this. I mean, you do on W Corp Dawn. She only needs 10. Mental Corruption Boosting Gas. When engaging in a clash, using an attack skill that inflicts sinking potency, count, or unique sinking, then dealing damage with the said attack skill. On hit, inflict sinking potency equal to the number of clashes, max 3. Oh boy, do I love inflicting 3 sinking potency on Clash Win.
At max 3.
Yeah. It's slightly better than Frozen Cries. This is so terrible. Wait, why am I putting it in D? It's not an effusion.
It's Jova for this one.
It's Jover for this one. Probably better than Pinpoint Logic Circuit. Leaked in Kefalin. When the enemy is about to lose or consume sinking count, sinking potency on the target % chance to inflict 1 sinking count immediately before the target is about to lose or consume sinking count, 3 times per turn, max 100%. Even though you can't get to 100%, because it's based on the sinking potency. Raise base chance by highest resonance times 2% up to 12%. And if the said highest resonance was Gloom or Envy, inflict 1 more sinking count. So this says, basically you have a chance to for them not to run out of sinking.
Yeah.
Um,
Which honestly is like not that bad if you like don't have like stuff that actually makes your sinking go crazy yet.
see? Maybe it's
Yeah.
like very niche.
But it's very tasty.
It's also kind of tasty. Yeah, I'll put it in B. Hardship.
Yay.
Clash win. Heal SP equal to the number of clashes, max 3. Love that. Parentheses. If the affected unit is already at 45 plus SP, gain number of clashes divided by 2, offense level up next turn, max 3.
I love SP healing. I love a little bit of Ring Yi Sang. So
It's fine. There's nothing wrong with this gift.
yeah.
It just doesn't do a lot, is all. Yeah, I don't play solos. I said this earlier. We're not counting solo runs for effects. Crown of Thorns. Turn start. One ally with the least SP heals 8 SP, unless they're panicking or in corrosion. If the said ally was already at max SP, Clash Power +1 for this turn. Or this turn, SP heal efficiency +1, SP loss efficiency -1. This one's pretty good.
I love anything that heals SP.
It's just free Clash Power for a
Flash
guy.
power
Makes SP healing
for the
better.
guy.
It's just pretty good. Rest. Is that next? Yeah. Lose 1 less SP when an ally loses SP due to their own base attack skill effect. What does that even apply to? The Clash lose effect on Spice Bush skill 3?
I think it's intended for like the Gregor Ego.
But it's base attack skills.
Oh. Right.
So it doesn't
Yeah.
apply to Ego. If the target has sinking, deal 2% more damage for every heads coin this attack flipped while attacking, up to 16%. Alright. It's like a worse skeletal crumbs, I guess. It's like a much worse skeletal crumbs. I'll put it in C.
Yeah. And it's also just sad.
No, if the event appears, it doesn't show up in the shop. So, you get Hardship or Crown of Thorns. And that is it. It won't show up in the shop because the event is present. Wild Hunt and Solemn Lament. Yeah, but like, you know. Okay. We're finally into the current mirror dungeon. We're almost done. We've only got 5 more rows of gifts. Okay, first off, starting with the ones for La Mancha Land reopening. La Mancha Land all-day pass. On hit against targets with 10 plus sum of bleed, unique bleed, and rupture. Gain 1 poise potency and count 2 times per skill.
I sure love it when I'm using 3 status effects.
Yeah, what were they even doing? It's technically not useless, I guess. C. Sure. It's probably worse than that, actually. And then Token of Victory. On kill, one ally with the least SP heals 3 SP. After attack, if an enemy with 10 plus sum of bleed, unique bleed, and rupture is defeated, one ally gains 2 offense level up next turn. And it prioritizes the ally who got the kill. Great.
Wait, okay.
Wonderful.
Honestly, it's just the other one, but better.
It's like a little better, yeah. Not much, though. Probably worse than those, actually. No way it's better than 3 charge barrier. Yeah, the difference is that the charge barrier can technically give shield to anyone. That's why it's not in D tier.
Actually, charge barrier and the 3 fixed damage on reflect goes crazy.
No, it doesn't. What's next? We've got Mask of the Parade. This is from the Infinite Procession. This is a floor 5 only pack, I would like to state. So was the other one. If in encounters where backup enemies appear, when new enemies enter the battle, inflict 3 bleed and 2 bleed count against them. Which is like, okay. If there is a Blood Fiend among allies, when new enemies enter the battle, activate bleed on all enemies and reduce their bleed count by 1.
Huh?
So
what's the intent behind this?
What this does, if you don't have any Blood Fiends, enemies gain 3 bleed and 2 bleed count when they enter battle, only if they were backups, so it doesn't apply to anything that was there at combat start. So that's 6 damage. If there's a Blood Fiend among your allies, it's still 6 damage, but 3 damage is dealt immediately instead of waiting for a coin to be flipped.
Which tier is this ego gift again?
This is a tier 4 ego gift that is exclusive to a pack that only appears on floor 5 of the hard dungeon. It deals 6
Honestly,
damage
quite
to
incredible.
substituting enemies.
I think BM cooked with this one easy S tier.
Like, No. If you have all 4 Blood Fiend IDs, what would happen? It doesn't stack.
If it's stacked, it would just do, like, the damage instantly.
It's still 6 damage total. It activates on
whole
all
6
enemies.
damage.
No, it doesn't activate on all enemies. It activates on all substituting enemies. It says, when new enemies enter battle, inflict 3 bleed and 2 bleed count against them. Not against all enemies. It does trigger bleed on current enemies, I'll give you that. Outside of a bleed team, when does that matter? Actually might be a little worse than Lunar Memory. That's true. But, like, this gift effectively does nothing. Chat.
I mean, actually, you're misrepresenting this gift. It does 6 damage.
It does 6 damage. It's so bad. If you're using a bleed team, it's like, okay, that damage was going to be dealt at the start of the turn anyways. Yes, it activates bleed on all enemies. Great. Also, yeah, this is... No, it is a bleed ego gift. It counts as a bleed gift. I'm looking at it right now. I really want to put it in F. You can enhance it.
It's fashionable.
You can enhance it. That's great. Is it worth taking? God, no. This is a just a bad ego gift. Even in bleed, you probably don't want this effect. It's just not, it's a whole lot of nothing, basically. Also from the same pack, we have Devouring Cube. When an ally dies,
Yummy.
gain 1 ego resource for each of that ally's skills 1 and 2. After attack, if the enemy is killed, gain 1 random ego resource once per skill. What were they cooking?
Ego resource once per skill.
This is from...
just worse perversion?
This is a much worse perversion.
Fine.
F. I actually think this is worse than Oracle, I'll be honest.
I feel like Oracle at least has a niche with solos, but this one is just like, yeah.
New IDs. Oh no.
It,
Okay. It's just bad.
especially in Mirror Dungeon, because you don't actually want people in Mirror Dungeons to really die ever,
Yeah.
unless it's the final fight.
Yeah, it's exclusive to Floor 5 hard mode. To one specific pack. And it's a worse version of a gift you can get on Floor 1 in any Mirror Dungeon run. Like, why? Okay. Off of
Let them cube devour.
theme packs now for a bit. Decamillennial Stew Pot. Skills that inflict a burn potency counter unique burn gain 1 clash power. Yeah, that's pretty good.
It looks yummy.
It's an always taken burn teams. Let's be realistic here. If you see it, you're taking it. There's no doubt
You
about
could
that.
throw the eyeball from Toad in that stew.
You
Those look
could.
super compatible.
You could. Decamillennial Hearthflame. On turn end, enemies with 3 or more burn count activate burn an additional time and reduce burn count by an additional point. Technically speeds up burn damage. It's not really that necessary, but it's not terrible. So, like, it's solid, I'd say. Yeah, like there is
honestly,
probably fine.
I mean, I'd honestly put it in A, because it's just like speeding up burn damage compared to Held of Flight Dream, which might is that in. But
Why?
compared to like that one, you know, I feel like it's dealing twice the burn damage sometimes is more impressive than having a bit more burn.
Anyways, those two combine into Secret Cookbook. Encounter start. This gift activates when 5 or more identities have attack skills that apply burn potency counter unique burn. Skills that inflict burn potency counter unique burn gain 1 final power. On Clash Win with skills that inflict burn potency counter unique burn, inflict number of remaining coins divided by 2 plus 1 burn potency onto the target.
That sure was math. It's like one of those gifts you fuse and then to fuse into the next.
Yep. That's basically what it is. It's technically better than Deca Millennial Stupot. The second effect literally does nothing. It's like... and then we have Purloined Flame, which is the new big burn ego gift.
Yummy.
Only encounters with 5 or more identities with burn. On hit with a skill, including ego skills. If the target has 3 plus burn count, activate burn once on the target, and target loses 1 burn count. Once per skill. Basically turns burn into rupture. Turn end, targets with 3 or more burn count activate burn an additional time. And reduce 1 more burn count. If a target with burn is defeated, for abnormalities when the core is defeated, inflict its remaining burn potency to one of the enemies with the least burn potency at the next turn start. Turn start, for this turn, inflict 4 offense level down to enemies with burn. If a target with burn is defeated at the next turn start, you gain... defeated enemies burn potency divided by 15 allies with the skills that inflict burn, gain 2 damage up once per turn. Now, as much as I love to call this gift stupid, it's still pretty much an always taken burn. So, like...
How to make burn good, turn it into rupture.
Yeah. Pretty much. Milarka. Skills that inflict bleed potency counter, unique bleed, gain 1 clash power. This is just this for bleed. Ruptured Blood Sac. On ally clash win, activate the enemy's bleed once, 3 times per turn. Doesn't actually reduce their bleed count, so it is just free damage.
Okay.
We'll probably just put it in S again as well. Because again, free damage. Devotion. Applies only when you have 5 or more bleed IDs. One ally with the fastest speed has skills that inflict bleed potency counter unique bleed, gain 1 coin power, and deal 50% more damage. And all skills that inflict bleed potency counter unique bleed, gain 1 final power. Really?
It's like Bloody Mist, but worse.
It's a slightly worse Bloody Mist. You want to know why? Because you use it in Bloody Mist.
Whoa.
You used to be able to get this from the coffin event.
Dude. Oh, before they removed everything from event. Oh, that...
I don't think you're reading the mess correctly. I know it activates bleed on everyone, but that's not a substituted unit. That's a summoned unit. It wouldn't trigger there, because that encounter does not have substituting enemies. Hemorrhagic Shock. You get this by combining Grimy Iron Stake, Ruptured Blood Sac, and Rusted Cutting Knife. Only activates with 5 bleed IDs. On ally clash win, activate the enemy's bleed once per turn for each ally. Enemies become staggerable by bleed damage. If the enemy gets staggered due to bleed damage mid-clash, activate bleed a number of remaining enemy coins amount of times. If all enemies have bleed, they lose 2 defense level. At turn end, inflict number of bleed activations times 2 defense level down, up to 20. When inflicting bleed potency or unique bleed, inflict 3 bleed potency and 1 bleed count. This gift is way better than people give it credit for.
It seems like a lot of defense level down.
It's a ton of defense level down and a ton of free damage for bleed. What happened to phlebotomy pack? This isn't phlebotomy pack. It's a different. It's not even used in the recipe.
Back fucking died.
Yeah. Gemstone Oscillator. When winning a clash with a skill that consumed tremor count, if the target does not have tremor, inflict 2 tremor count. At 3+ sloth resonance, including this skill, inflict 3 tremor count instead. It's like, why?
It's like, this is definitely going to get fused.
This is definitely a fusion gift, yeah. You need to consume tremor with your skill for this to matter. Like, it's just not good. Wobbling Keg. Turn start at 8+ tremor count. Clash power +1. That's on self. When defeating or staggering an enemy with a skill that consumes tremor count on self, gain plus tremor count consumed divided by 4 tremor count. I mean, it's like okay.
It's clash power.
It is clash
Clash
power
power
up for self tremor IDs, but that's very niche. So it'll go like here, I think.
Yeah.
It's pretty solid. Interlocked Cogs. Encounter start. This gift activates when 5 or more identities have tremor. When Tremor Burst triggers on a target for the 6th time this turn, at an additional stagger threshold at 0% mark of their current HP once per encounter, and inflict 1 fragile when triggering Amplitude Conversion or Amplitude Entanglement. This is definitely a gift that you will use in a fusion. It's so specific, but technically not useless. On enemy or self? On a target, it says. Most of the top tremor IDs are self-tremor. Yeah, but like, you know. Epicenter. Made from Gemstone Oscillator and Wobbling Keg. You need 5 tremor IDs. When winning a clash with a skill that consumed tremor count on self, if the target does not have tremor, inflict 3 tremor count. Gain clash power plus tremor count on self divided by 5 up to 3 at turn start. And when using a skill that consumes tremor count on self, if the target is defeated or staggered, gain plus tremor count consumed divided by 2 tremor count. It's like super meh. But it's better than the Wobbling Keg, so I'll put it in like A.
It's one of the tremor gifts.
It's really one of the tremor gifts. Then we have my favorite gift. Combining Venomous Skin, Clockwork Spring, and Epicenter gives you Omnivibro Octovecti Bell. You need 5 tremor IDs. When winning a clash with a skill that inflicts tremor potency or count, or consumes tremor count on self, inflict number of remaining coins tremor potency against the target. If the target does not have tremor, also inflict 3 tremor count. Turn start, gain 1 plus tremor count on self divided by 5 clash power up to 3. When using a skill that consumes tremor count on self, when defeating or staggering a target, gain tremor count consumed divided by 2 tremor count once per skill. Skills that consume tremor count on self deal tremor consumed on self plus tremor potency on the enemy plus 5% more damage. Except for ego skills, up to 50%. Here's a hot take. This is worse than Clockwork Spring, which is a material for it.
Oh no, it got the charge fusion gift treatment.
It got the charge fusion gift treatment, sadly. And that makes it worse than a lot of other fusion gifts, to the point where I'm not putting it in S. Because it's not worth
so
doing.
Sad.
It's very sad that it doesn't go up there, especially with that name. When you hit your 8th Tremor Burst and an ally has Lifetime Stew and the moon is a waxing gibbous and Sancho took a bath, inflict 1 fragile. True. Alright, what's next? Oh god, Shard of Apocalypse.
Sharding right now.
If the target has less than 15 Rupture Potency, inflict 1 additional potency when inflicting Rupture Potency. That's it.
We're hitting 15 Rupture Potency with this one.
This gift is exclusive
Just
to
as
Hard
Project
Dungeon,
Moon
by the way.
intended.
This gift is exclusive to Hard Dungeon, by the way.
And I've never gotten it. I'll never get the best ego gift in all the game.
It's not worse than melted paraffin. And it is used for a fusion. Thorny rope cuffs. Encounter start. This gift activates when you have 5 or more rupture units. When an enemy's rupture count drops below 1, consume 20 rupture potency instead of rupture count. On hit, when the target has 1 rupture count in combat, inflict 1 more rupture count, 2 times per encounter. What? Why does it specify that?
It's just like nothing is allowed to be too good.
Like, it's okay. It's like, okay. If there's nothing... It's okay.
It's very much like they added a fusion gift in between, like, the tier 4 and the lower gift.
Here's a good one, chat. Eerie Effigy. You need to fuse Bone Stake and Shard of Apocalypse. Encounter start. Only activates with 5 or more Rupture IDs. Rupture deals 100% more damage against shields. If the target has less than 15 Rupture potency, inflict 2 more potency when inflicting Rupture potency. If Rupture cannot be applied due to skill effects, gain coin power +1 instead. It's technically alright. It does give coin power to the units that can't apply Rupture because they're over the 15 and 3 threshold. But, like...
You know, Rupture was just never intended to have more than 15 potency and 3 count, you know?
That's probably
so
true.
obvious.
I'll put it, like, there. It's A, really? You think that? I'll put it there. It is 1 coin power under a very niche circumstance.
Rhodia is... Deviant Rhodia is partying.
Yeah. And then we have Ruin. Need Broken Revolver, Thunder Branch, and Eerie Effigy. You need 5 Rupture IDs. Rupture effects deal 150% more damage against enemy shield.
What?
Turn start. Enemies or parts with Rupture lose 3 plus Rupture potency divided by 2 offense level and defense level, up to 6. When inflicting Rupture potency with skill effects, inflict 2 Rupture potency and 1 Rupture count against the target. If the target has less than 15 Rupture potency, inflict 2 additional Rupture potency. If Rupture cannot be applied due to skill effects, gain coin power plus 4 divided by the number of coins instead. I mean, it's technically better than Thunder Branch. Which makes sense, because you need Thunder Branch to make it. But all of the additional effects basically do not do anything for you in Rupture compared to Thunder Branch. So... Also, you need Broken Revolver, Ricky. Don't forget that. You need Broken Revolver, too. Oh, boy. Cantabile. When using base attack skills, if the target has 5 plus Sinking Potency, heal Sinking Potency on the target divided by 10 SP on self. Up to 3.
Up to 3?
This triggers on use. So at best, this skill says heal 3 SP on using a skill.
Impressive.
I would like to point out, this is a fusion gift. If I could put it lower than D, I would.
This is crazy.
And then we have Faded Overcoat. Turn end. If there are 3 plus enemies with negative 45 SP, all allies gain 2 offense level up next turn.
Not even 1 crash.
It's definitely a fusion gift. You know, this almost never activates, to be honest. Broken Revolver.
activates it
Broken
every
Revolver
day.
is an if there's nothing better type gift that you take. Please refrain from pronouncing Cantabile ever again. Well, I don't know how to pronounce. I don't even know what language it's from.
Cantabile.
Cantabile.
I have no idea either.
Tangled Bones. Encounter start. Only activates with 5 or more sinking IDs. Turn start. Enemies with sinking. Regain sinking count lost on last turn divided by 3 sinking count. If the base attack skill hits a target with less than 0 SP. For enemies without SP, if they have 1.5 plus gloom resist, inflict sinking potency divided by 10 gloom damage. Up to 10. No, minimum of 1, 10 times per turn. Sorry.
Ooh.
Alright. It's like,
Yeah.
it's actually pretty good, all things considered. But
I
realistically,
guess.
you just fuse it into black sheet music. So, like, I'll put it there. And we have Surging Globe. You make this with Cantabile and Faded Overcoat. You need 5 sinking IDs. When using a base attack skill, if the enemy has 5 or more sinking potency, heal sinking potency on the target divided by 10 SP on self, up to 5.
Wow. Who ups
On
searching
use.
their globe?
Turn end. Next turn, all allies gain offense level up equal to the number of enemies with negative 45 SP.
That was just like 3 words in a row. On use. Next. The turn end. The next turn. I kind of got lost.
So this is the first fusion gift that's going into D. Because while it is better than the 2 things needed to make it, it does next to nothing.
Yeah.
That is a maximum of heal 5 SP on skill use, and a maximum of 6 offense level up to all allies, but it's based on the number of enemies with negative 45 SP, so if there's only 1 enemy, you can only gain 1 offense level up from it.
No, that's
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Impending Wave. This is the new sinking gift. You need Thorny Path, Distant Star, and Surging Globe. It has so much text. Encounter start, you need 5 sinking gifts,
Mandatory
or
reading.
sinking IDs. When hitting and dealing HP damage to an enemy with a skill that inflicts sinking potency count or unique sinking, inflict 4 sinking potency and 3 sinking count at turn end, once per turn for each enemy. At combat start, when activating Gloom or Lust Absolute Resonance, inflict 3 sinking and 3 sinking count on all enemies. After using a base attack skill, if the target has 10 or more sinking potency, heal sinking potency on the target divided by 10 SP on self, max 5. That is 5 SP on use, again. And inflict the same amount as defense level down against the target, up to 5. Once per turn per enemy, at least it inflicts defense level down. Turn end. All allies gain offense level up equal to the number of enemies with negative 45 SP or without SP next turn, up to 6. When activating the sinking effect, including unique sinking, on the target with an on-hit effect from a base attack skill that inflicts or gains sinking potency, sinking count, or unique sinking, heal 5 SP at turn end, 2 times per turn per identity. If the unit was at 45 SP at turn start, the effect changes to the following. When hitting and activating the sinking effect, including unique sinking on the target with a base attack skill, inflict 3 sinking count against the targeted enemy, 2 times per turn per identity.
You just said so many words, and I
Yep.
totally agree with whatever you just said.
Now, realistically,
I love how.
this one is S, to be fair, but like,
Yeah.
it's not like I think it is probably like around as good as Black Sheep music in total.
But I do love how it made Thorny Path better by simply making it also trigger on Gloom Resonance.
Yeah, I know, right? Honestly, I think the Gloom Resonance effect is good enough to put it into S, realistically.
Yeah.
But you do need so many useless gifts just to make it. I zoned out. Good. You don't need to know what that gift does. It's S. 4 of the gifts you need to make it are D or lower. Recollection of a certain day. Skill 3 for identities that can gain poise, potency, or count through skills, except for ego, gain 2 final power. That sounds like an always
Yeah.
take in poise to me.
It's like if the cigarette holder only worked in Poise.
Yeah.
And the cigarette holder also works.
Angel's Cut. When an ally has more than 20 poise potency, the Zeta unit consumes 1 poise potency to gain +1 poise count on turn end. So if you have guaranteed crits, you don't lose poise count on turn end, basically, is what it says.
That's so cool, and I wish it the best of luck in doing that.
Yep. C. Reminiscence. This is with Pendant of Nostalgia and Recollection of a Certain Day. Encounter start, you need 5 Poise IDs. Skill 3s of identities with skills, except Ego, that gain Poise potency or count, gain 1 coin power. And combat start, a random ally gains 3 Poise potency. Prioritizes allies' identities that gain Poise potency or count with their attack skills. Prioritizes allies with Gloom skills. They gain 3 Poise potency and 2 Poise count instead. If you put that higher than Horseshoe, I didn't. It's below Horseshoe. But this is just a slightly better... I mean, it's Pendant of Nostalgia, but it gives your skill 3 1 coin power. So, like, where the heck is Pendant of Nostalgia? Where did I put it?
Somewhere in the...
There it is. Okay, it goes here.
Oh.
Okay, and the new Poise gift, Cask Spirits, made with Devil's Share, Angel's Cut, and Endorphin Kit. You need 5 Poise IDs. Turn end. If an ally has more than 20 Poise potency on self, the ally consumes 1 Poise potency to gain 1 Poise count. Turn end. 1 ally with the highest Poise potency and 1 ally with the highest Poise count gain... Sorry, there's a random closed bracket after the word count that does not need to be there. Gain 2 haste and 1 offense level up. Can activate on the same identity. When gaining Poise potency from skill effects, gain additional 2 Poise potency and 2 Poise count. If the sum of Poise potency and count on self is less than 20, gain 3 Poise potency and 3 Poise count instead. Combat end. At more than 40 Poise potency, consume 15 Poise potency to discard 1 skill of the lowest rank in all of that unit's skill slots, once per turn per character.
Where did the discard come from?
I really wish I knew, but it is helpful.
Sure.
I mean, this is just Endorphin Kit with the discard effect, basically. So, like, it's an A, I guess?
It's crazy how the fusion gifts are just like other gifts, but are different.
I'll put it in A. The discard is nice, don't get me wrong, but it's really not important. And it is designed to let you spam skill 3s, but also notably doesn't boost your skill 3s. So it doesn't go in as. I don't think it's necessary for a Poise team.
Oh.
We're getting there. We're definitely getting there.
Yeah.
Miniature Telepole. After attack with a skill attack that consumed 7 or more charge count on self, if the target is defeated, gain charge count consumed by the skill divided by 4 charge count. This is definitely needed for a fusion gift. I'll put it like there, because it's not horrible.
I love getting a negligible portion of my charge refunded.
Yeah, I know, right? I gain 16 charge count per turn. I sure love getting 3 back on killing an enemy. T1B Octagonal Bolt. Encounter start, you need 5 charge IDs. Turn start, all allies gain charge count plus unique charge divided by 10 damage up to 2. Turn end, allies without charge barrier gain 1 charge barrier. And each identity gains 1 charge potency every time they consume 20 charge count, up to 2 times per identity per encounter. This is, like, really good, actually.
Yeah.
And it's not even a fusion gift, but it's needed for a fusion, so...
And I also just I like the concept of charge potency generally, and this one just like making charge potency faster to build and on everyone.
Why is the
It's
bolt
fun.
red? It comes from have you become strong? Next, insulator. You need 5 charge IDs. After it, you need to combine UPS system and miniature telepole for this. After attack with a skill that consumes charge count on self, if the target is defeated, gain charge count consumed by the skill divided by 3 charge count. Turn start at less than 3 charge count, gain 3 charge count. Turn start at 3 or more charge count, gain 1 damage up. It's
Wow.
fine.
I'm so whelmed.
I'm so
so
whelmed
whelmed
by
by
this. It's going like here. Like. And then we have T5 perpetual motion machine. You need curriculum vitae, lightning rod, and insulator. You need 5 charge gifts. Sorry, 5 charge IDs. I'm losing my mind. Turn start at less than 3 charge count, gain 3 charge count. Turn start at 5 and more charge count, gain 2 minimum and maximum speed, 1 attack power up, and 2 damage up. After attack with a skill that consumed charge count on self, if the target is defeated, gain plus charge count consumed by the skill divided by 3 charge count, and next turn gain 1 plus coin boost. And after attack with a skill 3 that consumed charge count on self, if the target is defeated, or if the ally who used the skill 3 is at 3 plus charge, they add a skill 3 to the list of skills for the next upcoming turn, once per turn per ally, and unique charge does not interact with it. Hey, Welvader. How's the stream going? Taking a break after editing for 5 hours? I have been streaming for 5 hours.
Hi, Vader.
I wish I could take a break. We're almost done. This goes at the top of S, by the way. This is better than Bloody Mist, in my opinion. It is
It's
so
also funnier than
stupid.
Bloody Mist.
It's like, oh, have rip space every turn. Can you make insulator below UPS? It's legit worse than UPS. You know, you're actually right. Where's UPS? It's already lower than UPS system. What's the point of raising... Okay. Technically, it's not the same as haste, because there are certain effects that activate off of base speed. Okay, now
There
we've
are
got the
certain
shop
effects that
gifts.
activates under haste.
Now we've got the shop gifts, chat. Rebate token. 20% chance to get the cost refunded when enhancing in a shop. You do a decent amount of enhancing per run. I'll put it at the bottom of C. We have to kind of judge these differently because they're not... Where can you see all Ego Gift fusions? There's an image somewhere on the internet, I'm sure. I don't have it off the top of my... off the rip. New release pamphlet. 20% chance to get the cost refunded when refreshing in a shop. It's... Oh, you do refresh a decent amount, but, like...
I always take every single one of these every time I see them because I love them.
They're okay. They're, like, not useless, but usually you don't want to buy them. Don't look at where Helterfly's dream is. Okay. If you get, like, 2 refunds, it's cost positive. Yeah, but, like, you know, it's 20%. Special catalog. Number of encounter reward card choices +1. This one can actually be okay. It's old tomorrow's expression. Actually, it's old tomorrow's fortune is what this effect is, basically.
Absolutely ripped off.
So put it at like C, top of C, something like that. Pre-order discount. Refresh cost -30%. This one's better. I genuinely think this one is B tier. Not very high B tier, but it's pretty good. Trial plan guide. Shop skill replacement cost -30%. This one's a little bit worse because you don't replace skills as much as you refresh, sadly. So we'll put it like here. Maybe above that other one. Renewed merch. Shop Ego Gift enhanced cost minus 30%. This one's pretty good. Like, it's okay.
I enhance a lot of gifts.
I do too. I'll put it at the bottom of B. Prestige card. Shop Ego Gift purchase cost minus 30%. This is the best one of them.
Yeah.
I'm still going to put it in B. It's like midway up B, pretty much, is where I'm going to put it.
I mean, for me, all of those are like S triple plus quadruple tier because I love them. But
Yeah.
yeah.
Layered bandages. Turn end. Among allies with bleed, the identity with the least HP heals 5% of their max HP. That sure is a gift that exists. F. This can be upgraded, by the way. Overused whetstone. Only applies to number 3. Slash skills gain plus number of slash base attack skills offense level. Same skills don't count twice, up to 3. So 1 clash power if this ID is all slash. When attacking enemies weak, greater than 1.0 resist, staggered states don't count. To slash, deal plus 5 plus target slash resist times 10% more damage, up to 25%.
That
Not horrible.
Was too many numbers.
It's not horrible. It's like free damage and clash power for slash IDs, pretty much.
I trust.
Is that gift that transfers sin affinities that bad? In non-solo runs, yeah. Short cane sword. When winning a clash with a base attack skill, inflict 2 defense level down next turn against the target. Once per turn per identity, effect cannot stack against the same enemy. For 7 association identities, above effect applies to pierce and blunt base attack skills as well. Encounter start. 7 association identities gain number of other 7 association identities divided by 2 clash power up. Rounded down, max of 2. It's actually not horrible. Also, you can start with it, so there's that. It goes in pretty solid, I'd say.
I'm gonna need a cane after I'm done.
Cloud Pattern Gourd Bottle. Slash attack type skill 1s gain clash power +1 and inflict 2 offense level down on hit. For Kurokuma clan identities, the above effect applies to all slash skills instead. Turn start Kurokuma clan identities gain 1 power up when inflicting bleed potency or count on hit with a base attack skill, gain 1 poise potency 4 times per turn per identity.
Good.
Why is the poise part there? But like, it's alright. It's like, this is like the dagger, pretty much. Except it's not locked to a specific event, so I'll put it like there. Broken Greatsword. This one was changed. Slash base attack skills. Gain clash power +2. On combat start, gain offense level up equal to the number of identities who are using slash base attack skills this turn, up to 3. Allies with slash attack types for all of their base attack skills gain 2 slash damage up at turn start, except for empowered skills or skills that need unique conditionals. When using guard, except for power guard, gain 1 protection and 3 defense level up, once per identity per turn. When in a single turn, an allied identity takes 2 instances of HP or shield damage by getting attacked by enemies' single target attack skills, gain 1 defense level up next turn, max 3. At turn start, Zwei association identities gain 2 attack power up and 1 slash power up, then gain 2 defense level up for every other Zwei association identity, up to 8. It's
Either
actually
I completely lost the plot, or it gives you 3 clash power.
goes hard with Snakeskin. Oh, we'll get to Snakeskin. It's okay. It's pretty good, actually. This is a very strong gift. It's like literally slash skills gain 2 clash power. That by itself is really nice. So we'll put it like here-ish, I'd say.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one was updated because I think it was pretty bad before. High Tensility Shoes. Effect applies only to number 3. Pierce skills gain plus number of pierce base attack skills offense level up to 3. Same skill doesn't count twice. At 3 or more haste, When attacking an enemy, deal plus 10 plus haste on self times 3% more pierce damage up to 25%. Man.
The man.
This is like a C tier, I'd guess. Probably. It's not like the other one because the other one is better.
I totally 100% agree.
You sound like you don't know what any of these do. Pretty much.
I feel like when the surging wave gift came, that just like that changed something in me.
Fair. Plume of Proof. On hit after winning a clash with a Pierce base attack skill, inflict 1 bind against the enemy next turn. Once per turn, per identity, and you can't stack against the same enemy. For Sync Association IDs, gain 1 haste next turn as well. When a Sync Association identity uses a base attack skill to win a clash against targets, and for Abnormalities parts, with Declared Duel or Focused Attack, gain 2 Poise potency on hit, once per turn for each identity.
So I like literally the last Mirror Dungeon run I made was with this gift, was with a Sync Association team, and I do not remember what it does. And you just said what it does, and I still do not remember.
That's basically it, yeah. It's like a high C gift. Torn Hems. Pierce attack type skill 2, specifically. Offense level +2. If the skill has 2 coins or fewer, offense level +2 and clash power +2 divided by the number of coins instead. For Technology Liberation Alliance identities, for some reason. Above effect applies to all Pierce attack type base attack skills. There is... Yep, they have those, I guess.
We're gonna have a rerun of Yi Sang's chapter, and there are gonna be more of those identities.
What's with 2? I don't know. Turn start, Technology Liberation Alliance IDs gain number of negative effects on self offense level up, max 3. Why?
One of those negative effects are offense level down.
What is the point? Like, I mean, skill 2 can gain a clash power and some offense level up. But man, this is so underwhelming. It's not good. Like, it's even worse than Plume of Proof, I feel like. And that's a haste gift.
It also is not fashion.
Yeah, Solo Crown is F because it does nothing in a team. That's why it's there. Why would I rank anything based on the fact that I wouldn't use more than 1 ID? Do the Technology Liberation Alliance even work together? Not really. Dueling Manual Book 3. This one was updated. Pierce base attack skills gain Clash Power +2. On combat start, gain offense level up equal to the number of identities who are using Pierce base attack skills this turn, up to 3. Allies with Pierce attack type for all of their base attack skills gain 2 Pierce damage up at turn start. Evade skill power +2. Every time an allied identity successfully evades 2 times within a single turn, they gain 1 damage up next turn. At turn start, Sync Association identities gain 1 Pierce power up and 2 Pierce damage up. If a Sync Association identity dealt damage on hit against an enemy inflicted by their Declared Duel or Focused Attack, gain 2 Pierce damage up and 1 haste next turn. This one got really big buffs. Like, I'm tempted to put it in S because of how many buffs Sync Association gets, plus the fact that Sync Association is already a good set of IDs to run in Mirror Dungeon.
It's kinda like 4 Clash Power for Sync Association.
Yeah, pretty much. It's a lot of effects that improve your clashing. So I would put it in S. No, This is only meant for status specific. I guess Pierce only is status specific, right? So I would put it here. Do I have
I mean,
any?
I think we also have like
Yeah, I don't have any.
blade lineage thing in there.
I don't have any damage specific stuff at the top. Like, there's no slash only, pierce only, or blunt
yeah,
only up there, so that's fine. We're getting there. Almost down to 2 rows left. Next, dimensional
And the best
recycle
ego
bin.
gifts are coming up.
Dimensional recycle bin. Effects apply only to the number 3. Blunt skills gain number of blunted base attack skills offense level up to 3. When using a skill to attack an enemy, if a different skill was discarded, deal plus 10 plus rank of the discarded skill times 5% more blunt damage. If multiple were discarded, take the highest value with a max of 25%. This is alright. It's definitely a B tier gift, I would say. Discard is pretty good. All the
supporting the discard.
It's discard support. You know? Pocket flashcards. When winning a clash with a blunt base attack skill, inflict 2 defense level down next turn against the target. Once per turn per identity, doesn't stack. For Diechi Association identities, above effect applies to slash and pierce base attack skills as well, and inflict 1 additional defense level down. If a Diechi Association identity discarded their own skill using a discard skill, gain rank of the discarded skill offense level up at the next turn start. Take the highest value, max 3.
This feels like it would be
okay.
fused into something.
It's not, but
I know.
it should be, right? What do I like here? It's okay. It's like defense level down is defense level down, you know? Dimensional perception modifier. Blunt attack type skill 1 and 2 gain offense level equal to the number of their coins minus 1 up to a maximum of 2. And skills with discard effects gain twice as much. If a unit used a discard skill to discard their skill, okay. Wording. Gain 1 damage up and rank of the discarded skill offense level up. Once per turn per identity, if multiple were discarded, take the highest value. If a blunt attack skill was discarded, gain 1 blunt damage up as well. I mean, it applies to everyone, so, like, it's pretty decent. Like, this is a high B, I would say. Like, there.
Yeah.
And then, the Book of Vengeance. This one was also buffed. Blunt base attack skills gain clash power plus 2. On combat start, gain offense level up equal to the number of identities who are using blunt base attack skills this turn, up to 3. Allies with blunt attack types for all of their base attack skills gain 2 blunt damage up at turn start. When using a counter skill, except for power counters, gain 7.5% of this unit's max HP as shield HP, and deal 20% more damage. You can't be staggered by damage when using a counter skill once per identity per encounter. At turn start, the middle identities, there are 2 of these, gain 1 blunt power up and 2 defense power up. When the middle identity uses a counter skill, the above counter skill enhancement activates twice per encounter and deals 40% more damage instead. And I feel pretty confident that this is the weakest of all of the damage type tier 4s, honestly.
I love it when PM just like supports archetypes that don't exist.
Yeah, I love it when they support archetypes that don't exist. That's so true. It's still alright. Like, it's still a good gift. I'll put it like here. But realistically, it's whatever. You know?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's still clash.
Now we've got the vestiges. I have to kind of rank these differently because they don't do anything in battle. So the best ones... These ones I will rank based on them being fusion material, because that's...
These ones bring the heat.
Can you put the shoes next to the whetstone? No, because they're not as good. So Dark Vestige is the tier 1. It's an if there's nothing better type gift, definitely. It doesn't really do a huge amount for you, no matter what team you're running. Faint Vestige, though, can make tier 3s, which makes it pretty solid. Right?
Yeah.
That seems like a fair place to put it. Twinkling Vestige counts as a tier 3. This is really good, because it's just free fusion material to make a tier 4. And for the same reason, Brilliant Vestige goes right next to it, because it sells for more money.
Honestly, I'd put it below it, because if you're getting that one, it means you did not get another tier 4 gift.
Well, you're getting a tier 4 gift regardless of which one of these two you're using as fusion material. So it doesn't really matter.
If you got the Vestige in the first place, that means you had a chance to get a tier 4 and did not get a tier 4.
That's true. It's funny. Now, Lunar Vestige is weird.
That is... I'd honestly say that it's an F tier, because... Huh?
This is technically the worst ego gift in the game. Because you can only get it if you already have Lunar Memory and would have gotten Lunar Memory again.
Yeah.
And in theory, you could use it to craft a tier 5 ego gift, but the only one is Lunar Memory, so you can't use it to do that. And so it's just the worst ego gift in the game.
So fucking true.
So, like, Alright, moving on. We have Town Protecting Harpoon. Only applies to number 6. Turn end. At less than 30% HP, gain 1 attack power up next turn. That's it. Garbage. Technically better than Twinkling Scrap, though.
What if you just like brought Ishmael as a support unit?
I know, right? Sorry. Cetacean Heart. This is a tier 4 gift exclusive to... By the way, that was exclusive to Crawling Abyss. This is also exclusive to Crawling Abyss.
It's so
On hit,
fun.
On hit against enemies with bleed with an attack skill, gain 1 poise, 3 times per turn per character. On crit, 50% chance to not consume poise count, once per turn per character, including ego encounters. On crit heads hit with a base skill, inflict 1 more of the negative effect with that coin, once per turn for each character, including ego encounters. Hot take, this is not very useful, but it's better than literally nothing. So, like...
It feels like a grab bag of random stuff.
It is kind of a grab bag of random stuff, yeah. Like, even the chance to not consume poise doesn't really matter in poise. So, like... It doesn't really do very much. So it goes into if there's nothing better, I'd say. Weird for a tier 4 gift. Looks at Ancient Effigy. Let's see. Broken Violin. Effect applies to number 5 and number 6. At 45% or less HP, gain 1 offense level up and 1 HP healing boost on Clash Win, 2 times per turn per character. At 20% or less HP, gain 1 offense level up and 1 HP healing boost on skill use instead, 2 times per turn per character. God, I love when my ego gifts do literally nothing. That one is worse than Town Protecting Harpoon. Exclusive to Dregs of the Manor. Also exclusive to Dregs of the Manor. Manor-shaped music box. Applies to number 1. Turn end. When staggered, recovered from stagger. Then, at next turn start, inflict 4 sinking potency and 4 sinking count to all enemies once per encounter. When defeating an enemy with sinking, 1 enemy with the least sinking count gains 2 sinking count. And I've got to be honest, this one's okay. Like, it's not great, but it's definitely an if there's nothing better type of ego gift, I would say.
It is tiny house.
Manor Wi-Fi. It's so true. Alright, now onto the railway packs. Nope, never mind. This is exclusive to the Heartbreaking. This is Butler-style binding arts. Turn start. Inflict 1 bind against the enemy who recovered from stagger last turn. On hit from an ally with the least HP percentage, if the target is staggered, deal 7.5% more damage for every stagger level. I mean, if we want to be really technical, this is just blood, sweat, and tears. So,
honestly, it's actually true.
Like, it's blood, sweat, and tears, and after they recover from a stagger, they also get 1 bind.
It's blood, sweat, and tears, but with more words.
See, the funny thing is, the base damage boost is worse. Slightly, but after the first stagger level, it's better. So goes an S+. Always take it if it shows up. And then Refraction Glass Pod. They actually did make it a sinking gift, thankfully. In regular encounters, on hit against enemies with 10 or more sum of sinking count and potency, if the target is at negative 45 SP, deal sinking potency on the target divided by 5 gloom damage 3 times per skill. In focused encounters, on hit against enemies with 10 plus sum of sinking count and potency, deal sinking potency on the target divided by 10 gloom damage 2 times per skill. Which is less. This gift is technically very good, but they need to be at negative 45, so any enemy that doesn't have SP, it doesn't do anything. We put it at the bottom of A.
Fuck. I like its name.
Yeah, it's a cool name. Okay, now for the railway packs. Rolling down. We're so close to being done. I've got sushi sitting on my desk that I'm just not eating. Snake Slough. Exclusive to line 1. Turn start. All allies gain 2 defense level up. Each ally gains defense level up on self divided by 4 offense level up to 10. For those of you who have a calculator, you would need 40 defense level up for that to be 10 offense level up. The minus SP is only for regular encounter. Focus encounter, it's just free damage. Did I read it wrong? Oh, yeah, I did. How about that? It's not moving, though. Anyways, Snake Slough, 2 defense level up. Helps the Zwei, I guess. It's not so bad that you wouldn't ever take it, but it's an if there's nothing better, I feel like.
Yeah.
Like here. False Halo. On hit, gain 1 Tiana. If this unit was hit by an enemy skill this turn, gain 1 more Tiana each time. This is 2 times per skill. Now, if you're wondering what Tiana does, it's 1% damage per stack. And it caps at 108.
I love dealing 1% more damage.
Yeah, I love dealing 1% more damage. You can upgrade it. I don't know why you would.
2% more damage?
I don't know why you would. It's an F from me, dog. Line 2, we have Metronome. And on odd-numbered turns, gain 1 damage up. On even-numbered turns, gain 1 protection. This is just 1 damage up on turn 1 at the very worst. So, like, we put it near Illusory Hunt because it also applies to non-focused encounters, I would say.
And it also gives you more shit on turn 3.
Snakeskin becomes 2 offense level up to everyone at ++. More if you have Greatsword. I mean, sure. That doesn't make it good, though. Bridle. Encounter start. All allies gain current floor times 2% max HP up to 20%.
I like this one. This one's quirky.
This one's quirky. I would like to point out that it's currently impossible to get over 10% max HP. Because the max floor is 5.
This
But
is so sad.
it's, like, pretty solid, realistically. It's not great, but you'll take it. Line 3, we've got Contempt of the Gaze of Contempt. Yes, that's the real name of the gift. Applies to number 6. Combat start, deal 10% more damage for every enemy attack skill targeting this unit, up to 20%. Combat start, when targeted by 2 or more attack skills, deal number of skills targeting this unit, fixed HP and SP damage against all enemies targeting this unit. Up to 3.
Who
So,
up contempting the gaze?
who upped Contempt of the Gaze? This is like an if there's nothing better type gift, definitely. It does do it's like 1 ally. Sure. Whatever. Unhatched Embers. When taking mortal damage, fix HP for 1 for the attack, and after the attack, heal 20% of max HP once per encounter. Also, when you upgrade this, when it triggers, it inflicts some burn. And heals you more.
To just burn to the enemy?
Yeah. To the one that attacked you. It's still F. Like, this is a really bad gift.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really bad because it's floor 5 exclusive, exactly. Anti-Ovine... Now we're on line 4. Anti-Ovine Grounding Plug. When hit during the combat phase, inflict 1 paralyze against the attacker next turn. Once per turn per character.
So,
Not
like,
terrible.
getting hit is not good, but paralyze is good.
It happens. Like, and paralyze is a good effect, so bottom of B. Oh, Vestiges of the King. In chain battles only, I should point out. This is a floor 5 exclusive. Granted, the only fights it can ever do anything in are chain battles. Starting from the number 7 deployed center. At the start of the same turn it substitutes in, heal 10 SP, gain 2 Clash power up, and gain 1 Ego resource for each one of their skills 1, 2, and 3. It's fine. C.
I love it when I substitute people in for other people. And
Yeah.
they do things in the battle.
That's how I feel too. Okay, packaging box. We're now on Miracle in District 20 Boat Gok. On hit from ally skills. Randomly select one of the following effects from Burn, Bleed, Tremor, Rupture, and Sinking, then inflict 1 potency of the selected effect 3 times per turn. On kill from allies, randomly select one of the following effects. Poise count, charge count, haste, offense level up, and defense level up. Inflict 1 of the selected effects to a random ally 3 times per turn. This is, like, not very good. It's bad, but it's needed for a fusion, is what I would say. I think that's fair. Packaging ribbon. Turn start. Randomly select 1 out of Wrath to Envy damage up effects and apply 1 stack to all allies. Turn start. Randomly select 1 of Wrath to Envy fragility effects and apply 1 to all enemies. It's actually, like...
I mean, it's free
solid.
damage, yeah.
It's just free damage. Yeah, we have 3 IDs that escape from battle and replace a teammate. But, you know. What's next? Snuffed Lantern. Applies only to the number 7 deployed identity. Gain 1 more tremor count from skill or coin effects. If the target is in staggered, low morale, or panic states, gain 2 more instead. Why?
That I love it when, like, there's like this guy that's like not in combat at the start of the combat, but then like he gets in and then like he does tremor and wow. I'm thinking of Hanlu.
The problem is this is a fusion gift, but it goes really low.
That's the fusion gift?
No. This is a
Oh,
material
okay.
for a fusion. It's a material for a
Okay,
fusion.
okay.
Snuffed
about to be
Candlestick applies to number 1. If there are enemies in staggered, low morale, or panic states at turn start, inflict 1 offense level down or 1 defense level down against all enemies 3 times per turn. On hit against enemies who are staggered, low morale, or panic states, inflict 1 offense level down or 1 defense level down 3 times per turn. This is like a way worse sticky muck. And I mean way worse. I'm putting in C. It's like fine. What's this called? Gift.
Shadow the Hedgehog?
When an ally hits with a skill, randomly select 2 of the following effects between Burn, Bleed, Tremor, Rupture, and Sinking. Inflict 1 potency to the selected enemy of the selected effect 3 times per turn. When an ally hits with a skill, randomly select 1 of the following effects. Poise count, charge count, haste, offense level up, and defense level up. Inflict 1 of the selected effect 3 to 2 random allies 3 times per turn. Turn start, randomly select 2 out of Wrath, Envy, damage ups effects and apply 1 stack to all enemies. And turn start, randomly select 2 out of Sin, fragilities and inflict 1 to all enemies. Again, just free damage. And it also gives a lot of buffs. It's like an A tier, I would say. Like there, I think is fine. Oh, we got Jolly Plushie next. No, we've got Shadow Monster next. My bad. Effect applies to number 1, 2, 7, and 8. Gain 1... Gain 1 more tremor count from skill and coin effects. If the target is in staggered low morale or panic, gain 2 more instead. If there are enemies in staggered low morale or panic states at turn start, inflict 2 offense level down or 2 defense level down against all enemies, 3 times per turn. And on hit against enemies who are staggered low morale or panic states, inflict 1 offense level down or 1 defense level down 3 times per turn between all identities.
I'm just like PM learned to count 1, 2, 7, 8.
It goes here. This is a fusion gift.
Honestly, it would be funny if the fusion gift were below.
It would be funny. Unfortunately, it's terrible. Jolly Plushie.
Woohoo! Wee!
Let's see. You need Pom Pom Hat, Huge Gift Sack, and Sad Plushie to make this. Gain 2 Poise potency next turn based on the number of allied attack skills that dealt damage by turn end. In focused encounters, gain 4 Poise potency instead. At turn start, apply 2 Poise, 2 Poise count, and 2 protection to the ally with the least HP. Deal plus an absolute value of SP % more damage, minimum of 0%. When an ally with plus coin skills recovers from stagger, they fully heal their SP. And for an ally with all minus coin skills, gain 5 paralyze at turn start.
Woohoo!
This is an S tier gift. This is an S plus gift. This is really strong.
In so many different ways.
It's just really good. One of the best ego gifts in the game, without a doubt. Valpurgis Noct 5 is next. Dark Flame Smoking Pipe. Applies to number 1. Gain 2 attack power up and 1 fragile every turn. If the main target currently has a reduced defense level, gain 5 poise before attack. Pride Pierce skills deal plus 50 divided by the number of coins % more damage, including ego. I would say this is an S tier gift because 2 attack power up is already insane. It does only apply to 1 guy, but like, you know.
Yeah, I can see it.
Implicit Contract. If there are no surviving requested target, inflict the requested target effect against the first enemy to be attacked by an ally once per turn. Requested target increases the resistance of attack types with 1.5 or less resistance by 0.2. If the target with the effect is defeated, gain 1 ego resource for all affinities, and the unit that defeated the target heals 10 SP.
Holy shit, is that a Library of Arena reference?
Holy shit. Is it just 20% more damage against a specific target? Effectively? Yeah, pretty much. It can go there. It can go... No, I'm moving things. It can go there. CQC manual. If a skill that can spend ammo did not spend ammo, gain 1 attack power up this turn and next turn, once per turn. When gaining ammo, that's a fun thing to write. Skill 3 deals 50% more damage this turn and next turn when used. When using a skill that spends ammo, gain 3 poise and 1 poise count. It's like pretty solid. It's really weird because it requires you to gain ammo for the damage bonus. You know?
I mean, honestly, Mirror Dungeon makes gaining ammo easier.
True. Swift Command. Turn end. If any allies retreated this turn, 1 ally with the fastest speed gains 2 attack power up and 1 damage up at the next turn start. Combat start. If any allies were substituted in this turn, allies that were substituted in gain 2 attack power up and 2 defense power up. I mean, it doesn't activate very much, let's be real.
Yeah.
You sound dead.
I'm so alive right now. I'm living!
I'm living. Alright. Gear Shrapnel. It's turn start. If this unit has Poise, gain 2 defense level up and 1 defense power up. If this unit has Poise, the first coin to hit deals 10% more damage. If the said coin hits critically, plus 20% damage for critical hit.
This cog is just like shattered into pieces, and that's just like how I feel.
B, maybe? Like there. I don't know, it's 10% damage for Poise, so... You know.
Crit damage amplification, like, that's just like almost like become water clear skies.
If we really want to look at it like that, sure. Equalizer. If the target has 1.5 or lower pierce resist plus 0.3. This is literally just plus 30% pierce damage for all IDs. Which is pretty good.
Yeah, I'd shoot a gun.
Yeah, I'd shoot a gun. I have. It's not that interesting. Alright, and finally, because the new Blade Lineage Kurakumo stuff isn't in this list yet, we have LCB Checkup. Combustion Gloves. On Clash Win with a base attack skill that inflicts burn potency or unique burn, but not burn count, inflict 2 burn potency, 2 times per turn per identity. On Clash Win that inflicts with a base attack skill that inflicts burn count, inflict 2 burn count, 3 times per turn per enemy. And base attack skills that inflict burn potency, count, or unique burn. Each skill gains offense level equal to the number of copies of each skill, up to 3. And if a skill has 3 or more copies, gain 2 additional offense level. It's like a B.
It's so fashionable, these gloves are literally on fire.
It's like a B because of the offense level. If it didn't gain offense level, this would be F, I would say.
Offense level makes everything better.
And then Spiked Combat Boots. On Clash Win with a base skill that inflicts Rupture Potency or Count, inflict plus 3 Rupture Count 2 times per turn per enemy. On hit, if the enemy does not have Rupture, coin effects... Wait, how? Coin effects that inflict Rupture Potency and inflict Rupture Count instead. Max 4, 2 times per turn per enemy, for abnormalities for each part. Base attack skills that inflict Rupture Potency or Count. Each skill gains offense level equal to the number of copies of each skill. And if the skill is 3+ copies, it gains 2 additional offense level. This is insane, actually. This is the first time I've read it.
Damn. And I'm just like, when's Project Moon gonna say that it only works below 15 potency and 3
Yeah,
count?
I know, right? Reignition Plug. Base attack skills that inflict burn count deal 20% more damage and inflict 1 more burn count. On hit with these skills against enemies with burn or unique burn, inflict 1 defense level down 2 times per turn per identity. Identities whose all base attack skills inflict burn potency, count, or unique burn, that's every burn ID, at turn start, gain offense level up equal to the number of surviving turns, except for the turn they join the encounter, up to 5. Where did it... Oh, there it is.
Oh, it's that one?
This is just a better polarization, so it goes exactly 1 tier above.
Yo.
Embers, turn start. All enemies, and for abnormalities, all parts, with 2 to 7 burn count, gain 1 to 2 burn count. That's very specific. When enemies take 5 hits from ally attack skills, including ego skills that inflict burn potency, count, or unique burn, trigger burn once, then reduce burn count by 1, 2 times per turn per enemy, for abnormalities for each part. So another gift that turns burn into rupture. Oh, but it's after 5 hits. Okay.
I mean, you can't... you know, it would be totally unbalanced if it was just instantly, you know.
See. I think that's an if there's nothing better. Definitely. Twigs. Sure. Every time Rupture activates 3 times on enemies with Rupture due to being hit by allies' attack skills, including ego skills that inflict Rupture potency or count, inflict 2 offense level down on the said enemy next turn. 3 times per turn per enemy. That's so specific. On kill with a base attack skill that inflicts rupture count. Inflict the remaining rupture count on the defeated enemy on a random enemy next turn 2 times per turn. Okay. It's like fine. It's a B.
It's twigs.
It's twigs. What's this? This is Enhancer Mark IV. On hit with the final coin against enemies with 15 or less rupture potency when using a base attack skill that inflicts a rupture potency or count. Inflict 3 rupture count once per turn per identity. Base attack skills that inflict a rupture count. Clash power +1, deal 20% more damage. That was almost really bad. But then it wasn't. It's pretty solid, actually. It is actually plus 20% damage for any skill it inflicts count. So,
Yeah.
put it like here. Wait. No, I'm gonna put it below reignition plug because, yeah.
Yeah, it really was like, we can't have more than 15 rupture potency, but whatever.
Yeah, just inflict
Anything
some
else?
count. Who cares? Regular operational gear. Limbus Company identities. Skill 2 gains offense level +1 and deals 15% more damage. Skill 3 gains offense level +2 and deals 30% more damage. If there are 4 or more Limbus Company identities among the backup units, 2 random allies gain 2 offense level up at turn start. This gift is just so nothing. I swear.
I mean, it's a 100% pickup if you're using LCB identities.
Or LCE or LCCB
Oh,
identities. All 3 of those apply. But, like... whatever, you know?
I think you're just not seeing the vision.
Sure.
Project Moon has
Let's say
for
that.
us.
Operation Authorization card. During the encounter, when an ally retreats or is defeated, randomly apply 3 offense level up between all identities at next turn start, 2 times per turn. When 3 or more allies retreat or are defeated, randomly apply 6 offense level up between all identities at next turn start instead. 2 times per turn, by the way. Turn start.
What offense level?
3 allies with the lowest SP heal 15, 10, and 5 SP each. Doesn't stack. The numbers apply in the ascending order and does not activate if the affected units are panicked or corroded. You know, if it weren't for the SP, this would be in an F tier, but, like, it's fine. Put it, like, there. Final gift, high-risk operational gear. Limbus Company identities. Skill 2 gains offense level +2 and deals 20% more damage. Skill 3 gains offense level +3 and deals 40% more damage. At turn start, a random ally gains 2 offense level up for every backup or defeated Limbus Company identity. During the encounter, when an ally retreats or is defeated, randomly apply 3 offense level up between all identities at next turn start, distributed equally, 2 times per turn. When 3 or more allies retreat or are defeated, randomly apply 6 offense level up between all identities at next turn start instead, 2 times per turn. When 3 plus Limbus Company identities retreat or are defeated, randomly apply 8 offense level up between all identities instead. That one is not capped by how many times you can activate it by turn. So, this is bad. But I'll put it... This is worse.
Why?
This is worse than the card, because the card heals SP, and this just doesn't for some reason.
Why did they make a fusion ego gift with 2 pack-specific gifts that are both tier 3?
I don't know. Yeah, the tier list doesn't have to claim their bones. It does have Welvader, though, for some reason.
Put S tier, instant S tier, always pick up.
I'll put that in B. Top of B. Okay, well that's the tier list.
At least put them with the soup ego gifts.
Yeah, fine. Soup. Okay, that's it. Funny bad or stupid bad? It's stupid bad. So as you can see, most gifts are at least okay. Rank him an F? No, I'm not gonna do that.
Honestly, saying most gifts are at least okay is the good summary of this entire experience.
Should be with the Pierce one? No, it really shouldn't. That's it, chat. I'm gonna go eat my sushi now. Thank you for watching. I'm not gonna talk about this. I need to eat so badly. I'm so hungry. And this has been over 5 hours.
Eat your food.
Thank you for being here. I hope to see you again. I'm gonna stream Voices of the Void later this week a couple times, so look forward to that. I appreciate you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.